Late in the evening, Mark was returning home after a long day of school. The guy was crossing the road on a green light, but suddenly a light from a car headlight appeared. All the guy managed to do was turn to the side in surprise. And then he saw that a huge truck was rushing straight towards him with a loud sound. But the guy's story did not end there, and he was still alive. However, Mark was transported to another world, which surprised him greatly. At first, the guy cried non-stop and wanted to run away from there, but some unknown girl calmed the guy down, and after that, he had hope of returning home. After this, Mark began to fight for justice and the triumph of good over evil in that world together with his comrades. After some time, Mark began to understand what true courage and camaraderie were. Because of this, the boy began to believe that he was no longer the same weak and insecure boy. Now Mark didn't need anyone's help, because he had great strength, and everyone around him hoped for him. But on his way, the guy saw not only victories, but also losses, which were very difficult for him. Mark remembered holding in his arms a mortally wounded girl who had been his comrade. Looking at the guy with a smile and tears, she told Mark that he must win. The girl died soon after, because the wounds were too serious. Mark felt that he had gained a lot, but also lost a lot. The boy wrote a note to his parents, saying that he now accepted the challenges of fate with dignity. And now, after a year spent in this world, Mark was about to return home. Suddenly, someone approached Mark and asked if the guy was ready, and this made him tear himself away from his note. Without answering, Mark silently rolled up his note and stood up. He then hid the note asking for prayers for him and turned his gaze forward. And then Mark turned to face the gate on which red letters were carved. Finally, he decided to turn back and smile. Then he saw that his comrades were standing behind him and hoping for his victory. Mark opened the gates with the thought of hope that he would soon return home, and everything that happened would be just a memory. The guy's eyes showed determination and a desire to return home. Entering inside, Mark saw in front of him a huge monster that he had to defeat in order to return home. After the victory over the monster, there was a festive mood everywhere, and bells announced the hero's victory. The city's residents were very happy and greeted the hero cheerfully. As Mark was being transported in a large cart, shouts could be heard from all sides that the demon had been defeated and their world had been saved. Afterwards, our heroes found themselves in the palace and enjoyed royal food and drink. However, unlike everyone else, Mark was not in a festive mood. Suddenly, the girl turned to the guy and said with a smile that he would return home tomorrow. Looking sadly at his large mug, Mark said sadly that this day had indeed come. While Mark was saying that he didn't think he could do it, the girl came closer and said that at the very beginning the guy was busy with self-pity. The girl hugged the guy and said that he was a good boy and had done a good job. Suddenly after this, tears began to drip into the mug with the drink. As Mark leaned over his drink and said he wanted to see his family and friends, the girl continued to reassure him. Looking at them, the rest of the comrades said that they knew that there was something between these two, but they thought that the priestess could have found someone more attractive. While the others laughed merrily, the priestess and Mark turned away from each other in embarrassment. Suddenly, some guy asked Mark if he wanted to stay here, and the fairy supported the white-haired man. Then suddenly the priestess said that they knew how the hero wanted to return to his world, and then asked if they were afraid of offending him with such words. Then everyone became a little sad and explained that they simply didn't want Mark to leave. Smiling, the priestess suddenly took the guy by the hand, and then, turning to everyone else, she asked them to pray for Mark's bright future. At that moment, the guy raised his tearful gaze to the priestess and listened attentively to the girl. With a smile, the brunette said that for all his exploits, Mark was entitled to a happy life full of luck and prosperity. And after this phrase, the festive mood returned to everyone else. 3 weeks later, Mark was standing in the middle of a crosswalk in Seoul, while everyone else was going about their business. Looking at the sky with an empty gaze, the guy thought that the priestess was deeply mistaken. With tears in his eyes, Mark thought that maybe he saved the world, but he couldn't save himself. After returning to his world, the guy reached his house and happily pressed the doorbell. However, the door was opened by a new tenant who did not understand what kind of schoolboy was in front of him. Mark was also surprised by this and asked who this man was. It turned out that during the 8 months of the boy's absence, everything had changed. The mother handed out leaflets and tried to attract public attention to her son's disappearance, but a tragedy happened. One of those days she was hit by a car, and the perpetrator was never found. The father could not come to terms with this loss, and threw himself off the roof, blaming himself for not being able to protect the family. And in his suicide note, he also tried to draw attention to the disappearance of his son. Having learned about this, the boy came to the ashes of his parents, where he saw a family photograph. At that moment, Mark was full of sorrow and could only cry. The police decided that the boy had simply run away from home, and he was expelled from school and scolded for his actions. The boy's gaze was empty as he listened to the moralizing speeches about how he should live like a decent person. But with each passing moment, sadness filled the guy's heart more and more. It turned out that his friends refused to communicate with him. One of them awkwardly said that his mother forbade him, but he also had to prepare for graduation. Mark could only calmly listen to the request to understand the actions of his former friend. Some of the people even raised their hands to the guy. This was because, in the eyes of others, he was an ungrateful son who had destroyed his parents. While beating the boy, the man shouted that his younger brother died because of Mark. While he was being beaten and called names, Mark calmly accepted it all and did not resist. While the wife was able to restrain her husband, their daughter sat down next to the guy and told him to leave. The girl asked him not to come back, because the last thing she needed was for their family to fall apart because of him. After this, Mark could only spend the night on a bench because no one wanted to help him. Suddenly he saw children walking past him, and they had food in their hands. Because of this, the guy tiredly stood up and followed them with his eyes. Afterwards, he decided to check if he had money with him. However, the guy had a very modest amount, because his family did not have any savings to use. Thus, returning home, Mark was left with nothing, and his heroic personality was destroyed. Looking at the sky with a slightly crazy look, Mark asked if this was a dream. The guy couldn't stop thinking about the fact that he saved the world and many human lives. Mark responded when all these people needed him and made every effort to return home. But he became lonely. The guy didn't understand how it happened that he was left completely alone. At that moment, Mark's shoulder suddenly collided with someone. Angered by the collision, the man looked menacingly at Mark and asked why he was standing rooted to the spot. While the man was making fun of the guy, one of his friends started laughing at the impudent man's behavior. But then he walked away from Mark under the pretext that he would let the guy go since he managed to make the girl laugh. But then Mark turned to them and calmly asked if they found it funny. Not understanding the guy's reaction, the man was surprised and frowned. Meanwhile, Mark continued to ask if they found it funny that their lives were saved by a hero. But Mark's behavior only irritated the man more, which is why he began to throw new insults at the guy. Suddenly, Mark said that he finally understood what he wanted. The boy quietly said through tears that he wanted them all to suffer. Enraged by the guy's incomprehensible muttering, the man grabbed him by the hair and was about to hit the guy. But Mark just calmly extended his hand forward and began to call out to his sword. While the man looked at the boy with incomprehension, the girl only laughed harder and called the schoolboy mentally retarded, who got into character. But at that very second, a huge sword appeared, piercing the asphalt, and from the man's body, only his hand remained, splashing the blood of the dead man to the sides. Then the girl finally stopped laughing and lowered her stunned gaze to the ground. When she saw that everything was covered in blood and there was only one hand on the ground, she immediately began to scream loudly. Wiping away tears and blood, Mark began to put on his armor, while saying that they should suffer, because it was unfair that he was the only one suffering. Raising his head up, Mark said that he was a hero, which meant he shouldn't be sad. Then he reached out to the sword and grasped the hilt of the sword with his palm. There was anger in the boy's eyes when he said that he had enough of suffering. Raising his sword up, he addressed the crowd and said that it was now their turn to pay the bill. And immediately after that, he swung his huge sword and started chaos. Gradually a flash appeared, which began to fill some part of the city, and then a huge explosion occurred in its place. A few seconds later, Mark stood in the middle of ash, smoke, and dust. With his blow, he destroyed some part of the city, and the only surviving land was under his feet. That day, nothing remained of Seoul's Gangseogu district. 3 weeks after the hero's madness, panic arose in another area of Selu, and people fled, and Daniel escaped with his family. His mother, who was driving, was unhappy with the traffic jams that were making it difficult for them to move forward, and his little sister sat hugging her stuffed bunny and cried. At some point, the girl turned to her older brother and asked where they were going, and why their father was not with them. Daniel just calmly took his sister's hand and said that they would meet their father later. Right after, he said that their mother was driving, which meant they needed to calm down and not distract her, and the younger sister agreed. But the next moment, someone on a motorcycle suddenly rushed past their car. Some man was quickly walking around each car that was stuck in traffic. Stopping and picking up a loudspeaker, the man announced to everyone that the hero had almost caught up with them and would soon be here. When he said they would have to walk, people looked out of their cars in bewilderment. The policeman asked everyone to leave their cars in an orderly manner. Half a minute later, many people had already gotten out of their cars, listening to the policeman's instructions. Turning back, Daniel's mother asked the boy to look after his younger sister, because they would not be able to find each other if they got separated. The boy reacted calmly and agreed with his mother. But fear and anxiety were visible in Dami's eyes. At that moment, the policeman repeated again that the hero was approaching them. But at that very second, a tank landed on top of him and crushed the man. Seeing this, all the people were horrified at how that man was killed. After this, general panic arose, and people began to move forward, running around the burning tank. There was more and more panic among the people, and the familiar world was collapsing with every second because of the hero. Trying to move forward, Daniel's mother led their grandmother while Daniel looked after his sister. Dami had a hard time keeping up with the adults, so she asked her brother to slow down a little. The guy immediately picked up his sister in his arms and told her to hold on tight, because if she fell, she would get hurt. Our heroes were too slow, so other panicking people ran around them. But it turned out that the hero was observing all the panic from a height. The guy looked at everything with such a look as if he was enjoying all the chaos he had sown. It turned out that Mark was standing on a bridge that was already engulfed in flames and where corpses lay. People were so panicked and trying to escape that they didn't notice that the threat was right next door. Watching them, Mark wondered if they were still trying to survive. However, Mark looked down on the desperate attempts to survive and called it an abomination. Taking up his sword again, Mark said that each of them thought that someone else would die, and because of this, they were more vile. Saying that he would destroy them all, Mark jumped down. At that moment, Daniel continued to run forward with his sister in his arms. However, running at a steady pace with his sister in his arms was difficult for the boy, so it became harder for him to breathe. At one point, Daniel accidentally bumped shoulders with another man, who roughly pushed the guy. Due to the violent collision, Dami was unable to hold on to her stuffed animal, which was now flying to the ground. By chance, the hare rolled under one of the cars that had been abandoned by their owners. Dami was immediately surprised by her loss, but was able to see where the hare had fallen. Suddenly, the sister sharply pulled her older brother, trying to draw his attention to the loss. While Daniel looked at his sister in bewilderment, Dami pointed back and said that her rabbit had rolled under that car. Understanding the danger, Daniel began to say that the hare would have to be left behind, but then the girl immediately objected that her father had given it to her. Because of this, the guy's gaze immediately changed, and he did not want to argue with his younger one. Daniel remembered that this rabbit was given to Dami for her 6th birthday. The girl was very embarrassed and happy with such a toy, which was immediately visible on her face. Having placed the girl on the hood of the car, Daniel asked his sister where the hare had fallen. Then the girl silently pointed to the side, and Daniel silently followed her hand. Then he saw that Dami was pointing to a car that was parked across the road, in which all the people were running around. Then he turned to Dami and told his sister not to lose sight of her mother and grandmother, because they would have to follow them immediately later. Afterwards, Daniel ran to that car and tried to push his way through the disgruntled crowd. Finally reaching the right car, Daniel lay down on the ground and looked under it. Then the boy saw that the plush toy was indeed under that car. Daniel reached out his hand for the toy, but couldn't reach the hare. At that moment, the hero was already on the bridge, and some people managed to notice him. When Daniel was able to reach the hare with his hand, he only accidentally pushed the toy back. And at that moment, Mark had already raised his sword and was about to unleash his wrath on the people again. It was at that moment that Daniel finally managed to grab the body of the plush bunny. This brought a satisfied smile to the guy's face. However, there was no longer any reason to rejoice, because Mark was making a new attack. That attack was strong enough to cut the fleeing people into 2 pieces. However, the blow affected not only people, but also buildings, which immediately began to collapse. As buildings collapsed and dust rose into the air, Daniel tried to cough and get to his feet. Immediately after this, the guy raised his calm gaze and adjusted his broken glasses. However, then he saw the ruins, as well as the bodies of people who were crushed by the collapsed buildings. The picture he saw was too unexpected for Daniel, and for some time he couldn't even collect his thoughts. But when he woke up, the guy ran forward in panic, trying to find his family. Walking forward, Daniel tried to call out to his mother or Dami. The guy continued to look around, when suddenly he heard a strange rustling sound under his feet. The guy automatically looked down to see what he had stumbled upon. Then he saw that he had accidentally stood on the hand of his sister, who was peering out from under the rubble. At that moment, panic gripped Daniel and he fell to his knees, his hands shaking. He immediately grabbed the debris and tried to remove it in order to pull his sister out from under the rubble. However, after removing the debris, the guy saw in front of him only what was left of his sister, a pool of blood and one sneaker. From what he saw, tears immediately began to come to the guy's eyes and he began to cry. But a second later, the grief turned to disgust, and the guy began to feel sick from what he saw and from the smell that was everywhere. While Daniel was trying to control his urge to vomit, Mark approached him from behind. Hearing footsteps behind him, the guy immediately turned around. Turning to the boy, Mark said that Daniel had beautiful eyes. Ignoring the guy's words, Daniel asked if Mark was the hero. But Mark also ignored his interlocutor and said that Daniel had the eyes of a man who had lost everything. Mark said that the eyes of the guy opposite him were the same as his own. There was no room for hope or dreams in them. However, Daniel found it difficult to listen to all this, and he gave in to his emotions. Looking into her eyes, he asked if he had done all this. And then Mark finally and calmly answered the guy's question about what he did. In his emotions, Daniel grabbed an iron rod that came into his hands. Picking up the weapon he found, the boy cursed the killer of his family, and then he swung and attacked the guy, intending to kill him. However, Mark, as expected, was much stronger than an ordinary person, so he was able to calmly grab the guy by the throat with one hand. But even at the moment when his throat was being squeezed, Daniel still promised to kill Mark. But looking at Daniel with a dark gaze and preparing his sword, Mark asked how the guy was going to do this. And then a massive sword pierced the helpless boy's body. When this happened, Daniel could only look down at his wound. The wound was too serious, so the blood flowed down and stained the ground. Looking at the sky, Daniel thought that it looked like he would die without being able to do anything. And then the guy turned to his younger sister and apologized to her for this. He also asked for forgiveness from his dead mother and father, whose fate he could no longer learn. Daniel also apologized to his grandmother. With the thought that the hero had taken his life and family from him, Daniel closed his eyes. When the guy opened his eyes, he saw a blurry silhouette of a girl in front of him, who was trying to bring the guy to his senses. When he finally opened his eyes and began to see everything clearly, the girl was happy about it. And while she was rejoicing, Daniel, with his healed body, lay in the middle of the stone floor, covered with writing. After a year of the hero's rampage, the government collapsed in their battle. Mark proved himself invincible to the people and looked around his lands with pleasure. No one dared to touch such a strong man as Mark. But it turned out that after Mark, other heroes came, because of whom all of South Korea was captured. The returning heroes recognized Mark as their leader and then divided the country among themselves. As a result, the world was in chaos, and ruins were visible everywhere, and even sunken ships were found in the sea. The territory of Jeju Island belonged to the hero Golem. In the middle of the island there was an eye, hanging in the sky, which watched over all the surrounding areas. In one of the buildings, the survivors tried to rest. However, one girl could not sleep and suddenly said that she wanted to die. But then another girl immediately turned to her, made a remark, and asked her not to speak like that, so as not to jinx it. Then the interlocutor turned to her and said that it would be great to die, because why should they live in such a world? Then the other girl's eyes filled with tears, and she said that they should stop talking like that, because they ran away here in order to survive. Then her interlocutor did not answer, and silently covered herself with her sleeping bag. And then the girl whispered and asked if this could be called life. At the same moment, a sharp sound was heard coming from the front door. Then a huge hand entered the room, on which were located speakers from which came the announcement that it was time to work. Hearing this, people immediately began to get up and get ready for work. When the reports started coming from the columns, people began to hurry even more. And then it turned out that there were a lot of such rooms with people, and everyone was accompanied by strange hands. After some time, all the workers came out onto the platform, in front of which hands with speakers were lined up in a row. Everyone looked tired, and the girl who wanted to die just looked resigned. At some point, someone's footsteps were finally heard. The man who arrived stepped onto his hands, which had created a kind of ladder. A guy with bright red hair walked up to the podium, which was in the middle of the venue. When he rose, there was deathly silence everywhere. And then the golem hero named Chuck appeared before the crowd. Immediately afterwards, the smiling guy snapped his fingers. Then suddenly, new figures began to form from the ground. And a few seconds later, 2 new huge speakers appeared next to him. Their creation was completed when one of them got a microphone. Grabbing the microphone, Chuck addressed the crowd and said that a new day had finally arrived. When he said that the women would gather food and the men would continue to build the sage's tower, the people were not eager to participate. Apparently the guy didn't like their behavior, so he asked gloomily why they were so downcast, since he didn't force them. Then the same blonde girl whispered under her breath that there were no volunteers here. Suddenly, the guy began to enthusiastically say that they should be grateful to him, because if they had ended up on the lands of blood or faith, they would have turned into mincemeat or into lab rats. However, even after these words, the crowd still stood silently. Then the guy got even more angry and smiling, frowned. Chuck held his hand out in front of him and said that they had completely relaxed. When people saw this gesture, their eyes immediately filled with horror and fear. And then they panicked and started trying to run away, while some people stood there in bewilderment. Suddenly the hands made of mud took the same position as Chuck's hand, and then Chuck dispassionately poked his finger into the air. Immediately all his puppets followed his example and did the same. As he turned back and ran away, a man begged for mercy. And the next second, he and some other people were struck by a blow. When a man suddenly fell in front of the blonde girl, she continued to stand calmly in place. Then the girl who was hit looked up at Mia with a frightened expression. Leaning towards her already dead friend, Mia covered her eyes. And then the girl sadly asked why she wasn't the one who died. At that moment, the angry golem hero ordered everyone to work. Otherwise, he would do it again. Soon, as expected, all the girls moved to the field and picked tangerines. Mia brought her frozen hand to her face and exhaled hot air onto it. But suddenly, some old woman decided to approach the girl. Approaching Mia's basket, the grandmother dumped all her collected tangerines into it. Then the girl turned to her grandmother with slight incomprehension. Then the old woman kindly said that Mia had had a hard time, especially after what she had seen that morning. While the girl looked down, the old woman suggested that Mia go out for some fresh air. When asked how they would cope without her, the old woman replied that in her youth she often picked tangerines, so now she could easily pick more. Thanking her grandmother, Mia put her hand into the basket and took one tangerine. Suddenly pointing to the sky, the grandmother asked not to forget about that thing in the sky. After that, Mia headed somewhere into the forest and walked in silence. It turns out that whenever the girl felt uneasy, she came to the sea. Having come to the sea, Mia peeled the tangerine and began to eat it. The girl was thinking about something, but suddenly stopped chewing. Suddenly, Mia dropped to her knees and began to cry, asking for forgiveness. Addressing the dead woman, the girl apologized for not standing in front and for having jinxed trouble for them. Wiping away her tears, Mia repeated deliriously that the girl had died. Now Mia was truly sorry that she couldn't do anything. But suddenly she saw a strange silhouette in front of her and immediately calmed down. But it turns out that there was a soldier in front of her who asked her to give him some food. After handing over a few candies, which the soldier immediately began to eat with gusto, Mia explained that she had nothing else. Taking the girl by the hands, the man said that he understood how dangerous it was, but asked her to get some more food. The desperate man explained that his comrades remained on the ship, and he alone went to look for food. However, the girl was embarrassed by such a request, and tried to say what would happen if the hero found out. But suddenly Mia fell silent and turned her gaze to the man's hands. And then she asked if the soldiers could defeat the hero if they were not hungry. And then the man confidently said that they would fight to the last, and if his comrades regained their fighting spirit, then perhaps they would even take back this island. After listening to him, Mia turned her gaze to the sky. Looking at the flying eye, she thought that if she ran, she would make it before that thing turned around. So the girl turned to the man and confidently said that she would take a risk and get them food, and they would have to defeat the hero. Soon Mia managed to get hold of some tangerines, with which she ran back to the beach at full speed. Suddenly the girl remembered the deceased again and thought that she didn't really want to die. Remembering Hannah's dying face, Mia thought that she was simply afraid of living her whole life in oppression and fear of changing anything. However, Mia did not want such a worthless life for herself. She didn't want this, so she decided for herself that she would fight. However, when Mia ran out onto the beach, she did not see the ship there. On the contrary, what she saw horrified the girl, and she accidentally dropped the basket of tangerines. Turning to the girl, Chuck greeted the rat with a grin. It turned out that Chuck had found out about everything and killed the surviving soldiers by crushing them with his puppets. Before Mia had time to come to her senses, they decided to grab her from behind too. When the girl was captured, she was helpless and couldn't even move. Mia immediately asked how this was possible, since the eye was not looking in that direction. Tilting his head to the side, Chuck asked if the girl thought that this eye was the only one there. And then, covering one eye, the guy ordered the invisibility mode to be removed. After this, thousands of the same eyes appeared in the sky, which were not visible to ordinary people. Covering his face with his hand, the guy began to laugh loudly at how he was able to deceive people. And then he clapped his hands and asked the girl why she wasn't laughing, because it was funny. But Mia was not laughing at that moment, and she began to curse the hero with tears in her eyes. But with a creepy grin, Chuck asked what he had to do with it, because she should have blamed her worthlessness. And if something didn't suit her, then she should have become stronger. Frowning and squeezing his hand, the guy said that when they suffered, no one sympathized with them. At the same moment, Chuck's puppet squeezed the girl's body tighter, causing Mia to experience pain throughout her body. Mia began to cry more, realizing that her pathetic attempt was doomed to failure from the start. Suddenly the girl screamed, asking them to help at least someone who could defeat and overthrow these inhuman beings. After this, many stars in the sky began to shine very brightly, and immediately after that, lightning struck the ground, causing the earth to fly apart into pieces. Chuck had to cover his face from the explosion and squint his eyes because of the dust that was thrown into the air. And when the dust settled on the ground, a guy in white and blue armor and with a spear in his hand became visible. Frowning, Chuck asked who it was, and Mia assumed it was another hero. Meanwhile, the guy who appeared looked at them with a frightening gaze. Chuck looked at him with confusion, wondering who this guy was and where he came from. And Mia assumed that another hero had joined Chuck. But at some point the guy opposite turned his gaze to the side. Then he saw Chuck's puppets crushing the people. For some time after this there was silence, which no one dared to disturb. The dark-haired guy spoke first, asking the girl in the jacket to explain what was going on. Then Mia was surprised that they turned to her. But Chuck didn't like the situation that had arisen, so he began to express dissatisfaction regarding the fact that a stranger was on his territory. However, the stranger continued to look at the girl and remained silent, waiting for an explanation. At that moment, Mia thought that this guy shouldn't have been from the Sword Hero's gang, since this was the first time the Golem hero had seen him. Frowning slightly, Mia thought that this was her chance. Then the girl loudly and briefly explained that the crazy guy was the Sword Hero's henchman. Even when the puppet squeezed the girl's body tighter, Mia still continued to say that Chuck killed those soldiers. Then Chuck was outraged by the girl's impudence because she chatted so calmly in front of him. But then the guy across from me said that he had heard enough, but wanted to ask just one question. With a grim look, he asked Chuck if the girl was telling the truth. At some point, Chuck felt uneasy about the aura that emanated from the stranger, but then he smiled smugly and asked what if it really was so. To this, the stranger sternly said that Chuck would die. After this, the guy got into a fighting stance and pointed his spear at the enemy. Chuck was once again outraged by the impudence of people on their territory, and was ready to fight back against the stranger. After this, many of Chuck's puppets headed towards the guy, and red rays appeared from the eyes, which were also directed at the guy. Even when the puppets almost caught up with the guy, he still continued to stand in place, but looked self-confident. Swinging his spear, he instantly got rid of all the puppets that surrounded him. And immediately after that, without wasting time, he made a dash towards his enemy. When Chuck saw that the stranger was already near him, he was surprised. Frowning, the guy only managed to put his hands in front of him. However, the dark-haired guy swung his spear and cut off both of Chuck's hands. For a second after that, Chuck froze, and horror froze in his eyes. But a second later, he had already fallen into the water, and looking at his hands, he began to scream in pain. When he wanted to insult a stranger, the stranger kicked him in the chin. Putting a spear to Chuck's throat, the stranger said that he was finished. At that moment, Mia watched what was happening from the side with a little surprise, but Chuck's puppet no longer held her back. Looking at the stranger's back, she thought about how this guy single-handedly defeated the hero Golem, who had taken out an entire naval fleet. Frowning, the boy asked Chuck if the sword hero wore white armor. However, Chuck, despite his position, pretended not to know about it. After his answer, which the stranger did not like, one of the Golem hero's legs flew upward, and then, with the same gloomy expression on his face, the dark-haired guy said that for every similar answer, he would cut off one body part. Afterwards, he repeated his question about the armor and received a positive answer. When he asked where the sword hero was, Chuck didn't want to answer, so he remained silent. Then another one of the guy's legs flew off to the side again. Continuing his interrogation, the guy again gloomily repeated his question, to which he received no answer. But then Chuck again did not answer the question, and only asked someone for help. Then the stranger said that he would not spare Chuck because the boy had rejected his humanity. However, if he answered the questions, he could die quickly. Then suddenly Chuck chuckled and said he wasn't talking to him. It turns out that Chuck's puppets were approaching the hero from behind at that moment, and the other part of them was approaching Mia, who was unable to fight them back. At that moment, the girl, who was sitting on the ground and could not get up after receiving wounds, only asked why they were targeting her. The very next moment, all the puppets covered the girl, and after that attack, some of the puppets picked up the wounded Chuck and lifted him into the air. Due to the serious wounds he had received, the boy was bleeding and breathing heavily. At some point, tears appeared in his eyes from the resentment that he was close to defeat. He remembered how, upon arriving in that world, a girl asked for help, because if he did not defeat the demon and save their world, then the next time the demon would target his world. With tears in her eyes, the girl begged him to help, at least for the sake of saving his homeworld. Upon returning to his homeworld, Chuck naturally immediately came to the door of his house. When the door was opened for him, the boy turned to his father with a smile and said that he had finally returned. However, with a gloomy face, the man shouted at the boy, saying that he no longer had a son. The boy was not welcome anywhere, and even at the social assistance center they told him that, by law, they could not provide financial support to those who were over 18 years old. Because of this, the guy's face became increasingly devastated. Pretending to be an adult, the boy got a job, but his deception was quickly revealed, and he was scolded. The boss also refused to pay for the time worked, because he was still angry about the situation that had arisen. And then the guy decided that he would not regret it if he destroyed this world. Continuing to breathe heavily, the boy slowly said that this world had finally become his. Chuck exhaled heavily and said he didn't want to die. But then he turned his gaze to the side because of the loud sound that arose. It turns out that the unknown hero got to Mia and was able to protect her, and then he immediately got ready to throw his spear into the air, saying that he would not escape alive. He paused for a moment and said that it was a pity that Chuck would not be able to convey that all the other heroes would suffer the same fate. But that moment was enough for Chuck to shout out a spell. Then a multitude of puppets appeared in the sky, creating a shield separating Chuck from the stranger. And it was because of this that the guy on the ground decided to activate the element of electricity, causing his spear to become charged. The next moment he launched his charged spear into the air. The shield created by Chuck tried to destroy the impending threat, but was not strong enough to do so. Therefore, after a second, the spear was able to reach the center of the shield and pierce it. And then the spear passed through the broken shield and easily pierced Chuck's body. When this happened, Chuck's face twisted in what seemed like pain or horror, and throwing his head back, blood burst out of the guy's mouth. After this, the boy's exhausted body fell into the sea along with the debris from his puppets. Because of a guy who suddenly appeared, that day, the Golem hero met his end and saved the people on Jeju Island. At that moment, in another place, some girl was helping and guiding others. It turned out that the same puppets as the golem hero were dragging some object, and when the statue was erected, the girl was glad that they were able to do at least something to thank the hero. And then she asked other people who were standing next to her to pray for the hero. After this, many people bowed their heads in gratitude to the golem hero. All the people hoped that the golem hero would be happy. However, at that moment, the golem hero was already defeated and died with tears in his eyes. After the death of the hero golem, his puppets that controlled the island turned to dust. And for the first time since the rampage of the sword hero, peace came to Jeju Island. All the people were finally released and were happy about it. Hugging their loved ones, they were happy that they were finally able to survive this and were safe. Gradually, the street became noisier with joyful shouts. Their screams were so loud that they could be heard even from the hill. It turns out that the hero who saved everyone was watching all these people. In particular, his gaze fell on the happy family that was reunited again. Then Daniel's face was still gloomy, but there was sadness in it too. Suddenly, he imagined that his family could have been in this family's place. Then he sadly said that they were lucky, because they had someone to reunite with. But the guy's thoughts were interrupted when he heard some rustling from the bushes. At that very moment, he pointed his spear at the girl who was approaching him. Raising her hand slightly in fear, the girl explained that she was the one in the jacket. Mia asked why the guy was hiding here, because everyone was wondering who killed the hero golem. But the guy turned away slightly, and replied that the knowledge that the hero was killed by someone like him would only cause panic. Turning around and starting to walk away, Daniel replied that he had no interest in reassuring them. Then the girl smiled and replied that he was a kind man for thinking about other people's feelings. At that moment, Daniel stopped in his tracks, because most likely he was touched by the girl's words. Turning to her, he replied that she could think whatever she wanted, since they would never meet again anyway. But the girl asked her only question, will the guy destroy all the heroes? Daniel confidently replied that he would kill everyone who had united with the sword hero. When the girl asked if it was revenge, Daniel asked in response if there could be any other reason. Afterwards, Mia said that she would help him and asked him to let her take her revenge. The guy looked at her for a while and frowned, thinking about something. When he asked her if she was in her right mind, the girl replied that she understood that from the outside, it seemed like she would get in the way. When the girl asked if the guy knew where each hero was, Daniel remained silent. Mia replied that she knew, because she saw it with her own eyes when she fled from Seoul to Jeju. She knew where each hero was based, and even knew the abilities of some of them. Mia explained that the sword hero was in Seoul, and on the way there, he needed to eat something and spend the night somewhere. The girl said that she could ask locals about accommodation and food, as well as about the best way to get to the desired place. Mia's whole appearance expressed her desire to become a guide for the hero. After listening to her, Daniel said that he would then ask one more thing. In a calm voice, the guy asked why she needed this. Daniel explained that if she stayed here, she would be safe and perhaps even live a happy life. Looking down, the girl admitted that she didn't have much strength. And then she fell silent and pulled out some paper from the pocket of her jacket. Pulling out a family photo, Mia said that she lost her family and hated the heroes, and wanted to return to the familiar world. However, she had to sadly admit that she had no abilities, and could only rely on the stranger who saved her life. Mia lowered her head and said that this was the only way she could get revenge. At that moment, all the people enjoyed the newfound sense of freedom. And the other two, who wanted revenge, decided to bind themselves by an agreement. Daniel said that if she wasn't afraid that he might leave her or use her, then she could follow him. Mia had nothing to fear anymore, because like many other people, she had lost everything, so she followed the guy. After some time, the girl came to an abandoned building. Meanwhile, Daniel was busy putting his weapons in order after the last fight. Following the guy's actions, Mia sat down not far from him and continued to watch. Taking out a notebook, the girl asked who the guy would prefer. A strong hero who was nearby, or a weak one who needed to be reached. While Daniel didn't look up from his spear, Mia leaned slightly towards the guy and waited for his choice. But Daniel sternly replied that he was choosing a hero who could be killed quickly. Smiling, Mia said that it was within his repertoire, and she was sure that he would choose this option. And then Mia said that his next opponent is the Sea Dragon hero. Mia called that girl a fearsome hero of the seas who destroyed the navy. And her pet, which was a sea dragon, was like a nuclear bomb. Mia knew about them firsthand, because she saw everything with her own eyes. That girl and her dragon killed many people who fled from Seoul to Jeju. Among them were Mia's parents. But she was unable to reach her parents because she was held back by other people. Those terrible memories brought tears to Mia's eyes and her cheeks turned a little red. While the girl was silent, Daniel turned to her and asked her not to talk about the hero's sins, as if they were achievements. Frowning, the guy said that their opponent was a murderer, so she had to die, and the rest should not concern them. When he said that, more importantly, they needed a ship since they would be fighting on the water, Mia replied that someone could help them with that. Smiling, she said that the surviving sailors had returned the ship that the golem hero had previously taken, and they were slowly rebuilding it. After some time, our heroes came to those sailors to ask them for help. Talking to the hero, the captain said that they would do this for the sake of their fallen comrades, and after those words the man saluted the guy. Meanwhile, the coastal waters of the southern sea were restless, and there were typhoons everywhere. And inside them, a sea dragon was resting, together with its mistress. Suddenly the beast raised its head and looked somewhere ahead, but the girl decided to calm the dragon down, and putting her hand on his scales, said that everything was fine. The girl calmly said that people would never set foot on land again. Sitting alone in the middle of the shore, a man nervously smoked a cigarette. At that moment the captain approached him and informed him that there were 2 hours left before departure. But then the sailor turned back and addressed the man. Standing up, he admitted that he doubted the correctness of their decision, because they did not know anything for sure. Frowning, the man said that they didn't know for sure whether the hero was on their side. He pounded his chest with his fist and asked if they could kill that monster and return to land. And even if they did return, they wouldn't kill the sword hero. Turning away and closing his eyes, the man asked the captain to answer. The sailor did not understand why they would voluntarily return to that hell. Then the captain sternly and immediately replied that Daniel had killed the hero golem and was going to kill everyone else. Lowering his head slightly, the man admitted that they were no longer sure of anything. However, even despite this, the captain believed that Daniel's actions still deserved their trust. It turns out that the captain lost 30 soldiers who were like sons to him. Sitting down by the grave, the captain admitted that if he meets them in the next world, he hopes to talk to everyone. Most of all, he wanted to tell the dead that even after their death, they still did not give up. The sailor was moved to tears by the words that thanks to the sacrifice of his comrades, the others managed to survive, and they did everything they could to ensure that the death of the others was not in vain. And the captain believed that if the new hero was stronger than Mark, then the sacrifices of their comrades laid the foundation for the liberation of their homeland. Adjusting his cap and looking up, the man asked if this was enough to return to hell. An hour after departure, the ship was in the middle of the sea. Inside the ship, Mia and Daniel discussed the details of their battle plan. After drawing the picture and showing it to Daniel, the girl admitted that she was not very good at drawing, but the sea dragon character looked something like this. After a short silence, the guy asked if his next opponents would be an earthworm and 2 sticks with a cucumber. Mia, a little embarrassed, was indignant that he could have not been picky, since she had warned him that she couldn't draw. The girl immediately continued to say that the main difference between them and other heroes was that they worked as a team. Daniel thoughtfully asked if the sea dragon could act on its own. However, Mia said that this was not entirely true, because the girl always stood on the dragon, and it did not move until she gave the order. Pointing to the girl's drawing, Mia said that she assumed that the girl in their team was responsible for the role of the brain. Moving her finger to the dragon, Mia continued that he was supposed to be responsible for the brute force. After listening to the girl, Daniel asked if she could say anything about their attack style. Then Mia tried to remember the details of what she had seen. According to her recollections, the dragon would release flames or capsize ships, and the girl would defend herself from the attacks directed at her. Realizing that they had a good offense and defense, Daniel concluded that it would be difficult to deal with them. Mia then wanted to speak out about what might come against them, but they were interrupted by the sound of a siren. Our heroes immediately became tense, and the discussion of the plan was postponed. Soon they ran out onto the deck to find out what was happening. Then all the soldiers ran around the ship and were about to take their places. Stopping one of the soldiers, Daniel asked what happened. Then the man, whose helmet said he was a machine gunner, said that the radar had detected an unidentified object. At that moment, the captain was with the helmsman and was monitoring the radar. Looking at the radar data, they saw that the radar was showing more and more unidentified objects. Then the helmsman began to get a little nervous because there were too many unidentified objects. The collision was about to happen, and Daniel was in the middle of the deck at that moment, ready. When something was approaching the ship and was already very close, a strange noise was heard. The machine gunners took up their positions and prepared to repel the attack. The next second they opened fire on the water, destroying the threat. However, it turned out that after their shots, an ordinary fish floated to the surface of the water, which was colored red due to the blood. While Daniel stood there with his frowning expression, Mia was surprised to see a normal fish approaching them. And then our heroes suddenly turned around to look at the fish that had managed to get on board the ship. Pointing her finger at the fish, the girl was saddened that the panic had been in vain. However, frowning, Daniel explained the obvious. The fish was scared, and based on this, the hero quickly concluded that the enemies were approaching. At that moment, a funnel appeared in the sea, not far from the ship. A few moments later, a sea dragon appeared from there, and on top of it was a girl. Looking at her opponent, Shane immediately recognized the hero who was able to kill the golem hero. Afterwards, she turned to the dragon and told him to destroy the entire ship. after which the dragon immediately began to fulfill the will of its mistress. Seeing what they were about to do, the captain immediately gave the order to evade. However, Daniel loudly gave the command to drop anchor. When the captain and the helmsman heard about this, they froze in surprise. The helmsman did not understand what the guy was talking about and promised the captain to turn the ship around. But the captain stopped him and said that they would follow the hero's orders. After this, the captain shouted at the top of his voice the order to drop anchor. As the team carried out the order, Shane said that they had to disappear. Afterwards, the dragon began to spew its blue flame, and his attack was heading straight for the defenseless ship. But at that very moment, Daniel, who was standing at the bow of the ship, decided to transform his weapon. Immediately after that, a strangely shaped weapon appeared in front of him, and a red lightning bolt struck him. Grabbing the weapon with both hands, Daniel began to activate it. After this, a red shield of an unusual shape was displayed in front of the ship's bow. Turning to the ship's crew, Daniel shouted that if they wanted to live, they should keep their heads down. After this, the flame caught up with the guy's shield, and a hard fight began. The collision of two powerful energies created a bright flash that could be seen from afar. At that moment, all people could do was watch as Daniel protected them. Looking at the hero's back, the sailor was not very happy with the situation they were in. The man realized that the hero could not attack because he was protecting them, so he immediately turned to the captain and asked him to give the order to open fire. When the captain heard this request, he was very surprised. However, his hand immediately fell on the radio, and then the man immediately gave the order that all crew members should take their positions. After the order to aim for the head and open fire, the guns began to thunder one after another, and then a multitude of missiles appeared in the air and flew around Daniel's shield. All the missiles were aimed at the head of the dragon, which was breathing fire. Seeing the missiles, Shane immediately thrust her trident forward. Then the girl calmly began to read the spell in the ancient language. After this, the Atlantean shield appeared, which was able to easily stop the missiles. When the attack was repelled, the helmsman was greatly surprised. However, the captain only frowned and ordered them not to lose heart. Still looking at Daniel, he said that they already knew that such weapons were useless against heroes, so they just needed to distract the girl. At that moment, the man ordered them to continue shooting and not to spare ammunition, and to use all the firearms they had. After this, many more missiles were launched into the air. While the soldiers attacked, Daniel continued to stand his ground and defend the ship. At that moment, the guy thought that the soldiers were not so useless. The guy came to this conclusion because he noticed that as soon as the girl put up protection, the dragon's flame diminished. Thus, the guy found out that the girl and the dragon had 1 mana reserve for both of them. Then the boy realized that he had a chance to win if he depleted his mana supply. Suddenly, after this, Daniel was able to take a step forward. Shane noticed this immediately, so she assumed that Daniel noticed that the dragon's flames had diminished. With the same thought, the girl began to easily twirl the trident in her hand. And then, with a calm expression on her face, she threw it up, expressing almost indifference to the guy's actions. The girl decided that she just needed to get rid of the obstacle that was forcing her to use the shield, so she caught the trident and prepared it for an attack. And the next moment, Shayna threw her weapon forward with all her might. The spear was so powerful that it flew through the missiles and immediately detonated them. Having avoided all the missiles, the trident headed towards the ship. However, when it collided with Daniel's shield, the trident could not go any further. Then suddenly the girl raised 2 fingers of her hand up. Following her movement, the trident immediately changed its direction and flew up. Seeing the spear turn the other way, Daniel could only grit his teeth in displeasure. It turned out that the girl's strength allowed her to skillfully control the trident and set its direction. Immediately after this, one of the firing points was destroyed. The trident also destroyed not only the ship, but also instantly killed people. And because of Shane's power, the trident flew around the ship and removed all obstacles in its path. As the spear approached the captain, the doctor ran to the man, saying that the captain must not be killed. But as soon as he uttered those words, the doctor was mercilessly killed with a trident, right before the captain's eyes. The captain's face froze in horror and surprise as a flash appeared in front of him. And a second later the trident flew out, breaking the window and staining the ship with blood. It turned out that the trident flew out to the side where Daniel stood and could not dodge the blow. Due to the loud noise from the broken wall of the ship, Mia and the sailor immediately turned to the side. Shane felt like a winner at that moment, with the dragon's flame on one side and her trident on the other. Then the girl decided that the end had come for the nameless hero, and after that, human blood was spilled on the ship again. But it turned out that it was a sailor who was able to stop the movement of the trident who was exposed to the blow. Clutching the base of the trident in his hands, he asked who they were taken for. At that moment, he recalled his last conversation with the captain about their fallen comrades. However, it was not possible to stop the trident immediately, so the man approached the hero with the spear. But at some point, with his hands already trembling due to the strength that was leaving him, the man was able to stop the spear. This unexpected turn of events surprised Shane as she had not expected it. And at that moment, Daniel calmly turned to look at the man. Then the man turned to the guy with a request to make sure that all the sacrifices were not in vain. After this, the strength left the man's body, and he slowly rolled to the floor. After this, the spear was released from the body but did not continue its movement. For a moment, Daniel looked at the fallen soldier with a frown and remained silent. But a second later, he grabbed the trident with his hand and thanked the one who would no longer hear him. Having grabbed that trident, the guy immediately activated the freezing element. After his death, the man suddenly saw his smiling comrades. And with tears in his eyes, he turned to them and apologized for being late, but still did not run away. And after that, all the soldiers also joyfully greeted their comrade. There were many different types of fish in the underwater city. When Shane first got there, she was surprised by it. It turned out that the girl ended up in the world of the sea dragon, Atlas. For some reason, all the residents there were in no hurry to talk to the girl. But suddenly some guy started to come down the stairs and said that apparently the girl was in their kingdom for the first time, and then greeted her. Suddenly, he said that it seemed that the girl was now reacting to everything that was happening more calmly. Suddenly, he asked if she knew what she had to do to get back home, and if she had been told about her duties. Shane looked down and said that she had been told everything, but it was all unusual for her. Having replied that everything would soon fall into place, the guy said that today he would give her something. That phrase interested the girl, so Shane continued to look at the stranger with interest. Showing his trident, the boy said that it had an ancient history and was passed down from generation to generation to get to the sea dragon hero. When Shane picked up the trident, the first thing she thought was that it was heavy. Afterwards, the guy said that the trident belonged to her, which meant that the guy entrusted his life to the girl, and these words confused Shane. Smiling brightly, the guy asked if he could rely on her. After thinking for a bit, the girl nodded positively. Afterwards, the guy said that it was great and knelt down in front of her. Bowing his head, he asked permission to serve her, the hero of the sea dragon. And then the guy took her hand and kissed it tenderly. He also promised to protect her from everything that stood in her way of victory. When the spear ended up in the hands of a stranger, anger immediately began to take hold of the girl. So Shane changed her expression for the first time and shouted angrily at how Daniel dared to touch her trident. When the girl demanded that she return her thing, the sea dragon also became angry and roared. Daniel immediately agreed and said that he would return it. The guy swung his trident and shouted that he would stick it into her head. After this, the dragon released its flames again and the fight continued. But at that very moment, the guy decided to deactivate one of his weapons. Then Daniel's shield suddenly shattered into pieces. Without wasting any time, the guy immediately swung his trident and prepared to release it. And then he threw the trident forward, using the frost path technique. The guy's strength was so great that the trident flew forward rapidly, cutting through the air. And following the trident, all the flames and water in the area froze. When this happened, Shane's face was frozen in surprise again. Then she turned to the dragon and asked him not to attack, because he needed to focus on defense. Having listened to his mistress, the dragon immediately stopped spewing flames. And sitting on her knees, the girl began to pronounce some kind of spell. Immediately after this, a huge and strong shield of Atlas appeared. This shield was multi-layered, so it should have stopped the movement of the trident. The girl was sure that this shield would not be broken through, because even the pterodactyl demon could not break through it. Shane was determined to see if Daniel had the strength to break through the shield, which the trident had pierced, and immediately created cracks in the shield. And just a second later, the trident was able to break the first level of the shield, followed by the next 2 levels. When this happened, Shane was stunned by the surprising amount of strength that was in the enemy. Daniel was still standing in place with 2 shield levels remaining. However, when the last, strongest level remained, the trident was unable to penetrate it. Then Shane was able to breathe a little easier. Wiping the sweat from her face, the girl was glad that Daniel had not broken through the shield, which meant they could now attack. But looking at the ship, the girl noticed that Daniel was not there. The girl's gaze immediately became interested due to the sudden disappearance of the enemy from the battlefield. But as it turned out, Daniel was right next to them, due to the ice that was created. Watching the guy, the girl realized that the technique was not needed to block the attack. By the time Shane realized that Daniel had paved the way to them in this way, it was too late. Then the guy already raised his weapon up and was preparing to strike. And the next moment he lowered the weapon with all his might, striking. The blow was immediately taken by the defenseless dragon, who was unable to defend himself from the sudden attack. Daniel's blow was so powerful that it extended far forward. The girl was also hit, but did not die immediately. Before her death, Shane managed to turn her gaze, which was filled with kindness and tenderness, to the side. And then the girl put her hand on the dragon's skin, and shedding tears, before her death, the girl whispered a declaration of love. And the next second, both she and her dragon were split into 2 parts by a powerful blow. Before returning to Earth, the girl and the dragon were able to defeat the main demon. The pterodactyl they killed was breathing its last at that moment, and the heroes, who didn't even have a scratch on them, emerged from the battle as victors. The girl shed a few tears when she realized that they had defeated the demon. At that moment, the sea dragon decided to acquire human form, and immediately he picked up the surprised girl in his arms. Looking at the monster, the guy said that they were able to avert the evil fate that threatened their world. Looking at Shane with warmth, the guy said that they had dealt with everything. These words brought a blush to the girl's cheeks, and then they kissed, under the rays of the setting sun falling on them. When they pulled away from each other, Shane for some reason had tears in her eyes. Then the guy asked her why she was crying on such a happy day. When the girl said that the demon was dead, which meant that they would soon have to part, the guy's expression also became sad. Touching the guy's hand, Shane admitted that she was glad to have the opportunity to return, but she no longer wanted to live away from him. But then the guy unexpectedly told her that he would follow her into her world. From such unexpected words, Shane became very embarrassed, and her whole face became covered in a blush. The boy then went on to say that he had fulfilled his royal duty by fighting back against the forces of evil, so now he wanted to follow Shane as her man. However, when the king's subjects learned of his decision, they were very surprised and expressed disagreement, because their worlds were diametrically opposed. The man listened to warnings that the transition could turn into a disaster for him, standing with his back to his subjects. And when the subjects finished, the king turned to them and said that the hero had adapted to their world without any problems, so why couldn't he? Pointing his hand to the side, the man continued to say that he had already chosen a successor and fulfilled his mission. And now the guy admitted that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with Shane. When the portal to the girl's world was opened, they lingered in front of it for a moment. Kneeling down in front of her, the guy put a ring on the girl's finger. At that moment they were happy, and Shane even cried with happiness. However, upon returning home, they immediately began to have problems. For the sea dragon, the human world turned out to be destructive, and the boy constantly experienced nausea and vomiting. But even despite this, he constantly continued to restrain himself, but it became increasingly difficult. Shane was worried about his condition, so she knocked on the toilet door. When the door finally opened, the girl asked the guy if he was okay, but he just smiled and reassured her that everything was fine. After ruffling the girl's hair, he suggested continuing their date, but at some point the girl happily returned home. Entering the room, she apologized for being late, but suddenly fell silent, and her gaze became frightened. It turns out that all the furniture in the room was overturned, and the guy could not hold back any longer. He sat in the middle of the room, but fins and scales were already beginning to appear. Seeing the girl, he told her not to come near him. But Shay obviously didn't listen to him, and immediately rushed to her beloved. Shane hugged him and immediately started saying that she had savings, which meant they could go to some uninhabited island. The girl said with tears that he wouldn't have to torture himself if there were no people around. The guy had a sad expression on his face as he listened to her words about how they could build a small house by the sea. Because of these words, which touched him deeply, he hugged the girl tighter. Meanwhile, the girl said that they could live there. However, she cried and begged him not to say such things again. A few hours later, they set out to sea on a ship. In order to prevent anyone from seeing the guy's body, they decided to use a huge cloak. Shane calmed her beloved down with words that they were almost there, and just a little more patience was needed. But looking at her, he suddenly apologized to her, and then he frowned and said that he couldn't hold back any longer. After this, a huge flash appeared on the ship in the middle of the sea, and the next moment, in place of the ship, a huge dragon appeared, which broke the ship into several pieces. The incident was immediately reported on the news, and it turns out that there were casualties among the civilians, and then the government took them for rebel heroes and put a reward for their murder. So a hunt began. But despite all the efforts of the people, every ship that threatened the heroes was destroyed. Shane looked at all the work that had been done with indifference and calm. And then she said that for people they were villains, and immediately remembered that in her world, the sea dragon protected her. Hugging the dragon, the girl said that now it was her turn to do the same in return. However, there will always be someone stronger than you, so in their final battle, the heroes fell at the hands of Daniel, and the dragon, closing his eyes, thought that he also loved Shane. At that time, Mark sat on a lonely and destroyed street because of his actions. The guy sat with his head down and thought about something, but suddenly another person began to approach him. It turned out that the hero of the return, Siren, was slowly approaching Mark. As the guy approached him, Mark calmly and lazily raised his head at him. Siren immediately decided to get down to business, and reported that the heroes of the golem and the sea dragon were killed by the newly arrived hero. And then he threw the photographs on the ground that had Daniel's face on them. The walls were covered with graffiti about the apocalypse and God being dead, and now Mark knew that people had hope. Siren said that Mark's reign of sadness might soon come to an end, so he should do something. Mark listened to Siren in silence, and continued to silently look at the photographs lying on the ground. And then he silently and calmly rose from his seat, continuing to remain silent. Then Siren chuckled and said that this was more like him. Silently, Mark took his sword and raised it back a little, which meant that the apocalypse was approaching again soon. In some unknown place, a report was made that the first spear had returned and the fifth had disappeared. Looking forward and listening to the knight, the girl remained silent. Then the knight continued to say that apparently the hero had summoned the spear. Then the girl said with horror in her eyes that the revenge that the hero wanted to carry out had begun. The girl immediately turned to the knight and told him to call all the blacksmiths, because now the time had come to repay the hero for his exploits. The knight immediately saluted and was ready to carry out the girl's order. When the knight began to leave, the girl still stood alone and looked ahead. But then the girl lowered her head and gave in to her sad memories. She felt that the new hero wasn't particularly interested in saving their world. However, Daniel was more dedicated to training than anyone else. At each training session, the guy confidently struck his targets, and as a result, he always managed to fulfill the training conditions. And in their time, Daniel did not pay attention to his fatigue. But at some point, Daniel was interrupted by a girl who quickly ran up to him. Touching the guy's shoulder, she said that they could stop and move on to the next workout. However, Daniel immediately grabbed her by the hand with which she touched him and twisted it slightly. Afterwards, he immediately let the girl go. And as he left, he said that he himself would decide when it was time to move on. Breathing heavily, the guy said that he was too weak compared to that bastard, so he couldn't just chill. Frowning, the boy said that Dami died because he was too weak to protect anyone. Daniel took his assignments for granted and carried them out without any hesitation or difficulty. And the enemies that Daniel met on his way, the guy killed mercilessly. Watching him train, the others believed that the guy needed to be stopped and were concerned about his violent actions. However, Daniel ignored them and continued to kill goblins. But while he was busy with one of them, all the others gathered around the guy and were about to attack. When Daniel turned around, he saw two goblins with weapons rushing at him. Seeing them, Daniel's gaze became cold and angry. The boy lunged forward and used his weapon to cut the goblins in half. Soon after, a goblin appeared who was much larger than the other goblins and had a crown on his head. The goblin came up behind the guy and hit him on the head with a club. Unable to withstand the strong blow, the guy fell to the ground and dropped his weapon. Meanwhile, the rest of the smaller ones crowded around the goblin with the crown. Daniel raised his head and looked at them with a clouded gaze. And then he saw that instead of 3 goblins, there were 3 marks in front of him. Grabbing the weapon and struggling to rise, Daniel said that it turned out that Mark had been here the whole time. Then he got to his feet and killed all the small goblins in a second, and then immediately attacked the big one. Jumping on him and grabbing his head with one hand, Daniel thrust his spear into his throat many times. At that moment, those who were watching the boys' battle were completely horrified by what they saw. The guy then turned his attention to the small goblins, grabbing them by the head with one hand and crushing their skulls with the other. And Daniel immediately pierced someone with a spear, creating a sea of blood around them. Continuing to kill the rest of the goblins, the boy shouted death wishes at them and was already covered in blood. After some time, the only survivors left in the cave were Daniel and those who were watching him, and there were mountains of goblin corpses lying around. At that moment, due to the long battle, Daniel fell to the ground without strength. Then he suddenly noticed that someone's hand was sticking out from behind the goblin corpses, and a child's voice was calling for help. Hearing this, the boy tiredly opened his empty eyes. Then he saw that the wounded Dami was reaching out to him, although she should have already been dead. And turning to the side, Daniel saw his crippled mother without legs, who asked him to take care of Dami. In front of the guy at that moment was his grandmother, who said that she was in pain, and there was an iron pole in her body. Falling face down on the ground and covering his ears, Daniel prayed for Mark to die. Later, Daniel, who looked more like a vengeful spirit than a hero, sat in a cave by the fire and was in no hurry to go to bed. Suddenly, the girl who was always next to the guy woke up and looked at him. Having come to her senses, the girl stood up and continued to look sadly at Daniel. Meanwhile, the guy was sharpening one of his weapons. Approaching some bag, the girl took a small jar from there. Hearing the noise behind him, Daniel calmly turned his gaze back. Pointing to the jar, the girl explained that it was a healing ointment and that Daniel would feel better if he used it. After removing the bandages from Daniel's body, the girl saw how many wounds Daniel had left after the training. Having started to apply the ointment, the girl said that fighting so fiercely was painful and difficult. She suddenly said that perhaps she was meddling in something that was none of her business, but she wondered how Daniel would appear to the family with such scars. Here, Daniel coldly and briefly replied that he had no family because everyone had died. Looking up, the girl asked what the point of this zeal was then, since it seemed to her that he was trying so hard because Daniel wanted to get home as soon as possible. Daniel admitted that he wanted to kill someone, but the girl objected that it was unlikely that anyone would be stronger than him, and that health needed to be protected. But remembering the image of Mark, Daniel said that the man was strong. That's why he now did everything to surpass him. Daniel intended to become stronger than Mark, and cut off all of his limbs so that he could not move. Afterwards, Daniel wanted to leave Mark in the sun and cut off a piece of his flesh every day to feed to Mark. And when his wounds healed, Daniel wanted to inflict new injuries. Listening to Daniel's plans upon his return, the girl's face took on an expression of quiet horror, and she froze completely. Daniel said that he wanted Mark to answer for his sins, and he would bully the guy as slowly as possible. It became clear to everyone that something was definitely wrong with Daniel when he was able to defeat the demon. However, the guy was calm and did not finish off the demon. Approaching him, he broke some bottle. After that, its contents spilled onto the demon, who was almost dead. At that moment, everyone was surprised that the guy decided to use the miraculous elixir on the demon. The elixir took effect immediately, so the demon grabbed his weapon again. Approaching the hero in a menacing manner, the demon said that the guy wanted to fall just as low and become a demon. As if ignoring those words, Daniel said that they needed to start over, because in order to become stronger, he needed to train more. At that moment, the demon was a little surprised and did not understand what the guy was talking about. After a few hours, the demon had been defeated and cured many times, so he begged the guy to kill him. Daniel won every time, but he had no intention of killing the demon. When the demon turned to the rest of the people, expecting help at least from them, they were horrified. But the girl ran forward and, trying to push the guy away from the demon, said that Daniel had done enough and was already strong. But the guy sincerely did not understand why they were bothering him and asking him to stop. Turning around, he saw that the girl was crying, saying that they would help him take revenge, but he just didn't need to cross the line and remain human. Soon after, blacksmiths began making weapons for the hero, and the girl in the hat silently watched the process unfold. At some point, she looked up, hoping that even after revenge, Daniel would still remain human. After defeating Shane, the guy walked back to the ship on the ice. Suddenly, he saw Mark's ghost next to him, who asked the guy if he thought anyone was rooting for his victory. Mark said that Daniel was not a savior and was not the protagonist in a story about a valiant hero. Mark said with a smirk that Daniel was a loser. However, Daniel then replied that he didn't care about it. And immediately after these words, he pierced the ghost with a trident, but it naturally passed through Mark without causing damage to the guy. Frowning, Daniel said that it was enough for him to become Mark's killer. A few minutes later, Daniel continued on his way and was already near the ship. When he finally reached it, he immediately threw the weapon up. After his weapons, a trident recently recovered in battle was also found on board, and then Daniel himself began to climb aboard the ship. When he got there, Mia was already waiting for him. Then the girl thought that he had managed to defeat another hero. Looking at the guy, she thought that perhaps he really could defeat all the heroes. At that moment, Daniel looked up at her and asked if there were any survivors. With a sad look, Mia shook her head from side to side in a negative response. Mia said that she looked around the ship, but all the people were dead. Looking down, Daniel quietly said that he knew it. Then Mia also looked down and asked how they would get out now, because without a team, they would not be able to manage the ship. But she immediately raised her head and asked the guy if he had any abilities that could help them get to the shore. While Mia was excitedly saying that Daniel had already created a shield and paved the way to the sea dragon, the guy silently looked at her. And when Mia finally finished, he frowned and asked if she thought heroes were some kind of wizards. Reminding Mia that she wanted to be his guide, Daniel asked if she shouldn't know how to fly a ship. Then the girl felt a little uncomfortable, and she said that by conductor she meant something a little different, and she didn't know how to do things like that. As he reached for his weapon, Daniel said he wasn't sure if she could do anything at all. As he left, he said rudely that he had taken her with him because he thought she would be more useful. But turning sharply towards him, Mia asked him to first tell them what to do, and only then leave. Hearing her, Daniel stopped in his tracks and thought for a moment, and then he calmly said that they needed rest. Turning to the girl, he said that she might not be tired, but he needed to recover from the battle. After this, Daniel began to silently move away, and Mia followed him with her eyes. As soon as Mia was left alone, she immediately began to get angry at the guy's behavior. But after a couple of seconds, the girl looked down sadly. Then Mia, standing alone, said that she also wanted to be useful. A few hours later, darkness descended on the earth, immediately revealing the night sky. But at that time, Mia was not sleeping, and was looking for something among the things that were on the ship. This was because Mia felt she hadn't even worked enough to go to bed. She couldn't get Daniel's last words out of her head, and they now haunted her. There was no light on the ship, so Mia had to use a flashlight for light. While going through all the things, Mia wanted to find the manual on how to operate the ship and show what she was capable of. After some time, Mia went through all the shelves, but still could not find the manual. When a sharp sound was suddenly heard, Mia froze and immediately turned her gaze to the side from where it came. Looking down the hallway, she realized the sound was coming from somewhere there. Mia looked up from her work and shined her flashlight into the corridor, wondering if there was anyone there. But Mia thought it was strange, because she remembered that the hero had gone to rest. Deciding to check out the situation, Mia opened the door and peered around the corner. But suddenly the girl's gaze became surprised when she looked forward. Mia was surprised when she saw how Daniel was carrying away the corpses of soldiers who died in the battle. The girl frowned slightly, not understanding why Daniel was doing this and whether this was how he was resting. Carrying the soldiers out onto the deck, the boy carefully laid them on their sides in a row. Daniel covered the people brought here earlier with cloth. Having brought the last 2 soldiers, Daniel also carefully covered them with cloth. Then he suddenly said to himself that his father was also a sailor. Daniel thought that perhaps his father also died because of the heroes. As Daniel was about to cover the last soldier with the cloth, he suddenly froze. Frowning, the guy looked ahead and remained thoughtfully silent. It turns out that Daniel froze because in front of him was the one who sacrificed himself and stopped the trident for the sake of the hero's victory. Still covering the body with cloth, the guy said that he could not send them to their loved ones, and apologized for sending them on their final journey like this. And immediately after, tears appeared on the guy's face, and he regretfully apologized for not being able to protect them. And then, rising to his feet, Daniel placed the trident on the soldier's body. Daniel hoped that in the next life they would go to a world where they would not have to sacrifice themselves and participate in battles. All this time Mia was watching Daniel, but he didn't notice her. The girl's face also showed regret at the fate that had been prepared for these soldiers. Straightening up, the girl folded her hands together and prayed for the dead soldiers. As the morning sun rose, Daniel and Mia were already seeing the soldiers off on their final journey. And at first it seemed that fate was more favorable to them, but new guests were waiting for them. Someone's helicopter appeared in the morning sky. There were several armed men inside, and the main one was wearing a black coat. Opening the helicopter doors, she saw that the hero and his companion were already standing on the ship. Then the man in black, whose name was Chonky, said that they had finally found the hero and the girl. Then someone on the radio said that they should be careful, because they didn't know whether the hero of the uprising was on their side. After listening to the speaker, Chonky promised that they would be careful. When they saw the helicopter, Mia did not hide her surprise. Still frowning, Daniel asked if Mia had tried calling someone on the radio. Shielding her face from the sun with one hand, Mia replied that she had not tried to do so. Due to the approaching helicopter, the wind picked up in the area. After thinking for a moment and frowning, Mia replied that those who came might be henchmen of other heroes. Turning to the boy, Mia said that the heroes were strong, which is why many people joined them. Having prepared his weapon and taken a defensive position, Daniel said that there was no need to relax then. At that moment, Chonky looked out of the helicopter and he had a loudspeaker in his hands. The man immediately introduced himself as the head of the restored government's anti-hero unit and said that they would now lower the ladder. At that very moment, they actually lowered a ladder that our heroes could climb up. When it sank to the ground, our heroes noticed it, but were unsure of what to do. While Daniel was thinking about this restored government, Mia looked at the guy thoughtfully. When the guy asked if Mia had heard of them, the girl replied that she hadn't met them in person, but had heard about them when she was in Jeju. It was said that the organization was created by surviving politicians and military personnel. Mia also heard that they were waging a guerrilla war against the heroes. Then Daniel decided from everything that had been said that there was nothing surprising in the fact that they decided to turn to him for help. Putting away his spear, the boy said that they could listen to what the organization had to say. Mia was the first to climb, followed by Daniel. When the girl reached the helicopter, she was helped inside. As soon as both of our heroes found themselves in the helicopter, they immediately turned around. Pointing his finger forward, Chonky told them to sit down. As soon as they sat down in their seats, one soldier closed the helicopter door. After Chonky turned to the pilot and said that it was time for them to leave. Hearing the order, the man in dark glasses silently raised his finger up. And then the helicopter gradually began to move away from the ship destroyed after the battle. Sitting inside in complete silence except for the sounds of the helicopter, Mia frowned and looked at the man in black. It was hard not to notice that he was wearing a formal suit and all the other soldiers were armed. Mia decided that this was indeed a restored government, so there was no need to worry. The first to break the silence was Daniel, who asked where they were going. Surprised that the hero got straight to the point, the man took out his cigarettes. Taking out one cigarette without looking at the guy, Chonky said that they would be asking the questions. And then the man took one cigarette into his mouth and slowly lit it. While he was doing all these actions, all the others present were watching his actions. When Mia suddenly saw handcuffs on one of the soldiers, she tensed up and asked what it meant. Pointing at Daniel, the girl said that he killed 2 heroes and was on their side. Getting up from her seat, Mia quickly said that there was no need to use force, but rather to calm down and talk. Then suddenly all the machines rose up and were pointed forward. While Mia stood frozen in fear, Chonky told her not to move, because 1 second was enough to shoot the girl. Leaning forward a little, the man said that there were only actions on the part of the hero and the girl. Looking sternly ahead, Chonky said that they had no information about the hero and the girl, so they did not trust them. He told Daniel not to be mistaken, because they were not important people. Then Daniel asked the man how long he thought it would take him to blow everyone's heads off and hijack the plane. As Mia sat down in her seat, Daniel asked how they could think that bullets would harm the hero. Then Mia sweated in horror at the thought that, unlike the hero, the bullets would harm her. Then the man suddenly silently touched his vest and was about to open it. After removing the top part that covered the bomb, Chonky asked what about the bomb. While Daniel remained silent and calm, Mia began to worry even more about what she saw. The man in black asked if the hero was sure that he would not be harmed if the bomb exploded in a closed space. They were also at an altitude of 600 meters, and Chonky doubted that if the helicopter fell from such a height, the guy would be okay. But even if Daniel could survive, the man asked the hero if he could reach dry land. At that moment, Daniel's expression darkened, because he had nothing to say to the man. Then Mia put her hands on his knee and said that they would have to be patient. Turning to the people, the girl continued to say that they had thought everything through carefully. Because Mia, according to Chonka, resembled his sister, the man, with good intentions, told our heroes that they had better keep quiet and do as they were told. And turning to Daniel, the man said that there was no need to show their character, because it would not help them. And then the man spoke discontentedly to his people because they stopped tying up the detainees. After some time, the helicopter arrived in the city, which was almost completely destroyed. Soon the helicopter landed on top of one of the buildings. When the door opened, Chonky was the first to exit the helicopter. Then the people brought out Mia, completely tied up, and the girl had a blindfold over her eyes. Following them was Daniel, who was also tied up with ordinary ropes. The guy also had handcuffs on his hands, and his feet were tied. But it was unlikely that this could hold him back if he suddenly decided to escape. It turned out that our heroes were brought to the headquarters of the restored government of the Republic of Korea. As Chonky walked forward, a soldier saluted the man and congratulated him on successfully completing the mission. But with his usual gloomy expression, the man said that the most important thing was yet to come. The detainees needed to be taken to the interrogation room. On Chonka's orders, they began to take them away, and the man continued to stand alone on the street. Lighting a cigarette, the man wondered out loud whether the hero of the rebellion could become his ally, or whether it was a trick of the sword hero. Thinking that they would soon find out, the man exhaled smoke from his cigarette into the air. It turns out that at that moment there was a drone with a surveillance camera nearby. The drone monitored the area where the helicopter landed, and also managed to record the conversations. The man who sent the drone was delighted with his find at the time. The mechanical man, who had many wires coming out of his back, was pleased to discover the rats. There were CCTV cameras located throughout the building and in the corridors. At that moment, our heroes were taken to the right place in complete silence. At some point, Daniel thought and lowered his head. He began to twist his arms and test how tightly the handcuffs and rope held him. The guy immediately concluded that with the strength of his body, it would only take him a second to free himself. Afterwards, Daniel began to listen carefully to the sounds. Listening to the footsteps, the boy concluded that there were 4 or 5 soldiers around him, and it only took Daniel 3 seconds to deal with them. The situation the guy suddenly found himself in began to irritate him, so he began to think about escaping. At that very second, Daniel froze in place, apparently having made a decision for himself. Then all the people turned to him with raised weapons and asked why he stood up. Then the boy calmly replied that he followed them not out of fear, but in order to get to land. Then one of the soldiers began to speak rudely to Daniel, saying that he would open his mouth in the interrogation room. But at that moment the soldier's hand was on the trigger, and it was clear that his hand was shaking. Then the man's whole body was shaking with fear. And at that moment Daniel began to stretch his arms, wanting to break the handcuffs. But Mia put her hand on Daniel's shoulder and asked him not to be angry, because the soldiers were just scared. The guy silently turned to the girl and listened to her, and Mia continued to say that they had no evil intentions. Mia said that these people were members of the restored government, which meant they hated the heroes as much as Daniel did. While the girl was trying to explain to Daniel that they had a common enemy, the men were also trembling with fear. Mia insisted that they needed to convince people to help them, which meant they needed to stay calm. Immediately after this, Daniel lowered his hands down, and the soldier was very surprised by this. As the boy walked forward, the soldiers put away their weapons and stepped aside in front of him. The other 4 stood behind Mia, frightened. Soon the girls were brought into a room, in the middle of which stood a table with a lantern on it. The girl was immediately seated on a chair and they decided to remove the blindfold. After this, Chonky came, pushed back his chair and calmly sat down in his place. Then he turned to the girl and said that he knew that she was not a hero. That's why Chonky wanted to hear from her what the hero of the uprising really was. He was also curious why Mia was helping the guy. The first thing Mia said was that the guy's nickname sounded pretty pretentious. But Mia replied that she wouldn't call him a hero because he was so different from all the other heroes. Then Chonky frowned and asked what exactly made the guy different from everyone else. Mia replied that the hero harbored a huge grudge against the sword hero, and also said that he was going to kill all the other heroes. He had no other goal, according to the girl. While the girl was telling how Daniel spoke as if he would leave their world after achieving his goal, Chonky took out his cigarette again. At that moment, he thought that if the girl was not lying, then the situation was correct. And the reason why the hero of the uprising appeared only now is that before that, he was in a parallel world. The man also thought that this explained why the hero of the rebellion went north and killed other heroes. But if we leave aside revenge and malice, the guy's goal coincided with the goal of the restored government. After exhaling smoke from his cigarette, which made Mia cough, the man said that they could accept that the guy's goal was to kill all the other heroes. But then Chunky asked why Mia helped him, and he kept her to himself. Mia replied that she said she would follow him, and also she thought he would need a guide. And also, as a person who lost her family, she wanted to help the hero with his revenge. But when the girl sadly said that all the time she seemed more like a burden, Chunky replied that this was more like the truth. Then Mia jumped up from her seat with delight and said that she knew that their government was created for the purpose of fighting heroes. The girl was happy that with the restored government and the hero on their side, they would soon be able to defeat the heroes and bring peace back to their country. But then Chunky interrupted the girl and said that although she thought clearly, she did not know how to assess the situation. The government was not going to let Daniel go. The man also said that they were not going to help the hero. Chunky said that unlike the others, this hero could be contained. Then Mia was surprised by what she heard, and could only ask about it again, not understanding what the man meant. Chunky asked Mia if she trusted him and knew anything about him. Did the girl know what was on his mind, and if he was strong enough to crush the sword hero? While Chunky was asking if there was a guarantee that Daniel would not betray them, the girl continued to look at the man with the same surprise. Chunka's last question was what Daniel would become after he killed the sword hero. At that moment, Mia was silent, but she also thought about what would happen after the revenge was accomplished. The man agreed that the hero of the uprising could become a hope for the survivors. According to the men, there were already rumors about a hero who killed his own kind. But Chunky knew that by trusting and helping Daniel, they were taking a big risk and were in no position to take risks for the slightest hope. So they thought it more logical to kill the guy or put him in custody. Then Mia was even more surprised and a little afraid, because she asked Daniel to restrain himself, and if he found out about everything, he would be even more angry. 3 days later, Daniel sat alone in the interrogation room. He was still completely tied up, and his eyes were closed, but the guy was thinking about something. At some point, he remembered Mia's words about holding back, because people were probably just afraid of him. However, Daniel did not understand this fear, because he had been starving for several days. Moving back, the guy thought that his body was not the same as before anyway, which meant he would not die from this. At that moment, Daniel heard a strange loud sound from somewhere. And then the guy suddenly turned around because he heard shots. The boy frowned and tensed as he realized that these were gunshots. The next second, the front door suddenly opened and someone was about to approach the guy. The person who came up immediately decided to remove the blindfold so that Daniel could see. And opening his eyes, Daniel saw Mia in front of him, as well as an unfamiliar man in a strange suit. The man immediately started talking to Daniel, whom everyone knew about from rumors. At that moment, Daniel didn't show it, but he was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. While Mia was trying to untie the ropes that were entangling Daniel, the man introduced himself as a hero with a steel hand. At that moment, the guy's gaze became angry and dropped down. It turned out that Daniel was looking at Mia so angrily and silently, who felt uncomfortable about it, and said that the government was not going to cooperate with them. Mia said that they wanted to kill them, but then the hero of the steel hand appeared and helped. The man then confirmed that the government should not have been trusted from the start, because they had no intention of helping. Continuing to watch the boy and girl, the man said that they wanted to get rid of them as another threat. Then Mia nervously replied that she had miscalculated, but she was lucky that the hero saved her. At that moment, Daniel tensed the muscles throughout his body, causing the ropes to quickly break. And a second later, to Mia's surprise, the ropes no longer bound the guy. Angered, Daniel immediately rose to his feet and readied his hand. At that moment, his weapon suddenly appeared, flew through the wall and destroyed it. And then the guy said gloomily that he had had enough of this nonsense. Then Mia also stood up and asked if Daniel was going to fight the hero. Mia wanted to remind him that he saved her. But at that moment, Daniel suddenly grabbed her face. Lifting the girl into the air, Daniel asked if her feeling of revenge was just that. Then the guy admitted that he had no doubt that they had a common goal and trusted the girl. Then the hero of the steel hand intervened again and said that not all heroes were what the guy thought they were. But then Daniel turned sharply to the man and said that he didn't care whether it was a misunderstanding or a mistake. Pointing his spear at the man, the boy said that all who renounced their humanity would die. After this, Daniel let go of Mia, and her face was left with bruises from the strong squeeze. In addition to this, the girl fell on the floor and got a little bruised. Looking down at the girl, Daniel told her to leave before she got into more trouble. Sitting on the floor, Mia suddenly began to shake all over. Starting to cry, the girl asked if he really intended to end everything once he had dealt with the sword hero. Then everyone heard the sound of footsteps and immediately froze. Entering the room, Chunky announced that the test had been passed. 3 days ago, Chonky said that it would be better to kill the guy or put him in custody. And Mia already understood how angry Daniel would be if the government did as planned. Frowning, Chonky asked how Mia could have thought that they would immediately rush to help the guy if he promised to kill the rest of the heroes. Mia was a little angry at the words that for her the plan was brilliant. But in the adult world, everything was different. Then the girl was tense because the situation was only becoming more confusing. But suddenly the man said that it seemed they had similar thoughts, so this game was worth the candle. Suddenly, Chonky turned his gaze and decided to offer Mia a little adventure. But the problem was with the old men who held high positions and preferred security to the fight for freedom. It turned out that at that moment, on the other side of the two-way glass, there were people who were observing the interrogation. The four men looked at Chonky thoughtfully and tried to decide what to do next. Suddenly, one woman, the only one in the room, turned to the others and suggested that they watch Daniel. While they were talking, Chonky and Mia sat in silence, and Mia waited for the man to continue the topic. When Chonky turned around and suggested putting on a little show, Mia still didn't understand what he was talking about. But a couple of days later, that very performance was performed. When Mia said that it was all an act, Daniel turned to look at her with a calm gaze. Mia explained that the test was needed to prove to the government that they were not posing a threat. Pointing to a man in a suit, Chonky explained that they hired an actor who looked like the steel-armed hero. Then Daniel asked what would happen if he showed friendliness to the hero. Running his thumb near his throat, Chonky said that the guy would have died on the spot. It turned out that there were multiple bombs under the table in the room. However, even if Daniel had survived the bombing, he would not have been allowed to leave. The hero would have been met by a bunch of armed fighters who would have finished off the guy. With a gloomy face and furrowed brows, Daniel silently looked down at the floor. It turned out that if something went wrong, the government was ready to sacrifice a bunch of people, but detonate bombs in the floor and eliminate the threat. According to Chonka, this was the best option, because they would protect the citizens and the government by sacrificing a few soldiers. Then Daniel thought that these people were crazy, but they could be trusted. For the sake of their victory, they were ready to give their lives. At that moment, Daniel admitted that their circus made him sick, but he was convinced that they had a common enemy. Chonky agreed that they were also convinced of this, and since Daniel had shown his hatred for the heroes, they were ready to support him. After some time, Mia and Daniel followed Chonky, but they were no longer accompanied by security. As they descended underground in silence, Mia began to look around. Suddenly, she saw that they had descended into an underground city. As they descended, Mia leaned against the glass and looked at the city from above with interest. Then Mia expressed her surprise and said that apparently there were rumors that Taekwon V was in the basement of the Parliament building. But Chonky answered her that they activated it immediately after Mark appeared. But the robot was immediately destroyed. Hearing about this, the girl was completely delighted and did not hide it. But at that very moment, the man admitted that he had lied and called Mia too naive. Chonky immediately began to say that the heroes were very well informed, so the government decided not to talk too much about the underground city, and that initially it was a bomb shelter, which was later modernized. Daniel listened carefully to the words that the city was considered small, because there were about 50,000 people here. But even here, as Chonky said, there were already rumors about the hero of the uprising. As the elevator began to approach the ground, people began to joyfully greet the arrivals. Turning to Daniel, Chonky decided to give him some advice, as the younger one, not to trample the hopes of these people. Chonky said that if there was anything human left in a guy, he should fight not to destroy the enemy, but to protect his friends. After they got out of the elevator, Mia continued to look around happily. While the girl was delighted, Daniel's gaze caught something. The guy looked ahead intently for a while. It turns out that the little girl decided to step forward, and she had white flowers in her hands. Walking up to Daniel, she happily handed the flowers to him. When the boy accepted the flowers, the girl also happily returned to her parents. Watching that family, Daniel saw his dead Dami in that girl. The boy then looked down at the flowers in his hand and wondered if he had anything left to protect. After some time, the bouquet of flowers ended up in Mia's hands, and our heroes continued to follow somewhere. Arriving at some building, Chonky stopped and silently turned to look at our heroes. Having thrown some small object at our heroes, the man said that as long as they were in the city, they would live here. But catching the object with one hand, Daniel firmly replied that he was not going to just sit there and would leave as soon as he dulled his hunger and understood where to look for the next hero. But then Mia spoke up, trying to explain to the boy that the restored government could provide him with more support, so he shouldn't refuse right away. Then Chonky replied that she was right, because they could mobilize all the soldiers and send them with the guy. Nudged the boy in the side, Mia said she knew he didn't want to involve ordinary people, but suggested he think about it that evening. After a short silence, Daniel also silently nodded to the girl in agreement. After some time, our heroes managed to move into their apartment, and Mia took a bath. Drying her hair with a towel, she walked into the room and looked for the guy. Then she saw that Daniel was sitting on the edge of the balcony and holding something in his hand. The girl was a little surprised when she saw a jar of canned peaches in the guy's hands. Coming over and sitting down next to him, Mia asked if he liked peaches like that. But Daniel replied seriously that sweets affected his mental activity, and that was the only reason why he ate them. Then Mia raised her head and, swinging her legs in the air, asked the guy to tell her something else about himself. Then Daniel turned to her, frowning, and asked if she still doubted him and was afraid that he might turn out to be a hero like the others. But Mia calmly replied that they hadn't even met yet. And since they had a long journey ahead of them, she didn't want to be just a girl in a jacket. Pointing her finger at her face, Mia said that it was his fault, and she was a girl by the way, so he should have at least talked to her a little if he had any conscience left. Then Daniel immediately calmly said his name. Because of this small act of the guy, a smile immediately appeared on Mia's face. Extending her hand to him, Mia also gave her name, saying that she was not the girl in the jacket, as Daniel had called her the first time they met. For a moment, Daniel looked silently at the girl's outstretched hand, and then he shook her hand, and that was the moment when they introduced themselves to each other for the first time and had a heart-to-heart talk. But in the office of the restored government, everyone worked tirelessly. Chonky stood over one of the workers and carefully watched the work process. At one point, the man frowned and asked if they really had the hero of the uprising on their side. Then one guy replied that no strange things were heard in the conversation, so it was worth stopping, doubting his desire to defeat all the heroes. Now, with Daniel on their side, they had 3 heroes. The Golem and Sea Dragon heroes were dead, so Chanka calculated that there were 7 left to kill, including Mark. Then some girls said that 3 against 7 was still not a very good deal, and it would be worth removing at least a couple more. All the workers looked down at Chanka's words that after this, everything would fall into place and peaceful times would come, the same ones in which their loved ones were still alive. Then the girl started to cry a little and said that, after all, ordinary people are not completely useless. Then Chonky replied with a smile that they still had a lot to do, but they had already done a good job. That evening, all the city's defenders allowed themselves to relax and congratulated each other, but they still had no idea what awaited them in the near future, which was too gloomy. There was a sudden strange sound, to which Chonky immediately reacted. At that moment, Chonky quickly ran out of the room, approaching the window from which a bright red light emanated. The man looked up in surprise. Looking closer, the man's gaze changed to one of surprise and fear. It turned out that a huge hole had appeared in the ceiling of their city. At that moment, Daniel and Mia also looked at the hole that had formed in surprise. Realizing that they had just been attacked, the man cursed. Soon, all the heroes arrived in the city at once, including Mark himself. As soon as Daniel saw Mark, he was overcome with emotion. Landing on the ground, Mark broke it under his feet, and then he raised his eyes, in which there was nothing but emptiness and darkness. Because of his bloody wings, the guy was able to easily land on one of the buildings. Taking off his glasses, the blood hero Harris grinned at the fact that all the people had gathered here and even built a town. But the girl who had angel wings said that soon these people would become her followers. It was for this reason that Hannah, the hero of faith, asked them to be more careful in their expressions towards them. Then the hero of magic, Bella, turned to the girl and told her not to use her power, because the girl was sickened by it. Then suddenly Corin spoke up, telling the girls that they were brimming with enthusiasm. And Siren was unhappy that he was able to bypass the entire defense system, but no one thanked him for it. Only the hero of cultivation named Daejun behaved very calmly and did not chatter in vain. And the transformation hero Gabby waited for instructions from the sword hero. Having calmed down, all the heroes turned their attention to Mark, awaiting his instructions. Approaching him from behind, Siren put his hand on the guy's shoulder and asked if he hadn't figured it out himself. Turning back, Siren said that Mark wanted everyone in this city to feel sad. Then the transformation hero almost half turned off the power restraint mode and prepared to attack. And after that, many Gabby missiles were fired forward. After hitting the surface, the missiles created a huge explosion. Gritting his teeth and frowning, Chonky was angry at the bad situation they had suddenly found themselves in. Quickly returning to the room, the man ordered everyone to activate the city's interception systems and cannon launchers. However, none of Chonka's subordinates reacted to his order in any way. Under the pressure of emotions, the man immediately asked loudly why they were doing nothing if he had given the order. But then everyone turned around and black masks became visible on their faces, and people asked Chonka if he believed in God. At that moment, the man was horrified, because he realized that this was the power of the hero of faith. Hannah had the same blindfold and her clothes had the same symbols on them. Looking at the building where all the people of the restored government were, the girl smiled. At that moment, all the people under her control followed her command and rushed to the door. But then Chonky managed to run out of the room and close the door behind him, not letting go of the puppets. With his back against the door, Chonky took out a radio and tried to contact someone, saying that all troops needed to be mobilized. While the man was giving the order to defend the city and cover the hero of the uprising, the door was broken down and they tried to seize Chonky. However, no one heard Chonka's orders because the soldiers were already dead. Raising the radio, Korin said that the speech was very touching, but there was no one to listen to it. It turned out that in a short time, Korin was able to destroy the tank division of the restored government. And during this time, Siren was able to deal with a special unit of killers, which was called the Bat. And at that moment, in addition to the helicopters, there was also blood in the air. In a short time, Harris was able to destroy the helicopter regiment. As a result of Mark's invasion, more than 10,000 people died in just 3 minutes. But suddenly, Mark saw someone's spear flying at him. Besides him, Daejun also reacted to the threat and stepped forward to face the hero of the sword. And at that very second, the masked man recited a demonic spell. As a result of this spell, Daejun was able to deflect the spear strike with just one swing of his hand. But despite this, wounds were visible on his hand, and the hand itself was shaking. Looking forward, the man saw Daniel, who was the one who tried to attack Mark. Then the guy's whole face was distorted from the fact that he would finally be able to fight Mark. Looking at the guy, Mark was a little surprised that in front of him was the same guy he killed a year ago. And then Mark called Daniel the one who wants to destroy his kingdom of eternal sadness. However, Daniel was in no hurry to answer his enemy. At that moment, cold rage and a desire for revenge were noticeable in the terrifying face of our hero. Daniel was glad that he was finally able to get to the man who killed his family, and also to the one who took away Daniel's calm and peaceful life, and to the man who began to sow chaos and turned the familiar world into ruins. Standing there with shaking hands, Daniel didn't know where to start, but soon his hand clenched into a fist, and the teeth clenched with the same force, twisting the mouth into a grin. Then Daniel wished death on Mark, and was going to finish him off right then and there. After that, Daniel raised his hand up and a lot of bright glitter appeared behind him. It turns out that Daniel was the first to decide to summon his protective spear, Ankle. The second weapon was the Earth Spear Yoi. Following them was Paolo's beautiful Star Spear. The fourth weapon was Daryl's Dark Demon Spear. The Fire Spear was named Ignito. The fifth weapon was the opposite of the previous one, the Ice Spear Wasness. And after them came the poisonous, barbaric, split and dragon spears. Daniel decided to take weapons in both hands for more strength. The guy had a star and demon spear in his hands, and all the others were behind his back. But despite all his strength, Mark looked at his opponent calmly. Mark stretched his hand out to the side and decided to summon his spear as well. Meanwhile, Daniel decided to use a combination of stellar and demonic power. A violent storm. A powerful combination was immediately directed towards Mark. The threat was approaching at great speed, but all the heroes stood motionless in place, and the next moment, Daniel's attack was split in two, due to the strength of one of the heroes. After the attack was over, it became clear that everything in the area was destroyed. But Daniel's opponents were safe, and from the guy's powerful attack, traces of the blow remained on the ground. With the help of his sword, Mark was able to defend himself from the attack, and Daejun stood behind him. Gabby and Bella were in the air at the time, watching what was happening from a safe place. After the attack, both the land and buildings in the area were destroyed. Suddenly Gabby said that Daniel wasn't like the other weaklings, and Bella replied that a little more, and they would have been affected too. Suddenly someone's figure began to appear out of thin air. Hannah recovered in front of everyone, because she had come under attack from the guy, and said that their battle would be spectacular. Adjusting his hat, Daejun suggested that everyone move away so that they would not be hit. At that moment, Mark got ready and assumed a fighting stance, and Danil decided to take the poisonous spear called Scala next. The next second, he threw a spear at his enemy. However, Mark only needed to move slightly to the side to avoid the blow. But immediately he turned back and saw that green smoke began to come out of the spear. Immediately after this, blood began to drip onto Mark's hand. It turns out that the guy started bleeding from his mouth, ears, eyes, and nose due to the poison. But suddenly Mark decided to swing his huge sword through the air. The massive sword cleared away the poisonous smoke, and then Mark saw that Daniel had already approached him with 2 spears. Loosening his grip on the sword, Mark thought that this moment had finally arrived. In fact, Mark wanted to end his torment in this world and die at the hands of Daniel. It was because Daniel's eyes were filled with the same pain as Mark's. But suddenly Mark noticed something else in the blue eyes besides pain and sadness. And at that moment, Mark was surprised to realize that in the eyes opposite him, there was not only a desire for murder and revenge, but also hope for salvation. When Daniel almost attacked Mark, he wondered if Daniel really wanted to kill him and find salvation. Mark was stunned by the thought that his death would bring salvation to someone and be a happy ending. And at that very moment, the guy again gripped his sword tighter, because he wasn't going to let anyone become happier than himself. Raising his sword up, with a mad and empty expression on his face, Mark recited the spell for his sword, and then Mark struck with his sword, stopping Daniel's attack. After their collision, a bright, blinding light began to emanate from the hero's weapons, and then a huge explosion occurred at the site of their battle. Because of that explosion, the guys were thrown in opposite directions, and for some time they lay motionless. Cracks appeared on their armor, and the heroes themselves were covered in blood. Their weapons were also lying to the side and scattered. Their entire family also died, and they became alone in this world. Daniel lost all his friends because they were dead, and Mark's friends turned away from him. Daniel saw the chaos Mark caused because no one wanted to help Mark when he needed to. Mark wreaked havoc and killed people because he came across evil people who hurt him. Despite his wounds, Daniel still wanted to kill Mark. Raising his head, the boy summoned his demonic armor. Mark also lay motionless for a while, holding his hand on his chest. But then he also raised his head, and turning to the goddess Seraphim, asked her to give him a blessing. And then both heroes began to transform and become even stronger than before. Daniel gained dark armor and took new spears into his hands. And Mark turned into the armor that he was wearing that day when he started to sow chaos. Daniel then got into a fighting stance and prepared to fight. Mark, as if following his movements, did the same. The moment Daniel prepared to attack, it should have become clear which of them would win. Mark also raised his sword up and prepared to strike. After they attacked each other, the surrounding area began to fill with dark and light. Mark was ready to repel the attack, and Daniel was looking for the right moment to strike. The sword hero struck first, but Daniel was able to dodge it with ease. Then he approached Mark and tried to attack with a spear, but Mark also managed to react and dodged. So Daniel raised his hand up and began to twist his spear towards her. Afterwards, he attacked and destroyed the ground under the blow, and Mark managed to retreat a little. A second later, they touched weapons again, creating a bright light around them. At that moment, people began to emerge from the ruins and watched in surprise at the rapid movements of the two opponents. Soon there were so many observers that they all lined up together. There was delight, hope, and fear in the people's eyes that Mark was able to find a worthy opponent, although he had previously killed everyone in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, a girl said that the hero who killed two heroes fought the sword hero on equal terms. At that moment, Daniel was fighting to break the vicious cycle of endless sadness that Mark had created. But the battle was watched not only by people on the street, but also on their phones. Then the guy thought that they still had a chance to win. Meanwhile, Chonky, who was covered in blood, was walking somewhere accompanied by armed men. Taking the radio, he began to say that the rebellion hero who was currently fighting the sword hero was their last hope. So they had to distract the other heroes no matter what it took. Chonky said that even if it cost them their lives, they had to stop this madness. At that moment, he and the rest of his soldiers saw a strange creature in front of them. Approaching the people, the huge red creature, resembling a man, said that this was all in the name of their lord. Seeing him, Chonky gave the order to stop, and the people raised their weapons. Noticing the people in front of him, the strange monster began to scream terribly loudly. Raising his gun to him, Chonky told him to end this once and for all. At that moment, other soldiers were fighting in the street, but they were brutally killed. After killing the last soldier, Corin was glad that he had finished in this place. Looking towards the battle between Mark and Daniel, the man said that they had been fighting for a long time, and perhaps it was worth helping. But at that very moment, someone fired a rocket at Corin from behind him. After hitting the body, it was immediately engulfed in flames from the explosion. Some man who was already wounded said that he would not allow this. At that moment, Corin, who didn't even have a scratch from the rocket, turned around sharply and became angry. After this, the man took out a gun and started shooting at the hero, who calmly took all the bullets. Gradually, Corin began to get even angrier, and the bullets did not cause him any damage. Continuing to shoot, the wounded man shouted that the hero with the steel hand was not going anywhere. Watching everything from above, Harris suddenly said that he had never seen anything like this before. Watching the battle, the boy said that it seemed like Mark was enjoying this battle. Flying down sharply, he said that it turned out that their favorite hero had such a sweet side. But suddenly he saw that a flying pebble had left a scratch on his face. It turns out that some people gathered on the roof and started throwing stones at the hero. This weak attack and loud insults only made Harris feel gloomy and angry. Meanwhile, Siren stood calmly and did not notice that a man stood up behind him. The man quietly approached the guy and grabbed him by the neck. Meanwhile, on the street, someone was making a Molotov cocktail. It turns out that people threw a flammable mixture at the hero of transformation. For some reason, Gabby didn't react to their attacks and just stood there. Meanwhile, Chonka's squad continued to fight the huge monster. But it turned out that Chonky was the only survivor, but the man still did everything in his power. Meanwhile, Daniel continued to fight with Mark. He launched powerful attacks, but Mark dodged them. Noticing that his opponent had opened up, Mark clenched his fist and prepared to strike. A second later, his powerful blow threw Daniel back several meters. But despite this, the guy grabbed the Earth Spear and was about to activate it. Using the Earth Spear technique, Daniel threw the spear at his enemy. Having managed to react, Mark put his sword under the spear, causing the spear to immediately bounce off to the side. However, when the spear was in the ground, Mark immediately noticed that the ground began to gradually rise. Looking around, he saw that walls were forming around him, and lowering his head down, he saw that he began to sink into the ground, as if into quicksand. At that moment, Daniel took the dragon spear and prepared to throw it at the defenseless Mark. It was a special spear technique that could summon a dragon spirit that would head towards the enemy. After this, a bright pink light appeared in the area, and the ground broke. And Daniel was preparing for another attack. At that moment, the guy thought that he had gone through this year of torment, and all that was left for him to do was make the final push. When the pink mist cleared, Daniel saw Mark ahead. Then he decided to use the unity of the elements and activated all the elements he owned at once. The impending attack on Mark looked beautiful, but at the same time terrifying. At that moment, Mark suddenly turned to the enemy and said that he was strong. However, this was not enough in Mark's opinion and words. Activating his sword and swinging it, Mark delivered a terrible blow. Unable to avoid the attack, Daniel was forced to take the hit himself. Then there was a bright light in front of Daniel, which made him squint. But the powerful attack caused great injury to the guy. His arm was cut off. The boy's arm was cut off above the elbow, but at least he was still alive. After that, Mark said gloomily that Daniel's sadness was not strong enough. And at that moment, after a serious attack, Daniel's body fell to the ground. When the boy fell to the ground, the blood from his hand did not stop flowing. But suddenly, with the help of some force, Daniel began to heal his hand. The fibers that appeared enveloped the hand and immediately stopped the bleeding. Trying to get up, Daniel asked how it could be that his sadness wasn't strong enough. Standing up, the guy said that he had lost his family, and the peaceful world he lived in turned into ruins. Looking up, Daniel said that his life had become hell because of a murderer like Mark. So Daniel honestly didn't understand how Mark could say that this sadness wasn't enough. And after that, the guy screamed at the top of his lungs. Some of the watching heroes grinned, and people watched this with alarm. After this, Daniel rushed into battle again, but without a weapon and with only one arm. Mark stuck Duran's sword into the ground and stepped forward as well. When Daniel was about to attack him, Mark was calm and ready to take the blow. Soon Daniel clenched his fist and swung. But Mark dodged the blow with a calm and empty expression on his face. And immediately after that, he punched the guy in the face, breaking his armor. Then Daniel's blue skin became visible, and Mark said that compared to him, Daniel was not so unhappy. This was followed by another blow to the stomach, which Daniel was also unable to dodge. A large crack immediately formed where Mark struck. While the boy was suffering from pain, Mark said that Daniel still had a chance to be saved. And then he hit the guy in the face again, causing Daniel to immediately start bleeding. But then Mark didn't finish and wanted to say something else to the guy. He kicked a tired and battered Daniel, who flew off to the side. Mark's blow was so strong that Daniel crashed into the ruins with great force. And then Mark said that he had nothing. At that moment, a tired Daniel sat covered in blood and could not move. Then he quietly asked Mark what all of humanity had done wrong to him. Mark was in no hurry to answer and slowly approached the guy. Coming close to Daniel, he looked at the guy intently. When Mark grabbed Daniel by the head, the boy asked Mark what he did to him. Sharply pressing the guy down with his hand, Mark replied that they were all happier than him. As he began to beat Daniel, Mark continued to say that they had all abandoned him. Mark also said that none of them expected his return. Already beaten half to death, Daniel continued to be told by Mark that it was humanity's fault that they did not try to support him. And Daniel's guilt was that he dared to give hope to others and tried to destroy Mark's kingdom. But suddenly a bullet from a pistol was flying towards Mark's head. As she flew past, he raised his head in the direction from which the bullet was flying. Then he saw that there was a girl standing there, who took a gun in her hands and aimed it at Mark. Then, with tears in her eyes, Mia said that Mark was right, that Daniel was their last hope. Then Mia silently and quickly walked down the slope. Opening his eyes slightly, Daniel saw Mia and was able to recognize the girl. When Mark let Daniel go, he said that there was no need to rely on him. Also, according to Mark, there was no need to believe that a regular gun would harm him. Then Mia, with trembling hands, replied that she had not counted on this. However, Mia believed that one day there would come a day when they would all unite against Mark and be able to defeat him. At that moment, someone in another place was trying to contact the captain by radio, but the radio was lying on the floor, which was stained with blood. While the radio was broadcasting that the hero of the uprising had been defeated and that they needed further instructions, someone slowly approached the radio. It turns out that Chonky was crippled. His clothes were stained with blood and one arm was bitten off along with the shoulder. Immediately, the man fell to his knees, exhausted, and lowered his head. Afterwards, he immediately took the radio with one hand. Then he asked to turn on all the warning systems because he wanted to say something last. When his voice began to be heard throughout the city, the heroes were unhappy that someone was asking to listen to him. Haris, who had killed the people on the roof, was pulling his long hair back with displeasure. Suddenly, Chonky said that the hero of the rebellion, constantly waving his spears, was their last hope. The army was also defeated, and there were almost no weapons left to arm the citizens. People were frightened by the words, and gradually everyone lost the will to resist. Taking out a pack of cigarettes, Chonky said that he was sorry, but all they could do was save that guy. Lighting a cigarette, He said that they would have to wait for another chance to overthrow the sword hero. Chonky said he was confident that such a chance would arise. Taking something out of his sleeve, the man said that he was now leaving everything to them. Suddenly he remembered the moment when he was sitting on the ground and looking up in surprise. In front of him was a heroic girl in white and green armor. Smiling slightly, the girl asked Chonky to take care of the rest. Recalling this, the man said that it was all he could do. And after that, a huge explosion occurred in the building, which immediately destroyed the building, breaking it into 2 parts. Then everything around was illuminated with a red light, and small shards of glass flew out of the windows, which Mark watched. Then Hannah said that what irritated her was that people fought until the very end. After this, the girl turned around and addressed her dear novices with a smile. Then she asked how they would prove that their faith was strong and unshakable. Then the boys raised their left and right hands with a smile, saying that they would gladly give them up. And the next second, nothing remained of their raised hands, and 2 white hands appeared in the air, holding the building and preventing it from falling. But turning away from the building, Mark turned to the side. Then he asked Bella, who stood up to defend Mia, what she had done. Then the girl tearfully told Mark, calling him a psycho, that she was tired of pretending that she had also gone crazy. And then she used the spell, directing it towards Mark. Seeing the approaching attack, Mark stood his ground and was unwavering. Some time ago, Bella was returning home and talking to someone on the phone. Some work was being done at her house and boxes were being moved. As she passed by, the girl said that she had already bought a gift and a cake for her sister's birthday. But suddenly Bella exclaimed, and was surprised that her mother also bought a cake for her sister. Bella said, displeased, that she had warned him that she would buy it herself, but at that moment she dropped one of the bags. The girl sadly asked if she could return the cake and suggested replacing it with macaroons. After hanging up, Bella decided to check how much the cake cost. While the girl was checking the receipt, a huge shadow and someone else's warning cry suddenly appeared above her. Then Bella calmly raised her head in confusion. And at that moment, when it was too late, the girl saw that a refrigerator was falling on her. When the girl returned to her world some time later, she saw that everything was burning from someone's anger. At that time, Bella was scared and surprised, not understanding what the situation was like in the country. Then the heroes who were in the world faced a choice, to resist or to join. But many took Mark's side and became part of the madness. But Bella was not brave and decisive, so she preferred to stay with her family. Bella thought it would be better to let the whole situation take its course. And she became a refugee like everyone else, but she left with her family. At that time, there were food distribution points for refugees. Taking the food, Bella offered it to her mother, who refused, saying that she was not hungry. But Bella was angry and asked him not to make things up, because they would be able to go faster when she got better. While serving food to her mother, she also turned to her sister, asking her not to be picky, as now was not the time for that. At that moment, several figures in military uniforms suddenly appeared nearby. Approaching the girl, they spoke to Bella, calling her name. Bella just turned around and looked at them calmly. When the girl was escorted to some places, Bella was angry that they were escorting civilians. The girl said, not very pleased, that apparently the military police had nothing better to do. Then Chonky said that they had more important things to do, but information reached them that a hero was hiding among the civilians. Bella frowned and asked what they were talking about. Taking the papers with the information, Chonky said that Bella was 19 years old and had been missing for a year. Bella returned 3 months ago, and after disappearing, she left no evidence, and returned as if nothing had happened. Then Bella asked what was wrong with her disappearance, because not every missing person can be considered a hero. But Chonky said she was a hero and they had evidence, and then he pulled out a photo. The photograph showed Bella leaving some building. It turned out that 2 weeks ago, military forces carried out a bombing raid. However, the target was set incorrectly, and all the refugees were supposed to die. But someone very reminiscent of the hero stopped the attack, and then disappeared. Chonky said that Bella left the building where the hero supposedly hid. Then Bella said with displeasure that it was just an accident, and that they had made up some nonsense. The girl said that they were from the government and should be able to obtain evidence, but she fell silent as soon as a gun was pointed in her direction. Clutching the revolver and preparing to shoot, Chonky said that whether they had made it up or not, they would find out now. Realizing that she was going to be shot, Bella immediately tensed up. When the shot rang out, the girl was already using her powers to defend herself. Then Chonky said that the cartridge was blank, but they caught such a big fish. Sitting on the floor, the girl said that they were probably wondering why she didn't fight. Then she said sullenly that there was also a difference in strength between the heroes. But Bella knew for sure that the hero was a little stronger than the demon he killed in another world. This meant that the hero's strength depended on the demon's strength. Bella lowered her head and said that the demon that Mark killed was really something. She thought so, because the heroes trying to defeat Mark were much stronger than the demons from their worlds. Bella meant that people started fighting against something they could never defeat. Pointing his finger at the girl, Chonky asked if it was her choice. He calmly asked her if she was worried that their world was going to hell. Then the girl lowered her head and sadly said that this was not so. Bella admitted that her mother fell ill while they were running from the heroes, and her younger sister complained that she was left without friends. While Chonky calmly listened to the girl, Bella's shoulders began to tremble. The girl said that she did not want to die, because who would protect her family in this chaos except herself? Bella admitted that not all the heroes had courage. Lighting a cigarette, Chonky said that it was not at all necessary to sacrifice oneself. Bella was surprised when she heard that she just had to become Mark's minion. Chonky said that they didn't know when she returned to this world, so it was convincing to make it look like the girl had returned recently. Bella was given some object, and Chonky suggested that she make some noise so that the heroes would think that she had chosen the side of evil. Pointing to the papers, Chonky said that they indicated the location of the base, which they were planning to get rid of anyway. While Bella was reading the papers, Chonky told the girl to destroy the base so that no one would suspect the girl. But Chonky said that they are not asking to do this for free. He promised to send the family abroad, provide them with security, and take care of his mother's health. But Bella still said that she couldn't handle Mark, because she was much weaker. Then Chonky said that they didn't intend to ask the girl for such a thing. Chonky said that they only wanted the girl to become their trump card when a way to kill Mark appeared. At a moment like this, Bella was supposed to be the ace in the hole. As Bella fought back against Mark, she thought about how Chonky believed in her even when he was dying. While Mark held her blow, Bella thought about how she couldn't talk about courage, because she herself was running away from the fight. But then she shouted to Mark that in fact she was a hero too. While Bella was distracting Mark's attention, Daniel lay covered in blood, his armor stained and broken. In all his training in the past, Daniel has performed over 100,000 lunges, and the number of swings performed reached almost 58,000. During that time, Daniel had almost 300 fainting spells. But what was even more terrible was that during this entire time, the guy was close to death 13 times. Due to the harsh training, the boy's body was covered with scars from 80 wounds. However, all his efforts were not in vain, because he continued to confidently move towards his goal and kill monsters. And in all that time, 1,744 monsters were counted killed. Day after day, Daniel continued to train hard and never forgot about his lost family. Our hero could not forget about them, because their ghosts always haunted him. Lying there in a semi-conscious state, Daniel suddenly wondered if it had all been in vain. The guy understood that he couldn't protect his dead family, and after that, he couldn't even avenge them. He failed to do this despite all his training and the legendary spears he used. And after the copies, the guy even used the power of a demon. Daniel tried and used everything he could, but he could not defeat his enemy. So now he was beaten, because it turned out he was not strong enough. At that moment, all Daniel could feel was despair. In his head, our hero replayed all the memories associated with training that allowed him to go beyond human capabilities. But all Daniel managed to achieve was to give Mark a few scratches, spill a few drops of his blood, and make the guy angry. Thinking that he could only die and that there was no way to defeat Mark, Daniel pulled the tip of his tongue out of his mouth. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes at the thought that he didn't want to let Mark take his life a second time. Remembering the faces of all the people who had been kind to Daniel, including his family, the boy apologized to the dead. But not allowing the guy to bite off her tongue, Mia put her hand out, and tears immediately appeared in her eyes from the pain she was experiencing. Then, noticing the girl's presence, Daniel raised his empty eyes to her. Then he saw that although the girl had tears, she looked strangely happy. And then she smiled at the boy who was the last hope of their country and told him to live. Finding the right moment, Bella stepped away from Mark and moved in the opposite direction. Approaching the crippled Daniel, the girl immediately tried to grab him with her. When she finally managed to do so, she shot into the sky, leaving Mia behind. At that moment, Daniel was able to open one eye and look at the ground. Then he saw that Mia was sitting on the ground, looking up at the sky, watching the departing heroes with her gaze. Daniel turned out to be too heavy for the girl, so Bella cursed, openly saying that the hero was too heavy. But immediately, Bella told Daniel that he should not pass out and that he should stop bleeding. As expected, the hero's escape did not go unnoticed. Gabby was watching them from the side. Wanting to stop the hero and the traitor, she raised her hand and began to use her powers. Using her power, Gabby connected to all the loudspeakers and announced that the hero of magic had betrayed them and was trying to escape with the spearmen, which meant they had to shoot to kill. Immediately after this, a multitude of missiles appeared behind her, which were supposed to fly at the fleeing heroes. With her power, Gabby was able to easily lock onto her target and was ready to attack. The next second, a multitude of missiles were flying towards Bella and Daniel. Bella immediately noticed the approaching threat, and out of displeasure and annoyance, just hissed in displeasure. But easily maneuvering in the air, the girl easily managed to avoid the missiles that crashed into the building. After a few such maneuvers, Bella got rid of almost all the missiles on her tail. However, one missile continued to pursue the girl, causing her displeasure. Turning back, Bella saw that the very last rocket continued to approach them. And immediately after that, there was a big explosion in the sky as the rocket finally reached its target. But it turned out that Bella stopped, and with the help of her power was able to use a shield that protected them from the consequences of the collision with the rocket. After Gabby's message was betrayed, Daejin and Horan tried to get closer to the traitor and the spearman. While Horan was moving along the ground, Daejin was able to push off from the walls of buildings to get closer to Bella, who did not notice it yet. By the time Bella finally noticed the impending threat, Daejin was already too close to them. But suddenly the window of one of the buildings broke because one of the soldiers suddenly jumped out of it. When the hero of magic and cultivation noticed this, they were both surprised and did not understand why the soldier did this. The man who jumped out of the building soon found himself on the same level as the heroes. The soldier had a grenade in his hand, which he held close to himself, and the man's frowning gaze was directed forward. It turns out that his gaze was fixed on Bella, who was trying to save Daniel. At some point, the man's gaze fell on Daniel's face, which was covered in blood and looked terrible due to the bruises and wounds left behind. And it was at that moment that the man also shouted at the boy that he had to live. After this, an explosion occurred in front of the improvement hero due to the grenade, which did not allow the hero to move further. Because of this, Daejin had to retreat, and, in order not to fall to the ground, he grabbed the window frame. However, at that moment the hero noticed that many human hands were reaching towards his face, which appeared from the window. Grabbing the hero by his clothes and hat, the soldiers, who also had grenades in their hands, shouted to the hero that he was not going anywhere. The guy didn't have time to react to their approach and only looked up at the madmen in bewilderment. And then the soldiers shouted that Daejin must go with them to the underworld. And then there was a more powerful explosion, as several grenades were detonated at the same time. Looking up at the building, Korin was puzzled by the people's actions and wondered if they had gone mad. However, at that very moment, a large blue bus suddenly appeared in front of Korin, blocking the hero's path. There was a man behind the wheel of the bus, frowning and pressing the gas with all his might, wanting to run over or hinder the hero. Having noticed the bus, he stood still and put his hands in front of him so that the bus would not crush him during the collision. When the bus finally reached the hero, Korin spread his arms in different directions and divided the bus into 2 equal parts. However, immediately after this, a car appeared in front of him again, carrying cargo, but the hero did not notice it yet. At the sight of the new resistance, Korin's face instantly twisted with anger filling him. Then the hero swung and, using his powers, was going to get rid of the new obstacle that had arisen. After hitting the truck and immediately breaking the cabin, Korin shouted that the people should already accept their defeat. However, Korin's powerful blow to the front of the truck caused the rear end to rise into the air and knock over the explosives it was carrying. At that moment, the soldier who was driving the truck was wounded and bleeding, but he continued to sit behind the wheel. But the next moment he raised his hand, which contained the detonator, which the man was already about to use. In his last moment, the soldier smiled a little and said to Daniel that he absolutely had to survive. After this, a huge explosion occurred in the middle of the street, which destroyed everything within its radius of destruction. At the cost of their lives, many people helped Bella and Daniel escape, who continued to fly through the air, trying to figure out how to get out. Bella frowned, feeling the pressure of the situation. Suddenly, Horace appeared behind Bella, began to pursue the girl, and immediately turned to the girl with a grin, calling her a traitor. Taking out a fang-shaped dagger, Harris asked how long Bella would circle in the sky, and if he really thought they would be able to escape. After that, the guy cut himself with that same dagger on the fly and released his own blood. But the blood didn't just spill out as it usually does. It quickly took the shape of the weapon that Harris was clutching. At that moment, Harris had a bow and arrow made of blood, with which he prepared to attack the flying Bella. As soon as Harris released one arrow, 3 appeared in its place, flying straight towards Bella. When the girl turned around and saw that Harris was attacking her, her face immediately showed horror and surprise. However, Bella had good enough reflexes that she was able to dive down and dodge, and the huge arrows crashed into the building. Having escaped the threat, Bella frowned and thought that it wouldn't be that easy to escape. But at that very moment, her face acquired a thoughtful and calm look, and the girl's gaze turned forward. As Bella continued on her way, she took comfort in the fact that at least Mark and Hannah were busy. Mark watched from the ground and saw Bella being chased and Hannah trying to hold up part of the collapsed ceiling. While Bella was flying below, there were huge cracks in the ceiling through which she could try to escape. However, the girl immediately decided that it was too dangerous to try to escape through the cracks due to the falling debris. Because of this, Bella continued to fly in plain sight, because she did not understand how they could get out of this trap. Suddenly, Harris attacked again with his powers, and it seemed like Bella had fallen under his attack. However, the girl was able to easily dodge, but she understood that if she continued to circle aimlessly, they would be caught. But at that very moment, she looked into the distance and saw something, and her face immediately began to look surprised. It turned out that there was a man standing on one of the buildings who was trying to attract the girl's attention. When Bella looked closely at him, she realized that the guy was showing her the direction. Now Bella knew where she needed to go, so she changed direction and decided to speed up. Then the light that came from her back became much brighter than it had been before, and the girl's applied forces allowed her to move much faster than before, and the pink light in the sky became more pronounced. Because of this, Harris twisted his smile and said with displeasure that he wanted to play tag with them a little longer and then kill them. But now, as he continued to fly after Bella, he was angry that the surviving people from the government continued to interfere and ruin their plans. Despite the fact that Harris continued to pursue Bella, the girl gradually moved away from the hero who was pursuing her. Meanwhile, people and armed soldiers who were on guard had gathered near one of the platforms. The government people who managed to survive were busy evacuating civilians. However, due to the impending panic, people crowded, and some demanded to be let through without waiting in line, but the people in uniform calmly asked to stand in line. Suddenly, someone said that people were showing the way to the hero of magic, so she should soon arrive at this place. Then the woman in the formal suit told everyone to continue in the same spirit, and also to call all the remaining soldiers from the shelter. The woman explained that they had to buy time for the hero of magic and delay all the remaining heroes so that Bella could save Daniel. But after listening to her, the man said that using the lift to help the heroes escape was a bit of a bad idea. Pointing at the refugees, the guy said he didn't know how they would react to this, because they were waiting for their turn. After all, if you suddenly tell them about imminent death, then excitement and great panic may arise, which will only worsen the situation. The woman then said to leave it to her and focus on making sure the hero of magic could get to that place. While some government officials were trying to hold back the refugees, a woman, accompanied by two men, approached the crowd. Suddenly she reached out to the man and took from him the loudspeaker that he had specially prepared. The woman lifted the loudspeaker and announced that they had an announcement. This lift was the last one to work. People immediately began to worry when they heard that there would be another landing, and then the lift would be closed so that two more heroes could climb up it. Immediately after the announcement, the man objected that this was nonsense, because there were still many people downstairs. Another man in a jacket picked up the mood and said that it turns out that since they have no power, they have no right to life either. But then a woman with a stern face and a cold gaze said that if they went upstairs and left the hero of the uprising below, then no one upstairs would be able to protect them. The woman explained that if the hero of the uprising died here, then all the other survivors would die after him. Then people's faces began to be filled with horror and fear from the understanding that they would die in this place, and they themselves could not do anything. But suddenly, the woman calmly said that they could help in the fight against the heroes and make sure that their death was not in vain. Remembering Chanka's last words, the woman said that if they saved the hero of the rebellion and sent him outside, it would no longer be an unconditional victory for the sword hero. At that moment, some people had already begun to say goodbye to their families and tried to hold back their tears. However, the woman continued to speak and assured that humanity would have a chance in the future thanks to Daniel. Addressing all refugees, the woman asked them to sacrifice their lives and fight with the heroes together. After listening to the woman, the face of one of the men took on a sad and at the same time very empty look, as if he had resigned himself to what was happening. With his head down and looking at the ground, he stepped out of the lift, and everyone around him looked at him in surprise. Approaching some unknown woman and taking her child in his arms, he said that he would give up his seat. He wanted to sacrifice himself and give up his place in line to this unknown child. Approaching the lift, he handed the child over to the women who were standing there and accepted the child. Then the men who were still in the lift, frowning, looked at each other in silence. And then they silently exited the lift and gave up their place in line to women, children, and elderly people. They were soon given what little weapons remained and stood behind the military, preparing to fight back. But since there were very few weapons, they were given the axes and bats that were left. Soon Bella appeared in the sky carrying Daniel with her. As she flew past, Bella looked down at the ground and frowned with tension. And at that moment the girl saw that behind the barricades there were not even soldiers, but ordinary civilians. The sight of them immediately brought tears to her face, and the girl whispered an apology to them all. And after that, she flew into the lift and with its help was able to quickly rise to the top. Soon after, a massacre broke out between ordinary people and the rebel heroes. However, the 3,000 people remaining in the shelter were only enough to delay the heroes for 5 minutes. But soon our heroes found themselves in Indonesia on uninhabited islands. The long and grueling journey left Bella completely exhausted and out of breath. When she checked on Daniel, he was still unconscious and bleeding slightly. 50,000 people sacrificed themselves to save Daniel, their last hope. Soon, another man wearing strange clothes emerged from the forest under the cover of darkness. As the stranger came closer, Daniel opened his eyes slightly and looked at the man who had come. Then the unknown hero happily said that Daniel was able to survive. Soon, in the United States, in the White House, they began to discuss that almost 14 hours ago they had lost contact with the restored government of Korea. Everyone listened attentively to the fact that the restored government had 7,000 soldiers under its control, and also 217 ministers and their deputies, and other people who previously held important government positions. The man reported that all those people were in the underground city shelter, and now everyone assumed that they were dead. When the president heard this speech, he was in no hurry to respond. He said sullenly that they had spent a lot of resources to help rebuild the shelter, and then asked if this was the work of heroes. Afterwards, the man, who was in full view of everyone, decided to turn on the projector and show everyone something. When the screen lit up and the lights went out, everyone saw an image of the heroes breaking into an underground city. Suddenly someone said, a little surprised, that 8 heroes appeared in one place at once. Then the man in military uniform replied that since there were so many heroes, they had to destroy the shelter very quickly. But another man in military uniform replied that the government had to organize the evacuation of people, and perhaps had not yet had time to contact the outside world. But suddenly the man who told everyone about what happened said that this attack of the heroes was different from all the previous ones. When he reported that a previously unknown hero had come out against the sword hero, everyone was surprised and wary. The man then switched the image again, wanting to show those present a video that depicted Daniel. And then everyone saw several shots of Daniel's battle, where the hero was shown up close. After watching, there was silence for a while, which no one was in a hurry to break. But suddenly some man broke it and asked if it was a fake and who sent the video. His question was answered by the fact that the video was sent by their agent in Korea, who risked his life, and the file itself was not edited. After a short silence, the president slowly asked where this hero was now. After a short silence, the man, with a gloomy expression on his face, reported where the hero of the uprising was now. While helping his comrades, the unknown hero also became exhausted and breathed heavily as he moved through the forest. This was because he was carrying Daniel on his back, who could not walk on his own due to severe wounds, and Bella was still tired after her long journey. After some time, they stopped and settled down on the ground under the trees. Bella fell to the ground, exhausted, and fell asleep, while the other hero carefully laid Daniel on the ground. Suddenly, with one hand he took some kind of grain and squeezed it with his fingers. While the other 2 heroes were resting, the third one spent some time digging in the ground, and soon branches appeared from the ground, which immediately grew to large sizes and green leaves slowly appeared on them. The branches that grew immediately carefully picked up Daniel and Bella, who were unconscious. Because Bella had spent too much energy, her face had become pale and she looked very tired. And Daniel was covered in his own blood and couldn't move, and his armor was also broken. With the help of that seed that was planted, our heroes now had a comfortable place to rest. Suddenly, a bright glow began to emanate from the branches, and fireflies appeared in the air. But suddenly Daniel quietly asked the stranger why he was saving him. The unknown hero stood over Bella and looked her over, but turned around when he heard the voice of the guy admitting his defeat. With great regret and pain, Daniel admitted that he had failed to protect anyone. Daniel remembered Chunky and his last words before his death and the explosion, and also Miyu, who was always kind to the hero and smiled sweetly at him during their last meeting. But besides them, volunteers who may never have seen the hero of the uprising also sacrificed themselves to save Daniel. Gritting his teeth, Daniel regretfully admitted that everyone had died because he was too weak and could not protect anyone again. But at that moment, a stranger approached Daniel and hit the guy in the face with all his might, trying to bring him to his senses. And right after that, the hero said that Daniel shouldn't say something like that. Then the stranger burst into tears and said that it was not Daniel who could not protect them. In fact, it was all those people who protected Daniel and gave hope to the future of Korea. The ghost of Mia appeared and smiled brightly and kindly at Daniel again. This made the guy feel even more sorry, and through his teeth, the guy cursed. But suddenly the unknown hero also began to shed tears when he felt someone's hand on his shoulder. It turns out that standing behind him were people who had once been next to him. The White House continued to discuss that the hero of the uprising was now supposedly somewhere in Indonesia, and his exact location would be determined after their people arrived there. Then the president asked, sullenly and calmly, what they should do now. He thought that simply sitting and waiting for information about his location was not the best idea. Suddenly, some man said that there were now more than 5 million refugees from Korea in America. Another military man confidently asserted that news of Korea's destruction would quickly spread through the media. And then the president decided that they could not avoid unrest among their population. The second soldier turned out to be right, because very soon all the screens were showing the ruins that Korea once was. And from the sight of the destroyed city, many immediately became frightened and began to worry. But the White House also said that the problem was not only that, but also that there were countries that always believed that the problem of heroes would not directly affect them. And when those countries learn that an entire state has been destroyed, panic will rise within them. The panicking people were already agitated and were arguing that they should launch the rockets and everything they had before it was too late. Many believed that it was impossible to allow the heroes to begin to destroy their state as well. But in the White House, everyone remained calm, and one man addressed the president. The soldier calmly said that he believed they needed to launch a preemptive strike. But after hearing this, the president became indignant and said that then the dissatisfied people would revolt, and they could not send troops to Korea yet. However, the military man calmly continued to say that there was no need for this, and the country of the Republic of Korea had ceased to exist, and most of the innocent inhabitants should have already died. Realizing what the military man was getting at, the president calmed down, but he didn't like the idea. But the military man claimed that all the heroes had gathered in one place, and such a rare chance could not be missed. The military man proposed using a new generation of nuclear weapons, the Mace of God. While in space, the astronauts sat with headphones on and waited for instructions. At the same time, the man was busy with his own affairs and pressing various buttons. At some point, he took off his headphones, and at the same time, two other people entered the room. The woman and the man had calm faces, and the people were also waiting for what their comrade would tell them. Taking off his headphones and turning to those who entered, the man spoke the coordinates of their target. There was a direct order from the president to attack. After a long time, almost all the people in the shelter were dead, but one of the survivors continued to hold a weapon in his hands. When the hero took a step towards him, the man immediately raised his weapon and pointed it in the direction of his threat. Not daring to shoot, the man trembled all over with fear of the hero who could easily kill him. With a cold gaze and a blank expression, Mark seemed surprised that there was still someone left alive. The man wanted to shoot, but it turned out that he had run out of bullets, which is why he only helplessly turned his frightened gaze to the weapon. Approaching him, and with a slight movement pointing the barrel of the machine gun, Mark leaned towards the man and asked him to go and pass on something. Then, with cold fury in his eyes, Mark said that the hero of the spear was dead, and with him their hope. They should continue their pathetic attempts to get rid of Mark and return to their familiar little world. In exchange for passing on this information, Mark promised to save the man's life. Overwhelmed with fear and horror, the man could not hold back his tears and burst into tears. With tears and trembling in his body, the man suddenly asked if Mark was afraid. Mark responded calmly to his words, but did not understand why the man asked this. Raising his hand and pointing his index finger at the boy, the man said that Mark was afraid that the spear hero would return. The man guessed that Mark was worried that people would continue to hope and fight against him. With tears and eyes wild with fear, the man said that it was a great relief. When he said that all this meant that Mark was not God, the guy's face took on a surprised look. After saying that Mark was the same person as them, the man's head was cut off in rage and flew off to the side. After killing the man, Mark plunged his sword into him with all his might, expressing his anger and indignation on the corpse. At that moment, Siren approached Mark from behind and apologized for interrupting Mark's fun. And then Siren, with his characteristic smile, reported that they had finished clearing the shelter. Getting even more angry, Mark silently thrust his sword deeper into the corpse. The guy continued to remain silent as his breathing quickened and became heavy. And then Mark turned to Siren and looked at the guy with his cold red eyes. At that moment, other heroes had already arrived, and Siren told Mark that if he was finished, then he needed to leave. Then suddenly Hannah spoke with a smile, addressing Mark that he should not pay attention to them, and that he could take out his anger on people. Her mood was picked up by Corin, who laughed and said that these creatures should get what they deserved. At that moment, Mark was still silently looking at the other heroes, but there was no longer so much anger in his gaze. Leaving his sword and approaching the heroes, Mark said that they should not pretend that they understood him, because they were the same people and could not understand his feelings. Then Siren said that they were already finished here, so there was no point in talking about what happened. But what was much more important was what they should do next. For now, the restored government had been destroyed, and the number of surviving people had also diminished. As Mark approached everyone else, Siren said that he couldn't wait to see what the guy's next move would be. Then Mark calmly, but sternly and gloomily said that they needed to track down the hero of the spear. Raising his head, the boy said that people still believed that Daniel was their hope. With his existence, Daniel was destroying the world created by Mark. Suddenly Siren's expression changed, and the boy asked if Mark would mind if this went beyond Korea, and would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire world. Meanwhile, people all over the world were already having conversations about the situation that had arisen. In America, the president was about to tell everyone that on that day, Eastern Time, their longtime ally, the Republic of Korea, had fallen. People were scared when they heard that the country had been destroyed by heroes. And then the president wanted to announce his plans for the destroyed country in order to avoid even greater problems. After all, They wanted to protect the entire world from the threat posed by a terrorist group whose members called themselves heroes. The president also wanted to avoid increasing the number of dead people and families mourning the deaths of their loved ones in another country. The president announced that they would take extreme measures, using weapons that were last used 50 years ago. Someone watched the president's speech about nuclear weapons through a projector. Gabby showed everyone the president's speech, asking everyone to be understanding about this decision. Suddenly, Siren said that this was expected, because people were too scared to take such a step. At the same moment, Gabby reported that she had managed to detect warheads that were directed in their direction, and it turned out that there were just over 2 minutes left before the collision and subsequent explosion. Then suddenly, Daejin said that the warheads were too close, so it would not be possible to simply shoot them down. At that moment, Harris looked up at Gabby and said that she was in charge of air defense and asked what kind of hack job this was. Gabby then calmly replied that the missile warheads were launched from a satellite, and that this could not have been predicted in advance. And since she had always managed to intercept information about the attacks before, this time the girl assumed that they had hidden it until the very end. But suddenly Horan intervened and said with a laugh that they had nothing to worry about, because they had a reset button. Looking at Siren, Korin said that this time they were all counting on him, but Siren remained silent. But the boy opened one eye and looked ahead, saying that before he did that, he wanted to know something. Looking at Mark, he said that he wanted to know what their sword hero would do next. After all, initially, everyone was responsible for a certain territory in the country, and there was no talk about the rest of the world. Because of the grievances he had suffered, Mark's initial goal was only his home country. Now Siren was asking if Mark had really been ready to confront the whole world, and why he had changed his mind. Then Mark calmly replied that he did not want to be at odds with everyone else, but they themselves forced him to. After Mark said that he would get rid of everyone who stood in his way, Siren chuckled and finally understood the motivation of their leader. With a strange, empty expression on his face, the boy said that after he returned, they would set about destroying the entire world. Turning to Siren, Gabby asked him to warn her that they would strike from the satellite so that she could prevent it. And then the guys silently nodded to her. After that, Hannah sat down on the ground and raised her head and said that since they had decided everything, it turned out that all that was left was to enjoy the fireworks. But the girl also wondered what would happen to her after a nuclear explosion. Then almost everyone decided to follow the girl's example and also sat on the ground, raising their heads up. Soon after, the bomb approached the underground city, and a few seconds later they flew into it through the cracks in the ceiling. As a bright light from the nuclear explosion appeared on the horizon, Siren suddenly turned to Mark and spoke to him. With a calm expression on his face, Mark immediately turned to look at his comrade. When Siren's face started to burn, the guy said that after the reset, Mark wouldn't remember it anyway. So the guy decided to open his soul. And at the same moment when the guy's body burned and only a skeleton remained, he managed to confess that in fact it was he who killed Mark's parents. Hearing this, Mark's usual calm face immediately changed to a face full of anger, but it was too late to do anything. At that moment, the entire underground city was already ablaze with fire from nuclear bombs. However, immediately after this, time began to rewind. And then everything returned to the time when the underground city was intact. Sitting at the computer, Siren said with annoyance that he knew he would return at the moment when he sent the surveillance footage to the American government. Siren didn't want to write in English again, so he turned to the corpse behind him and asked if he could do the boy's job for him. The guy said with a bit of a joke that since they lent him a mailbox, they could also help with the letter. Since time was rewound, the astronauts only received the coordinates for the attack. The men continued to silently do their work and tinker with the equipment. Taking out some keys, the man told his partner to prepare the keys to access the god's mace. His comrade immediately obeyed and carried out the order. After this, both men applied the keys to the required holes. Once the keys were inserted, Scott gave the order to turn on the launcher, and Jenkins immediately carried out the order. After this, the two men turned the keys at the same time, and then Scott announced that the preparations for launching the god's mace were complete, and they only had to wait for a direct order to attack. Suddenly, Jenkins turned to Scott and asked if he had ever thrown the god's mace before, even in training. Scratching his eyebrow, the captain replied that it was the first time, so he didn't even have a full idea of the power of this weapon. Although the idea was weak, Scott could still imagine this explosion. Then he calmly replied that he only knew that it was the most accurate and effective weapon of mass destruction. Then Jenkins frowned a little and said that they would be the first to see this weapon in action. A few seconds later, another voice came over the radio, announcing that the order had been received. After hearing the order, Scott immediately spoke up, announcing that the order had been received and would be carried out. Then he reached out to the red start button and pressed it. After pressing the button, one of the hatches opened to release the missiles. However, Jenkins immediately saw that for some reason the rockets were not launching. Then suddenly Scott asked emotionally how she could break down at such a moment. But immediately after his words, the red button suddenly lights up purple. As all the screens went black and began to glow purple, the men wondered what was going on. Shortly after this, a strange sound was heard from the radios, similar to the establishment of a signal. And then the image of Gabby appeared on the screens, and the girl's voice was also heard. At that moment, the entire installation seemed to freeze in space and began to emit a strange sound, similar to knocking. And after that, many missiles controlled by the hero were launched. At that moment, reporters took a photo of the president after his speech, and the president himself continued to answer the questions that were pouring in from everywhere. But suddenly one of the guards heard something on his earpiece and looked tense. After this, suddenly both guards ran up to the president and excitedly told him something. And after that, they quickly began to take the president to a safe place. As they hurried along the corridor, the president suddenly turned his gaze to the side. It turns out that his gaze was directed towards the window, where the sky and the city were visible. However, following the president, the two security guards accompanying the president also turned their gaze to the window. It turned out that at that moment several bombs were already visible approaching their city. Those missiles, controlled by Gabby, were rapidly approaching the city center. Seeing the rockets and the bright light in the sky from them, the president only managed to utter an appeal to God. After this, a huge explosion occurred in the center of the city, destroying everything in the area. But since more than one bomb was dropped on America, others followed the first explosion. On that day, 16 nuclear warheads exploded around the world, one of them hitting Paris. The capital of China, Beijing, was also subjected to that nuclear attack. Others of them Gabby sent to New Delhi, India, and some of them even reached Egypt and exploded in the center of Cairo. When the U.S. Secretary of Transportation saw the news that all of Washington was on fire, he was immediately overcome with horror, and his hands began to shake. But immediately the phone rang, which distracted the man, and he immediately wanted to pick up the phone. When Burke Hines answered the phone, he listened silently with an anxious expression to what the man on the other end was saying. Shortly after, two security guards came for the man and wanted to take the minister to a safe place. Then, in a rush, Burke asked what was going on and why no one was answering the phone. At that point, the guards finally stopped and Burke asked if the president was safe. And then the guards were forced to explain the unfortunate situation that had occurred in the capital. They explained that military satellites and radars were simultaneously attacked by hackers, so the warheads could not be repelled. And then the minister was informed that all members of the cabinet of ministers who were in the capital had died. While Burke looked upset, the guard turned to him and said that Burke was now the only surviving person from their country's leadership, because he had previously left the capital due to a conference. Soon after this, the minister was brought to another place and the doors were opened for him. Burke then immediately noticed that there were some people ahead of them, some of whom were dressed in military uniforms. At the front of the crowd stood a priest who said they were beginning the inauguration of a new president, and then asked Burke to take the oath of office on the Bible. After the ceremony, Burke Hines sat alone at his desk in his new office. The man's gaze turned forward and immediately looked focused when the door creaked in the room. The two soldiers who entered the office each brought with them a small suitcase. Approaching Burke's desk, they simultaneously put down their suitcases and opened them. Then they stood up straight and Davis explained that they were the president's nuclear briefcases, although Burke already knew this. As Hans moved toward the briefcase, the soldier continued to explain that they contained information about ready-to-use nuclear weapons and their location, and that it was also possible to give the order to use nuclear weapons. After listening to the military man, Burke suddenly turned his frowning gaze to the side. Looking at the other briefcase, whose screen was not working and was covered in static, Burke asked what was wrong with it. Then the military responded to the minister that a direct connection had been established with the hero of the transformation. However, Burke was outraged, saying that it was one of those terrorists from Korea who carried out the nuclear attack. When Burke asked why they would want to mess with this hero, the military was slow to respond. But it turns out that about 100 years ago, this hero showed himself in Europe and became a great hero who put an end to 2 wars. Thanks to this hero, America became the most powerful country in the 20th century, as well as a leader in the development of science and technology. When Burke heard that America's transformation hero was on the line, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Previously, once every 100 years, a future hero would appear in a random place in the world and be summoned to another world. Tired slaves who worked under the hot sun and received little rest were beaten with whips by their owners, after which they died on the ground. In other countries, there were wars in which many died because the odds were on the enemy's side. Unable to resist the enemy, many warriors died slowly with weapons in their chests. Later, industry and technology began to develop in some countries. However, due to severe fatigue, some people also died while sitting at their workplace. But one of these girls, after her quiet death, moved to another world. When she rose from the cold ground, she saw in front of her a resident of this world. The robot was less than a meter away from the newly arrived girl. As soon as the girl came to her senses, he immediately greeted her in a friendly manner. But it turns out that some of the heroes, after their victory over the demon, could have a great influence on the world after their return. This was because when they returned to their homeworld, they had tremendous power. Some of these heroes even had control over natural phenomena, such as thunderstorms or tsunamis. Some of the returning heroes became heroes of myths and legends, and some of the heroes became emperors. These heroes immediately had a lot of servants. They also gained power in the form of ordinary warriors who could be led. And some heroes became the initiators of scientific and technical achievements. Thanks to their intervention in ordinary life, the world changed greatly, and in some areas moved forward. Sitting on Gabby's shoulder, Siren talked about how heroes and ordinary people had always lived hand in hand. Daejin and Mark, standing opposite Siren, silently listened to the assumption about how the situation could actually be. The other three heroes also stood silently, and were in no hurry to react to the assumption they had heard. Suddenly Harris spoke up, indignant that it turned out that the heroes were not only in Korea, but could also be in other countries. Suddenly Hannah intervened and said that if this was true, then it was clear where all the famous myths and legends came from. But Korin, with his usual cheerful smile, said that they didn't understand anything, because it didn't mean anything anyway. Having shown everyone his pumped-up body, the man said that even he was not immortal, and other heroes even less so, and they all had to die because of old age. But deep in thought, Hannah suddenly interrupted him and said that this was not so. According to the girl, there were heroes who were able to live for hundreds of years even if they could no longer be called human. And the girl cited herself as an example, and then pointed her finger at the hero of the transformation, who also could not be called a human. Glad that Hannah understood everything correctly, Siren supported the girl. Afterwards, Siren said that if things in the world were like this, then there must have been other heroes, so he shared his thoughts with everyone. At the same time, events were taking place in California, or rather in Silicon Valley. The minister, accompanied by two people, entered the building and looked ahead in surprise. It turns out that their gaze was directed forward, where there were figures of such famous historical figures as Einstein, Tesla, Neumann, and the founding fathers of Silicon Valley. While the minister was surprised by this, a robot was watching him from the side. And then he turned to the robot in surprise and asked if all these people were this robot. Hearing this question, the hero of the transformation was in no hurry to give an answer to the minister. But soon she put her hand on her chest and said that it was really so and these people were her incarnations. And then the heroine said that she believed that they came to her because they needed help. The problem was the emergence of heroes who carried out terror in Korea, and then throughout the world. The minister said that he had not previously thought that the American hero would be able to cope with them. However, after what he saw, he changed his mind about whether America's transformation hero could help them. And now Burke believed that the American hero was capable of defeating the terrorists. After this phrase from the minister, the robot immediately stepped forward sharply. Fearing for Burke's safety, his guards immediately stood in front of the man and were ready to draw their weapons. However, the robot only took a step forward and then knelt down in front of the minister. Then the heroine said that previous presidents did not want to rely on her help because she was not human, and the hero of the transformation understood their desire for people to bring changes to the world. And extending her hand to the minister, the heroine said that she was grateful to Burke for extending his hand to her today, and she promised not to disappoint him. Then Burke hesitantly asked the hero if he could find out the reason for such a desire to help people. He asked why the hero wanted to save this country, and why she was not like other heroes from Korea. But it turned out that the reason for this behavior went deep into the past, back during the war. When the American soldiers discovered the girl, they did not show any signs of aggression towards her and did not point their weapons at her. On the contrary, they were friendly with her and extended a helping hand to the girl when she was tired and wounded. Recalling this, Marie Stevenson said that the reason was that this country accepted and supported her. The place called Vatican is also called the Dungeon of the Holy See. A heavy metal object was being lifted out of the lava using a crane. When the sarcophagus was completely pulled out of the lava, it became clear that it had been tightly closed and wrapped in chains. This process was observed from afar by people dressed as priests. Suddenly, one man turned to the one wearing white clothes and asked what was inside this sarcophagus. The man immediately said that he had always believed that inside was simply one of many holy relics. And then the man in white replied that inside was a missionary who had performed a miracle in the 14th century, and he had always been on the side of the people. Inside this sarcophagus was the last hero of the faith, Saint Demian Arcadius. Meanwhile, in Russia, in the Sakha Republic of Oymyakon, several soldiers were moving in the freezing cold. Having arrived at some place, they immediately began to knock loudly on the door. Arriving at some hut, while one soldier was knocking on the door, two others stood behind. Soon the door opened and an elderly man appeared from behind it, many of whose veteran medals were visible on his clothes. As soon as the man showed up, the soldier immediately asked him if he was a retired general and if his name was Ivan Pushkin. After listening to the soldier, The gloomy and calm man replied that everything was correct. Hearing the veteran's answer, the soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted their senior. Immediately, the first soldier called Ivan Pushkin a hero, whose exploits were not recorded in history. And then the soldier said that now the motherland was calling the hero of ice again. The hero of bygone times had to rise to the stage again. When the nuclear warheads of the Mace of God exploded all over the world, the governments of all nations were thrown into chaos, and also had to abandon the gathering of allied forces against the heroes. This decision was made because all efforts were directed towards combating residual radiation. While the world was struggling with radiation, in the western United States, in the waters off Los Angeles, things were unsettled. Gabby was prepared for battle, and she reduced her power limit by 70%. In Egypt, the Suez Canal, everything was destroyed and looked like hell. The blood god Horus, who was there, asked everyone to look at his creation, which was created thanks to the blood of 200,000 people. In the south of Italy, in the Mediterranean Sea, Hannah also sowed chaos. All over the world, heroes destroyed their targets. Thanks to this, the hero of faith acquired an even greater number of his believers. And in the DPRK, on the Pyongyang defense line, was Mark. Walking a little forward, the guy saw that in front of him there was a hill on which military tanks were lined up. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the room of the top leader and reported that Mark had passed through the defensive line. Hearing this, the president slammed the table furiously and was outraged that the hero was able to break through it. Immediately after this, the man was overcome with great rage that Mark had managed to get through the minefield. Frightened by the malice emanating from the president, the soldier waved his hands in different directions and said anxiously that Mark was definitely not a human being. While everything in the field around him was exploding and burning, Mark calmly walked his way. And at that moment, everyone saw that Mark had crossed the line of defense without any tricks, just on his own 2 feet. In anger, the president jumped up from his seat and, insulting his soldiers, said that they should drag out time as long as possible. Biting his finger slightly, the president said that Russia and China should not have abandoned them, because the DPRK was their buffer zone. Suddenly, the man remembered that, as far as he knew, Russia also had one of these heroes. However, all these thoughts only made the man look more anxious. With a wave of his hand, he suddenly said that Russia would send that hero, and therefore it was only necessary to wait for his arrival. The order was given to use everything that was in stock. Therefore, soon after this, tank troops were sent to Mark. Suddenly, everyone received the order and fire was opened on Mark. At that moment, many shells were aimed at Mark, who stood calmly in place, as if there was nothing to worry about. And even when there was very little time left before the collision with the shells, he continued to remain inactive. When the shells hit their target, there was an explosion, and earth and dust flew up, blocking the view. After this, the hatch of one of the tanks opened, and a man looked out from there to investigate the situation. However, the soldier could see nothing but dust and dirt that hung in the air after the explosion. In order to see anything, the man had to pick up binoculars. Then the man chuckled at the fact that the hero had to die, because no matter what kind of monster he was, no one could survive without any protection in the open. But at that same moment, he saw how the smoke gradually began to dissipate, and it became clear that someone was standing in the middle of the field. Seeing the silhouette of a person, the man immediately fell silent and widened his eyes in surprise. It turns out that Mark was able to survive due to the protection of the goddess Seraphine. Mark stretched out his hand to the side, intending to grab the hilt of the sword, and calling on Duran's sword, the boy raised it above himself, able to hold the large weapon with one hand. Horrified by what he saw, the soldier shouted out the command to launch more volleys. However, it was too late, because at that moment Mark got ready and activated the daybreak mode. And then the guy swung his sword through the air, causing a bright red mark from the sword to appear. When the light illuminated the man's face, it froze in surprise and horror at the imminent death. A huge explosion occurred on the battlefield, which began to grow and almost reached the city. Thus, in just a couple of seconds, the southern part of Pyongyang was destroyed. And after that, Mark seemed to have returned a year ago, and was standing on a small remaining piece of land, and around there was a wasteland. At that moment, the guy's face and gaze were so empty, as if there was nothing alive left in him. And so Mark continued to walk long and hard, and destroyed all those few buildings that remained from the ruined city. And even when Mark was tired, he still kept walking. And then again, he destroyed everything that came his way. And so, time after time, the guy repeated his actions. Mark walked, looking at his feet, and it seemed as if there was less and less living left in his eyes. But at some point, someone stood in Mark's way, which is why the hero had to stop. Noticing someone in front of him, Mark immediately raised his head and tore his gaze away from the ground. Immediately after this, the gaze was directed at an unexpected and unknown enemy. The man who stood in his way turned to Mark slowly and sternly. However, Mark was still calm, as if he didn't care what this man might say. Looking at Mark with a stern gaze, the ice hero said that Mark wanted the world to plunge into the fires of hell again. In February 1943, the Führer sat at his desk and thought deeply about something. At that moment, there was a map in front of him, which he was carefully examining, most likely coming up with further strategies for the battle. But suddenly a soldier burst into his office, wanting to report an urgent message from the Eastern Front line. Smiling, the Führer asked if they had won, and if this was news of the capture of Stalingrad. However, the soldier, hanging his head down, said that in the Battle of Stalingrad they suffered a complete defeat. The tank troops were expelled, and most were captured. But before the soldier could finish speaking, a telephone flew at him, missing the soldier and hitting the wall. Flaring with anger, the Führer asked the soldier what nonsense he was talking about. The soldier then reported in more detail that they had sent 2 ground divisions and 2 armored forces. Also among their soldiers was the golem hero, Jonas. And besides the first hero, there was also a second one, the hero of the sword, Siegfried. Then the Führer only became more angry that the main forces of Germany were sent into this battle. Standing on his feet, still in front of the map, the man calmed down and exhaled gloomily. Suddenly, the anger that filled the man was replaced by despair and sadness. This was evidenced by the tears that appeared. After all, the Führer did not understand who or what could defeat the invincible army. All German soldiers were frozen and unable to move, and only one person could cope with all these people. The man with a thick beard looked ahead sullenly, and a scar was visible on his left eye. The sword hero, whom he had frozen before, asked why the hero was taking the human side. Frozen in one position, trying to inflict damage on the enemy, the young guy asked if the man didn't even have pride. Reaching out his hand and creating a weapon out of ice, the man replied that he had pride. And then, with one hand, he silently raised the axe above his head and prepared to strike the enemy. Suddenly his gaze became sad, and he replied that he needed to end the war as soon as possible and send the soldiers back to the arms of their families. That was his wish. Then Siegfried chuckled at the fact that the ice hero did not want to conquer the world, but something so simple. These were the words of the sword hero before his death, because the next moment, Ivan cut off the guy's head, and the blood of the slain enemy stained the face of the Russian soldier. After many years, the hair turned gray, but the expression on his face was again just as sad, that someone had once again disturbed the peace. Suddenly Mark turned to the old man and asked if he was a hero, but Ivan asked in response whether an ordinary person could stand before Mark alone. Hearing the answer, Mark immediately raised his sword up with a quick movement and was ready to begin the battle. However, the old man quickly raised his hand at chest level and told Mark that before they fought, he would like to ask something. Hearing this, Mark froze and did not attack the old man, waiting for his question. Then Ivan asked what Mark wanted, and why he had sowed chaos and lit a fire throughout the land. Suddenly, Mark froze and did not immediately answer the question, most likely thinking about the answer. But having answered that he himself no longer knew, the guy lowered his sword and delivered the first attack. His attack was so fast that it reached the old man almost immediately, then even chuckled at the fact that there could really be a reason for the destruction of the world. Saying that there was simply no such reason, he opened his mouth, revealing a figurine of a turtle. After this, a strange explosion occurred in its place. A little surprised by this, Mark turned his gaze forward and began to carefully watch what would happen next. As the smoke and dust began to settle on the ground, a strange large silhouette appeared in the distance, and when the dust had completely settled and everything ahead became visible, Mark saw that next to the ice hero, there was a large ice turtle. Then Mark realized that his enemy had summoning magic, but Mark was always irritated by this magic. And then Ivan shouted, turning to Mark, that he hadn't even started yet. Then taking a deep breath, the man moved his body back, and immediately after that the old man leaned forward again and exhaled cold air. Immediately after this, the temperature ahead dropped rapidly, and everything began to become covered in ice. The magic used made everything around cold, and it even started snowing a little. Unable to prevent the attack, Mark fell under its influence and froze. Then suddenly Ivan said that, as he expected, Mark lived up to the name of a hero. He said this because he knew that a normal person would have already died from frostbite. But Mark continued to stand firm. But Ivan also understood that until the cold left Mark, the boy would not be able to fully use his strength. This was because all of Mark's energy was focused on recovering from frostbite. And while Mark gets used to the cold, Ivan has enough time to finish with the guy. With this thought, Ivan hit the shell of his ice turtle with all his might. From his strong blow, the turtle began to approach the almost helpless Mark at high speed, who could not move from the spot. Although Mark still managed to react and tried to move, he was unable to do so. Looking down at the ground, Mark saw that his feet were pinned to the ground. At that moment, only surprise and annoyance were reflected on his face. And immediately after that, Mark was overtaken by a turtle shell, from which the guy did not have time to defend himself. From the strong blow, Mark flew back along with the ice turtle. Even when the turtle had already stopped, Mark flew several meters further than it. Slowly rising, Mark tried to get to his feet, but again he couldn't. Looking down at the ground again, he saw that this time both of his hands were frozen to the ground. Suddenly, Ivan sat down on the turtle's shell and asked Mark if he had any adaptation skills. Without waiting for an answer, he opened his mouth again, and this time there was a teddy bear on his tongue. But a second later, the teddy bear figure turned into a huge bear, which tried to attack Mark. Having reached Mark, the bear was able to pin the boy to the ground with his strong paw. From the unexpected strong blow, Mark even began to cough up blood. However, the bear did not stop there and continued to beat the guy furiously. Watching the bear's fury, Ivan reasoned that if there had been an ordinary person in front of him, he would have stopped attacking long ago and checked if he was alive. However, this time Ivan believed that such a measure was not necessary. After this, a multitude of seagulls formed near the ice hero, which also flew towards Mark. Having risen into the air, immediately after the seagulls began to fall on their enemy. And while the bear stopped attacking, the seagulls began to slam their beaks into Mark. But when they reached Mark, the bird suddenly froze and began to tremble a little. At that moment, the bear stood to the side and waited for something, and the seagulls suddenly began to emit a lot of light. Suddenly, the bear roared and swung its paw, wanting to attack Mark. However, at that moment it became clear that the light began to come not from the seagulls, but from Mark. Suddenly he summoned his armor, as well as Duran's sword, which immediately split the bear into two parts. Due to the small shockwave, the turtle's shell rolled back, and Ivan along with it. Rising to his feet, Mark extended his right hand towards his sword. It was only at that moment that Ivan finally realized that the person in front of him was a sword hero. As he began to chant the spell, Mark simultaneously grabbed his side with his free hand, most likely because it was hurting from the injuries he had received. And after that, he swung his sword and was more ready than ever to kill the ice hero. The old man, on the contrary, only had time to be surprised at who his enemy really was. Afterwards, his expression was just as surprised, and his head jerked back. And then she slowly fell off the man's body and fell to the ground. Following the head, which rolled slightly to the side, the body also fell to the ground. Only at that moment could Mark finally breathe a little and relax. Afterwards, Mark slowly began to approach his slain enemy, who by nature had always been superior to the swordsman. This was because Ivan could always attack Mark from a distance, and this was evident from the very beginning. And the enemy simply did not have time to study Mark's various techniques. However, Mark already knew about this, because he had previously had to deal with something similar. For some reason, the head of the dead man, which rolled to the side, seemed strange to Mark, so for some time the guy continued to look at her closely. It turns out that Mark had previously fought with the hero mage, and Mark, possessing a special skill of steadfast defense, decided to specifically open himself up to the enemy before the final attack. Then the enemy did not suspect anything, and was already beginning to rejoice in his victory. But Mark initially wanted the enemy to underestimate him, and Mark's plan worked for him. The guy pretended that he was weaker, and the enemy felt a false sense of superiority and believed that he would soon deal with Mark. However, the next moment, when the enemy relaxed, Mark decapitated him with a fire attack. And now, as Mark stood over his dead enemy, he felt something was wrong. Mark's intuition told him that something was wrong, but the guy didn't understand what exactly it was. Anxious thoughts continued to fill the guy, who believed that he had missed something and did not take it into account. Mark had a rough idea of what it must feel like to defeat a hero who had lived for over 100 years. It was a feeling of recognition, power, and superiority, but Mark didn't feel it. For this reason, slowly his anxiety began to develop into fear. Then Mark finally realized that he had cut off a head, but for some reason there was no blood, and this made him grimace. Suddenly, the ice hero's body began to crack as if it were ice, and the next moment, the one who was the real hero of ice jumped out of the puppet, and in his hands the old man held an ice sword. Thanks to his sudden attack, Ivan was able to reach Mark and plunge his sword into him. And because of his unexpected attack, Mark couldn't stay on his feet and moved back a little. But soon he was able to regain his balance, and with one free hand, he grabbed Ivan's hand. However, the attack was serious enough that Mark coughed up blood again, and Ivan at that moment told Mark that he was too fixated on the opponent's neck. But ignoring his words, Mark raised his sword up, and then he decided to strike furiously, hoping to kill his opponent immediately. However, Ivan again said that the guy's intentions were too obvious, and then decided to summon a new beast. This time, the summoned beast was much stronger, and was immediately able to knock Mark down on his own. The summoned animal turned out to be a squid, which, with the help of its huge and strong tentacles, threw the guy aside. Standing on his summoned squid, Ivan tried to peer at the place where the sword hero had been thrown. Then it was already much more difficult for Mark to move because the cold was spreading from his very heart, and even the protection of the goddess Mark had no power over such cold. At that moment, Mark realized that if he wasted time, he would simply freeze. But at that moment, he was already in bad shape. Then he suddenly found his opponent with his gaze. Without waiting for Mark to act, Ivan decided to summon a new animal again. The fish summoned turned out to be a huge ice humpback whale. But since there was no water in the area, the whale immediately began to fall on Mark. Having time to react, Mark swung his sword and cut the whale's body into 2 parts. At that moment, the sword hero looked very confident and steadfast. However, from the cold and fatigue, Mark's hands began to tremble, and it became increasingly difficult to hold the sword. This did not escape Ivan's attention, and he realized that the frostbite stage had now begun. Thinking that the madness would soon end, the man wanted to summon another animal. Then, unexpectedly, the chopped whale, or rather its 2 parts, turned into 2 wolves. Instantly, 2 wolves headed towards Mark with menacing grins, and Ivan, together with the squid, could only calmly watch everything from the side. He suddenly remembered that the previous sword hero had met his death at this stage of the attack. However, with Mark, things were a little different. Even in such a terrible state, the guy still found the strength to dodge the wolf bites. But suddenly Mark noticed something, and turned slightly to the side. Looking at his hand, the guy suddenly noticed that his hand was starting to crumble, which meant that he had about 30 seconds. This motivated the boy to use a powerful attack, which immediately dealt multiple attacks to the wolves. Then a second sword appeared in his hand, which made Mark look more menacing. Ivan scratched his beard thoughtfully and thought that Mark was superior to the previous sword hero. At that moment, Mark had already stopped and was preparing to launch the next attack. And when he had only a few seconds left before he completely turned into ice, Mark rushed to attack. But despite this, Ivan decided to have some fun with the guy during this time and release the ice soldiers. Then the summoned dead all lined up on the ground. Among them was also the German golem hero, Jonas, and also killed by Ivan, the previous hero of the sword, Siegfried. The entire summoned army lined up in front of Mark, who had to deal with them all if he wanted to survive. These were the last crucial 30 seconds. One boy's family was so poor that they went to war for just 1 sack of flour. It was the year 1916, and the events of the First World War were taking place. The aftermath of the battles was terrible, and the bodies of dead soldiers lay everywhere. Then the boy saw the terrible picture of war for the first time, and in fear, he just asked someone to stop it all. However, no one was going to stop, and the soldiers continued to shoot furiously and the guns thundered. Then, what was happening from the outside reminded the little boy of hell. But suddenly the boy heard something fall next to him. This caused him to open his eyes and look towards where the sound was coming from. His eyes, which were filled with tears, were immediately filled with wild horror when he saw that there was a grenade lying near his feet. The only thing he managed to say at that moment was to voice his desire to live. That boy simply dreamed of peace, and even as an adult, Ivan did not change his views, and understood that if he left Mark alive, he would continue this war. But suddenly, the man saw a large fiery explosion ahead of his ice army. At the same moment, many ice soldiers were destroyed. It turns out that Mark was trying his best to get ahead. However, Ivan was not going to give in to the young hero and intended to stop him. At that moment, Mark also did not give up, and with the help of 2 swords at once, he destroyed the ice army. Just one swing of the swords destroyed all the ice soldiers around. The soldiers seemed impossible to count, but despite his injuries, Mark diligently broke through them. But gradually the guy only got worse, and his entire skin turned blue. Suddenly Mark looked up and saw that ice golems were attacking him. The guy didn't have time to dodge, so the hands covered him from above and squeezed. However, Mark immediately launched an attack that destroyed the ice golems and created a large explosion. After the explosion, Mark lay on the ground with his swords lying on either side of him. Soon after this, he wanted to get up and leaned on his hand. However, at that very moment, his hand collapsed, and the armor on it also fell to the ground. Then the guy turned his surprised and frightened gaze to his hand. And since he lost one support, Mark immediately fell to the left side, and his helmet flew off his head. The lack of a helmet made it clear how tired Mark was, and his gaze was angry. Then it seemed to him as if he was on a chessboard, and Ivan was moving the pieces. But Mark was his only piece. But the next moment Mark came to his senses and found a way to get out of the difficult situation. Taking one of the swords with his teeth, the boy squeezed it with all his might to hold on. And then he rose to his feet and took the remaining sword in his other hand. Then Ivan asked again whether Mark had to sow such chaos and destruction, and asked when the boy's heart would calm down. But in Mark there burned a desire for revenge, so that as many people as possible would go through that feeling when no one was waiting for them anymore. When Mark rose to his feet and was ready to fight again, he had a large army before him. And immediately he rushed at the ice soldiers, with the desire to cause despair and loneliness to everyone. Tears came to the boy's eyes from the thought that he was sad a lot. And it was unfair that he was the only one who was sad. The guy who fought his way through the entire army just wanted to be understood. Mark wanted to throw out the anger and sadness that he had been holding inside all this time. Surprisingly, Mark was able to strike well with only one hand and a sword in his teeth. Watching him, the ice hero concluded that Mark had turned into a monster. This conclusion was obvious, because Mark possessed monstrous strength even with only one arm. Seizing the moment, Ivan suddenly crept up behind Mark and intended to cool the guy's head. and the man was able to get close to the hero of the sword so quickly that a little more, and Ivan would have touched Mark's head. And when he finally succeeded, Mark's body temperature dropped to complete 0. And after that, the ice covered the entire area. Immediately after this attack, Mark became covered in ice and was unable to move. Because Ivan had spent too much energy on the fight, it was already more difficult for him to move and breathe. And then the man sat down tiredly on the ground and said, addressing Mark, that at his age he shouldn't have done such a thing. Leaning his back against the ice where Mark was imprisoned, Ivan said that at least this way he had stopped the war. After this, the man involuntarily began to cough up blood due to the fact that he had spent too much energy in the fight. Raising his head a little higher, the ice hero said that enough had already been done, and then he quietly apologized to the guy. But at that very moment, an explosion occurred next to them due to lightning. Turning to the side, Ivan could not hide his surprise, but immediately he saw people who had arrived, who turned out to be Mark's old comrades. As soon as his comrades arrived, their gaze immediately fell on Mark, who was trapped in ice and could not move. Seeing the state their comrade was in, the soldiers immediately panicked. However, Ivan was too surprised to understand why Mark's allies appeared right now. But Mark, who saw his friends for the first time in a long time, was very surprised by this unexpected meeting. He immediately saw both the fairy and the white-haired warrior guy with a scar, and also an elf, another warrior, and a priestess who always tried to support Mark. While Mark was almost defeated, Hannah was able to acquire new believers, with whom her power increased significantly. Thanks to this, she was able to destroy the planes that tried to attack her, but they crashed into the sea. However, immediately after some of the downed planes, others followed. One of the pilots immediately informed the others that he had found a target and would now begin firing. Receiving his order, other planes also fired shells. And having fired their shells, the planes immediately made a loop in the air and flew in the opposite direction. Seeing the missiles, Hannah was a little outraged that they were sending missiles at defenseless people. Because of this, the girl concluded that this world was too cruel. At that moment, 2 believing men turned to Hannah. Looking at the girl, they asked her to show them a miracle. The girl agreed with a smile, and then Hannah twirled her finger in the air. At that very moment, those 2 believers began to turn into flower petals, just like the rockets. Seeing that the hero of faith had not received any damage, the pilot reported this and asked for permission to attack again. Having said this, he turned his head to the side. At that moment, he saw that there was a smirk on Hannah's face, and all her soldiers, including herself, were safe. The pilot then reported that their missiles were like ant bites to the enemy, and they were simply monsters. Afterwards, he announced that he would attack again, and also ordered to reduce the flight altitude. Afterwards, the man fell silent, waiting for an answer. But there was no reaction from the other pilots. Outraged that his order had not been heard, the pilot repeated his demand. However, at that very moment, he looked down and saw that his hands were slowly turning into petals. Then he turned sharply to the side, trying to find his team with his eyes. And then he saw that all the other planes were also covered in petals, and even exploded. When half of the man's face was gone, he screamed, either from overwhelming horror or from pain. It was not entirely clear to Hannah whether what had happened was a miracle. Then she turned to her believers and asked if this was not beautiful, and if people could be as beautiful as the petals. However, the battle on the water soon continued, with many ships firing into the air. The fleet captain gave orders furiously and filled everyone with fighting spirit. Therefore, all the ships tried to aim at the hero of faith. However, despite their efforts and fighting spirit, they died a heroic death, unable to resist the hero. The results of that attack were immediately reported to the authorities, and when the commanders-in-chief saw the defeat that had befallen their military forces, some were filled with anger, while others stood frozen in stupor. And the final word of the report was that their troops were completely defeated and routed. Then one of them asked why they were so powerless, and whether it was possible to somehow resist the miracle. But suddenly a boy appeared behind him and said that something like this could not be called a miracle. Frowning, the man immediately turned to look at the unfamiliar and strange boy. And then, the hero of faith with a halo on his head promised to show a real miracle. While the man did not understand who this boy was and how he appeared here, Arcadius ignored the questions and walked forward. Putting his hand through the screen, he said with a smile that he had not expected to be remembered. And then he turned around, and with a determined look and a smile, asked to believe in him, the boy. And then, under the surprised glances of adults, he was able to disappear into the unknown. In fact, Demian Arcadius was the only saint who appeared during the raging plague. This little miracle loved people so much that it was ready to take all illnesses upon itself. And in the villages that Arcadius visited, there was enough milk and honey for the orphans. As Arcadius disappeared into the unknown, the man looked ahead in bewilderment. It turns out that there were also strange marks left on the floor, indicating that Arcadius had appeared here. And after the transfer, the saint found himself in the middle of a clear, endless sky and white clouds. It seems that at that moment the hero of faith seemed to enjoy his freedom. But in reality, he stood before his enemy, who had an army of believers behind him. Seeing the saint, Hannah smiled and told the boy that he really did exist. While Hannah was enjoying the moment of meeting Arcadios, the hero of faith looked at the girl with a share of contempt and alienation. Having finished speaking, the girl slightly bowed her head and said that she was very glad to meet him. But at that moment, Arcadius seemed to wearily turn his gaze to the side, and then he saw how many followers were around Hannah. And suddenly, at that moment, tears appeared in the boy's eyes, and he said that the people around Hannah were shrouded in fear. However, Hannah remembered herself. A little girl who always remembered the feeling of fear. While she was sitting on the floor, the door suddenly opened, and a man who looked like a priest appeared in the room. When Hannah saw him, the girl seemed to become even more frightened, and tears rolled down her cheeks. And the moment their eyes met, a terrifying smile appeared on the man's face. When Arcadius said that fear had always haunted the girl, she was outraged that he actually knew nothing. And the next moment after that, some people from Hannah's army were suddenly killed. After this, the clouds began to thicken, and lightning flashed. And then a large head of someone appeared from behind the dark clouds. It turns out that Hannah was able to summon the fallen angel Miradaniel, who was behind the girl. When the fallen angel opened his mouth, magical energy began to accumulate around him. And soon after that, he fired a shot that was ready to completely destroy Arcadius, who was standing in place. But in the face of danger, the boy was not at all afraid and was calm. It turns out that Hannah's mother was a believer who prayed fervently, and the priest, raising his hand up, only urged the people to pray more desperately. After this, the noise in the church only increased, and people fell to their knees. And because of her mother, Hannah also began to believe in God. While her mother was praying earnestly, Hannah always watched her with a certain admiration and delight. And a little later, Hannah also began to pray. And in her prayer, the girl asked God to make her mother happy. At school, the girl was called names for this, and Hannah was bullied, with drawings all over the girl's desk. Every time Hannah saw her desk covered in graffiti and defaced, it was as if there was no face on it. And then she bent down and tried to wash away at least a little of the insults with her hand. Suddenly the girl's gaze became clouded, and Hannah thought about something. She recalled that her mother, having lived a miserable life, never cried because God was with her. So Hannah thought she didn't need to cry either. And trying to hold back her tears, Hannah smiled. But she was having a hard time containing her emotions, and soon tears began to fall on the girl's desk. Hannah held these views until one day they again failed to come to church. That day, a priest unexpectedly approached them and addressed Hannah's mother. As if sensing something was wrong, Hannah immediately turned around and looked at the man with a worried gaze. Smiling, the man suggested that her mother attend evening prayers that night. When Hannah's mother came to visit late at night, Hannah waited outside the door alone. Not understanding what exactly was happening, the girl was overcome with anxiety. But suddenly the door creaked and opened, and Hannah's mother appeared. With a wild look and a slight smile, the mother turned to her daughter and said that Hannah needed to pray too. As danger approached Arcadios, he extended his hand forward and began casting a protective spell. With a calm expression on his face, he asked someone to come down from the sky. And then, unexpectedly, the summoned Archangel Titaniel put his shield in front of Arcadius, and the angel's strong shield helped to hold back the blow that was coming. At that moment, many believers were watching the battle from the church. Many of those present had worried and surprised faces, but the senior priests watched the battle unfold more calmly. Suddenly, one of them turned to the Pope and began to whisper in his ear that, of course, such a thing could not be thought of. After listening, the priest asked again what would happen if Saint Damien was defeated. Another replied that they had indeed been told that the saint was their only hope. But everything looked doubtful. But the Pope shook his head and replied that everything would be fine, because the enemy's strength was the fanatics who trembled with fear. But in opposition to it was the power of Saint Damien, supported by more than 1 billion Catholics. Turning to the man, the priest said they had asked all churches and all believers to unite in prayer, and then he suddenly took the man by the hands, which surprised the priest. And then the Pope, smiling, told the man that he should believe and pray with them. At that moment, Hannah's attack had already dissipated and was stopped. This made the girl twist her mouth, because she understood that she didn't have enough strength. But Arcadius, as if kindly, asked if it was his turn to attack now, and then he also calmly began to call on someone else. Then Samadiel, whom he had called, came down from heaven. Taking a curved but long horn, the beautiful goddess blew into it, and then a cluster of magical power formed at its end. At that moment, Arcadius turned to Hannah with a grin, saying that if she had enough strength, then let her try to resist. And a moment later, there was still a little time left before Arcadios's power would destroy the girl. Gritting her teeth, Hannah tried to do something and crossed her arms. Then a shield appeared before her, which was created through the sacrifice of her own fanatics. But his strength was enough to withstand the blow. Then Hannah realized how big the difference in power was due to the different beliefs in them. Then Hannah thought that she needed to break through the defense and get Arcadios's head. Suddenly the girl grabbed one of her believers, because this was the only way. Grabbing a man, Hannah hid behind him and tried to get away from the epicenter of the attack. But Arcadius's power was so strong that it gradually began to destroy the body of the believer Hannah. At some point, Hannah also started getting injured, causing her to curse. But after a moment, she still managed to escape from the dangerous place. But at that moment, Hannah's believer was almost destroyed, and burns were also visible on her skin. Then suddenly Arcadius turned to her, calling her driven by fear, and said that it was too slow. Enraged, Hannah immediately and furiously threw her believer aside. And then she also furiously attacked Arcadius. Having created a sword with her powers, the girl swung it at her opponent. However, the boy only calmly closed his eyes and raised his index finger forward. Then, with a light wave of his hand, Arcadius was able to destroy the base of Hannah's sword. He then pulled his hand back and met Hannah's gaze, who suddenly became vulnerable to attack. The boy swung and hit Hannah sharply in the neck, causing her head to fall under the force of the blow. And then Arcadius said with a touch of contempt that Hannah's faith was too weak. After that unexpected attack, Hannah's head fell down. And since there was no land, it had to fall into the salty, endless waters. But suddenly a body began to quickly grow from the head. And after that, Hannah's entire body had time to recover. Having grown her wings again, Hannah managed to soar into the sky without hitting the water. Afterwards, it took her a little while to regain her balance. And then the girl was able to push off and fly into the sky again. And Arcadius could only continue to watch as the girl continued to fight thanks to her recovery ability. Flying up, heading towards the boy again, Hannah created a new weapon. Seeing her attempts, to his surprise, Arcadius smiled kindly. And then he headed down at full speed towards the girl. At that moment, Hannah had already prepared her spear and was ready to attack the other hero of faith with it. However, reacting quickly, Arcadius dodged her attack and prepared his fist to strike. And then he punched the girl in the face with all his might. Then Hannah was defeated again and fell into the salt waters. When the girl's body went limp, the spear was released from her hands, and the water gradually turned the color of blood. Hannah's life was constantly cut short. But each time she used her believers who were in Korea, there were a great many people watching the battle of the heroes of faith. After Hannah's next death, suddenly one of them stood up and said that he was sacrificing himself. As soon as the man said this, his head immediately exploded. However, his death allowed Hannah to continue her fight, and then she again, armed with a sword, rushed at her opponent. But the girl turned out to be too weak, so the next second her head flew down again. And after that, this continued an unknown number of times, which exceeded 100. And Arcadius understood that he had been able to kill the girl countless times already. And looking at all the heads of Hannah that had managed to accumulate, the boy did not understand why the girl continued to fight senselessly. However, Hannah always had a smug and sly smile on her face. Her plan was that there were no worthless lives or actions in the world, and everything had to lead to something. The Catholics, who had been constantly praying for Arcadius's victory, began to feel fear and anxiety. They didn't understand why the battle was still going on when more than 1 billion people were praying for Arcadius's victory. The battle, which continued even after Hannah's 1,000 deaths, slowly began to generate fear in the believers. They began to think that this was the end, although they had previously considered faith to be all-powerful. At some point, the man lowered his head and was overcome with doubts. But at that very moment, a bandage appeared on his head. Hannah's powers began to work. When other believers noticed this, they began to look uneasy, and then everyone immediately recoiled from the man, realizing that he was under the power of the enemy. At that moment, the fear that was the basis of Hannah's faith began to overcome others, and did not allow the Pope to pray. Raising his head and seeing that some kind of chaos had begun, the man could not understand why everything went this way. With an agitated look, he suddenly asked everyone what was happening now. And at that moment, the battle between Hannah and Arcadius in the sky continued, and Hannah swung her sword. Suddenly, Arcadius noticed that the girl had managed to inflict a small scratch on his cheek. Then a smug smile appeared on Hannah's face, and swinging her sword, the girl asked him if he felt it. After delivering a sword strike that Arcadius stopped by crossing his 2 arms, Hannah said that his strength was weakening. But Hannah's power was only gaining momentum, so she continued to attack the boy furiously. When a victorious smile appeared on the girl's face, it became clear that Hannah was right about gaining strength through fear. Gradually, the people whose minds Hannah had managed to take over began to attack those who prayed for Arcadius. This happened not only in churches but also in ordinary apartments. But chaos reigned even in the middle of ordinary streets. Accidents occurred, people fought with each other, and there was smoke everywhere. Hannah's believers were so mad that they even tried to bite off pieces of flesh from ordinary people. At that moment, suddenly there were more Hannah believers than Arcadius throughout the world, and this was a big advantage in favor of the girl. As he held off the girl's attacks, the boy wondered if Hannah had planned all this from the beginning. At that moment, the girl furiously swung her sword at Arcadius. However, the enemy, waiting for an opportune moment, kicked the girl in the head, which caused Hannah to be defeated again. and at the same moment her head fell into the water again and splashed blood. Frowning, Arcadius thought about how his people were losing their faith with every passing minute, and that was bad. But the hero of faith decided that while he had such an opportunity, he would try his best to defeat Hannah. Folding his hands and beginning to pray, Arcadius began to call out to someone again. After the words were spoken, something resembling a closed gate appeared behind Arcadius. When they opened, a warrior man came out holding a sword in his hand. It was the Archangel Michael. But even the appearance of the Archangel did not make the desperate Hannah stop in the face of a stronger opponent. Then at that very moment, Arcadius pointed his hand forward, and with a stern look ordered the Archangel to kill all the opponents of Christ. Obeying the order of the hero of faith, the Archangel immediately drew his weapon from its sheath, and as soon as Michael pulled the sword out of its sheath, it immediately burst into red flame. At that moment, Arcadius chuckled, and explained that the flaming sword was a sacred weapon that inflicted incurable injuries, and after this attack, Hannah would not be able to recover. However, he suddenly felt strange fluctuations in the wind around him, and a sharp sound, which made his face look stunned. Deciding to check what was going on, Arcadius turned his frightened gaze to the side, and then he saw that the summoned Archangel attacked not Hannah, but himself, which was different from the boy's original idea. This could not be hidden from Hannah's gaze, so the girl immediately smiled and told Arcadius that his believers were gradually turning away from him. As a black mask appeared over the Archangel's eyes, Hannah's question was heard as to whether Arcadius thought that the angel would not respond to the call of fear. At that moment, no one expected that everything would turn out like this, and that the feeling of fear would become stronger than hope. Demian really did a lot for people, but those people who remembered him have long since left this world. Unlike Arcadius, Hannah spread fear, and people turned away from her. But this was the girl's strength. People panicked so much that when they saw the girl, they immediately ran away, and tears were visible on their faces. And the fear that was sown was a bomb that Hannah had prepared. The main church expected this, so they broadcast the battle to increase faith in Arcadius. For some time, people watched the battle with trepidation, and hope was visible in their eyes. Families in their homes also watched the battle and prayed in front of their television screens. However, everything took on the worst possible form and developed in the most terrible direction. The priests, overcome with fear, were too furious, and under the influence of Hannah's powers, attacked other people. At some point, they turned their attention to the Pope and were going to deal with him. But at the most opportune moment, two strong men appeared in front of the old man, who were most likely guards. As soon as the man saw the guards in front of him, he immediately gave everyone the order to stop the broadcast and remove the priests, who were consumed by fear. But then suddenly, one of the guards said that they could not contact the organizers of the broadcast. The man also believed that if they stopped the broadcast, they could cause even more confusion. Then, in some despair, the Pope threw his head back and asked the Lord what they should do now. Then a battle took place in which faith and hope, as well as evil and forgotten kindness, fought. Having been wounded by his own archangel, Arcadius involuntarily began to cough up blood. At that moment, Hannah pushed off the surface of the water and intended to reach her opponent. At that moment, while the girl had such an opportunity, Hannah decided to grab the sword more comfortably. And then she chuckled as she noticed how Arcadius had initially been confident, but now he was scared. And after this, the girl immediately said with some contempt that this hero of faith was very pathetic. The next moment, Hannah managed to cut off Arcadius's head because the boy was unable to move due to serious conformations. As he breathed his last, the boy wondered exactly when it all went wrong. Closing his eyes, Arcadius thought that this was all because he had slept too long and therefore had become forgotten. The moment his head fell into the water, it was Demian's defeat. As the head fell into the water, the blood that came from it gradually began to color the salty waters red. However, at the very bottom of the ocean, it felt as if some bright star was burning. Soon after, to his surprise, Arcadius woke up in an unknown place. His appearance was immediately noticed by local residents who had been praying before. But Arcadius could not see them yet, because he was just beginning to come to his senses and was coughing. But as they came closer, the children suddenly told the surprised nun that the saint had returned. Having come to his senses a little, Arcadius raised his tired gaze to the people who had arrived. Looking at them with a slightly surprised and wary look, the boy wondered how he managed to survive. But while everyone looked at him in surprise, Arcadius suggested that this could be life after death. Suddenly, he sharply raised his head and directed his surprised gaze somewhere into the distance. Then he finally saw the sign that said the house was named after him, and immediately after that he turned his gaze to the children. At first, Arcadius was so surprised that he couldn't find the right words. But he immediately realized that somehow there were still those children who had not forgotten Arcadius. Even during his life, Arcadius was an orphan child who had a hard time in difficult times. The child, who had no home of his own, was constantly hungry, and for the sake of his survival, the boy each time found the strength and perseverance to continue. He always had a pot in his hands, into which he asked to put something and help him somehow. And the reason why he always tried to remain a saint for the children was because he too was once a hungry child. And this child lived in a harsh world in which none of the adults were able to help. Arcadius's parents abandoned him immediately after birth, so he always lived as a beggar and could only watch wealthy people. Because he was trying so hard to survive, at some point he got involved with the wrong people. Arriving at the camp, he reported that he hadn't managed to bring much today, and the pot was immediately snatched from his hands. Then the man who was in front of the boy immediately began to get angry, and was outraged that Arcadius had brought only this. Having decided to vent his anger on the defenseless child, the man immediately hit Arcadius in the face with his palm. While the boy was writhing on the ground in pain, the man threatened him that if he did not bring a full bucket by morning, they would kill him and make soup from his bones. Hearing this, Arcadius immediately turned around and cast a worried glance at the man. And then he jumped to his feet and began to run away from the camp with all his might out of fear. After this he began to run, and because of fear and terror he did not make out the road he was running on. The air he exhaled as he ran immediately became noticeable due to the fact that the temperature in the area was low and the boy was poorly dressed for the weather. Continuing to run, at some point he jumped out of the bushes and found himself in an open space, but hearing a strange sound from the side, he automatically turned his gaze there. And then he saw the carriage with horses that he had been run over when he was not even 10 years old. The horses reared up and kicked Arcadius with their hooves, leaving serious wounds on the child. The boy's entire face was distorted and covered in blood, and lying on the ground, he looked at the sky and cried in pain as he slowly died. After colliding with a cart, he was so badly injured that he couldn't move, and the carriage simply passed by, because the coachman did not want to help the poor child. On the contrary, the elderly man even swore angrily at the fact that he was so unlucky that the boy ran out onto the road. Therefore, Arcadius wanted to be reborn in a world where there were no orphans or starving children, and if such a thing were possible, he wanted to create such a world himself and give every child a chance to grow up. Looking at the people in front of him, the boy suddenly burst into tears and told them that looking at them, he suddenly remembered why exactly he wanted to save the world. He also realized that there were still people who had not forgotten about his existence and sincerely believed in him. Having said this, Demian immediately rose to his feet, and the children continued to look with delight at the hero of the faith. Lowering his head a little, Arcadius began to slowly say something to the people. It turns out he wanted them to give him a little faith so he would have more strength to fight. And looking at the children, who happily agreed, Arcadius finally remembered why he had been trying to save this world. Although the children agreed to help Arcadius, they did not understand how they could give him faith, which they asked the saint directly about. Hearing their question, Arcadius leaned towards them and smiled sweetly. Stretching his arms forward a little, he told the children to fold their hands in this way, and closing their eyes, think of him. Smiling at the saint, the children happily repeated his instructions and folded their hands together. And when Arcadius touched the hands of one of the girls, a bright yellowish color suddenly appeared. When the girl saw the glowing ball, she looked at this miracle with delight and a smile. Looking kindly at the girl, Arcadius also smiled and thanked the children for remembering him. While the girl also looked at Vera with delight, Arcadius took her for himself. And then he smiled again and said that in exchange for their help, he would be able to create a world where each of the children would have the opportunity to grow up. Hearing this, the girl immediately smiled and enthusiastically agreed. Soon after, Arcadius was clutching something multicolored and smoke-like in his hand. Revived and with renewed strength, the boy again resolutely rushed into battle with Hannah. At high speed, he approached a place where there was a city, over which a terrible thunderstorm was raging, and there were black clouds. The city, which was very old and seemed to be uninhabited, was looming over by people whose minds Hannah had been able to take over. Because Hannah had pulled most of the billion Catholics over to her side, Arcadius only had 2 wings. And noticing this, the girl chuckled. And after that, she suddenly raised her hand and pointed her finger upward, and said that it must have been very hard when you lose your believers. Afterwards, she pointed her hand forward, causing all her people to head towards Arcadius. And the girl said that it wasn't even a game anymore. As hundreds of Hannah's faithful headed towards Arcadius, the boy had only a fist-sized faith to counter them. As they approached the saint, Hannah's believers suddenly opened their mouths as wide as they could. And when they got to Arcadius, the first of them managed to bite the boy and made Demian feel pain. Soon after, the full force of Hannah's puppets fell upon him, but some of them flew past Arcadius. Frowning in pain, at that moment Arcadius thought that he had to endure this, because he couldn't spend all his faith on puppets, and if faith was measured by quantity, he would have already lost. Continuing to endure the angry attacks of the puppets, Demian understood that he had only a little more time to endure. However, at some point, it seemed as if there were more and more attackers, and this would all go on forever. But at one sudden moment, everything stopped, and the sky became completely quiet because the attacking people disappeared. Not understanding what had happened, Arcadius opened his eyes and decided to look around, but fear was immediately reflected in his eyes. At that moment, he saw that in front of him was the archangel that he had previously been able to summon, but now the angel was about to attack Arcadius. Then Hannah chuckled at the fact that she was just giving back to Arcadius, and that was, in her opinion, her character. And when the archangel struck, Arcadius had nowhere to hide from him, and all that was left was to take the blow himself. Amidst the raging storm and the many believers on Hannah's side, there was also an archangel next to her who completed his attack. Realizing that the archangel's strike must have done a lot of damage, Hannah smirked at her victory. At that moment, the military was also watching the battle from their screens, and suddenly they saw a bright golden light in front of them. This caused one of them to exclaim with delight that it was like a miracle. When the smoke and ash from the impact had almost cleared, Arcadius appeared, having taken a lot of damage but still holding on and emitting a bright light. Upon seeing him, Hannah was immediately outraged by his behavior, because he continued to endure attacks and not defend himself, although he could have summoned armor. At that same moment, the beaten and exhausted hero of faith opened one of his eyes with difficulty. Standing in front of Hannah, who had an entire army of her puppets behind her, Arcadius suddenly thought that faith could not be measured in numbers. Then he suddenly smiled and told Hannah that this was precisely the difference between them. Faith and fear had different sources. At that moment, Arcadius clenched his fist tightly on the faith that had been given to him by those children who had not yet forgotten about him. These seeds of faith were planted hundreds of years ago, when Arcadius helped the poor and gave children bread so they would have something to eat. After taking his portion of bread, one of the boys looked up at Arcadius and said that he had no money for food. But smiling, Arcadius ruffled the boy's hair and told him to take care of other children when he grew up. Many years later, when the boy became a man, he also began to distribute bread to poor, hungry children. Having given a piece of bread to the girl, he ruffled her hair and told one boy that they should do good. Hearing this, the boy thoughtfully turned his gaze to his portion of bread, and then he innocently looked up again at the man who was helping them. And a few years later, when he grew up, he hung a plaque with Demian's name on a building. Coming down from the stairs, he stood on the ground and looked around the building, which was newly built and named after Arcadius. While he was examining the building, a little girl suddenly ran up to him and started tugging at the adult's sleeve. He immediately turned to the girl and smiled, and soon other orphans ran up to them. After ruffling the hair of one of the boys, he smiled and told the children that they must become adults who can lend a helping hand to those in need. That faith lit a fire within hearts and continued to pass through the centuries, allowing Arcadius to create a spear called Demian's Love. Seeing the spear that suddenly formed, the smug grin on Hannah's face disappeared and was replaced by uncertainty. Drawing his hand back and preparing to launch the spear at his enemy, Arcadius said that it contained the meaning of his entire life, and Hannah could try to block its path. Raising her hand and preparing to snap her fingers, the girl smirked evilly at the fact that he only had the faith of a couple of people. Snapping her fingers, Hannah thought that she had many believers on her side, which meant she could resist as much as she wanted. However, even after she gave the order, her believers somehow continued to hang in the air. When they failed to respond to the order, Hannah immediately turned around angrily to face her army. Then she saw that the people were not moving. Their usual smiles were distorted, and for some reason tears began to flow from their eyes. Looking at them, Hannah immediately angrily asked them why they were standing still and not obeying. And hearing the girl's question, Arcadius calmly said that her believers saw how true faith can be, and understood that their own was disgusting. And then he swung and released the spear, which emitted bluish colors as it flew towards the enemy. Due to the disobedient believers, Hannah was unable to stop the spear and did not have time to dodge it, so it pierced her body. The girl threw her head back in severe pain, and there were bloodstains on her clothes, indicating that she had been seriously injured. But gritting her teeth and trembling a little, Hannah said that these wounds were insignificant to her. While her whole body was shaking and the girl froze, she said that she just needed to recover from her wounds. Wanting to pull out the spear, Hannah grabbed it with both hands, which were trembling. But suddenly one hand let go of the spear, and unexpected tears rolled down the girl's cheeks. Little by little, the mask on her face began to crumble, because after Hannah grabbed the spear, she realized that the fear was leaving her heart. All the memories of her life flashed before her eyes, and the girl cried. But now she could free herself from the fear, anger, and sadness that always fettered her. Covering her opened eye with her hand, the girl shouted that Arcadius did not need to pretend that he understood her. Suddenly she said that all this happened because of Arcadius, because he should have saved her too. But for some reason he did not do this and allowed the priest to commit atrocities. Suddenly at that moment, the masks of Hannah's believers also began to crumble and free their minds. Following one person, all the others began to be freed. But at that moment, Hannah rushed forward because she believed that this was not the end, and she was not finished yet. She decided to pounce on Arcadius, but at that moment the boy was already almost out of strength and simply continued to hang in one place. As she continued to fly towards her opponent, Hannah thought that if she killed him, everyone would believe in her again. Hannah tried to kill her opponent in the hopes that this way she would be able to start over. But surprisingly, Arcadius didn't intend to attack or defend himself. On the contrary, he simply put his hands forward when Hannah was already very close. When they were just a little bit away from him, Hannah saw that he put his arms out to the sides, as if he was ready to hug the girl. When Hannah noticed this, she couldn't hide the surprise on her face. And the next moment she had already reached her enemy and also pierced him with a spear, which caused blood to flow again. With tears in his eyes, Arcadius suddenly said that from the very beginning, he only had to console Hannah. When Hannah heard about this, she couldn't hold back the tears that began to roll down her cheeks. But having come to her senses a little, she immediately began to fight off Arcadius and tried to get out of the saint's embrace. But then Arcadius hugged her and grabbed the spear, which now bound them and did not allow the girl to leave. Soon after this, for some reason the girl stopped trying to get out of the embrace. Then Arcadius calmly said that everything was fine and would soon get better. After that, Hannah's body weakened and one arm moved back a little. Then the girl suddenly asked him whether something would have changed if he had heard her prayer earlier. And Arcadius answered her that he would be glad to hear a prayer, because his motto is that unfortunate children must be comforted. Hearing this, the girl looked away from Arcadius and directed her gaze somewhere far ahead. And then she could see how beautiful the sky was when the dark clouds cleared and the rays of the sun appeared breaking through the clouds. Soon after, a golden silhouette appeared near the two heroes of faith, which resembled a sarcophagus. Soon it became clearer, and was able to accept the two heroes who were now bonded. Meanwhile, in America, conversations were taking place between the hero of the transformation and the government. One of the military men was outraged by Marie's proposal to send all Western forces to the east and did not understand why she proposed it. But the robot only answered briefly that this meant that the Western front should be empty. And if this is possible, then in her opinion, it is worth introducing a state of emergency and redirecting troops. But then another was indignant, who allowed the hero of the South to command the North, and asked what Marie thought their army was like. Then all the military looked at Marie, waiting for her answer. But she answered briefly that, alas, it was not the brave who won. She explained that only a hero was capable of fighting back against a hero, and constantly many soldiers sacrificed their lives in vain, so she suggested doing so. Raising her hand and pointing to herself, Marie said that it took a monster to fight a monster, and she would fight alone. Everyone listened to her answer, but at first many were scared and did not know how to react. But suddenly a man in a formal suit asked if they could help with anything. Then the robot briefly said that they should help in the way she had already said. When asked if she meant a state of emergency, she answered in the affirmative, and added that people would trust not a robot, but those who had warmth in their bodies. Adjusting his glasses, the man agreed and said that they would leave that monster to her. But suddenly he said that something else in her words still bothered him. Looking at Marie with a serious gaze, he told her not to call herself a monster, and then he added that she had a heart, which meant that her essence was close to human. Hearing these words, at first Marie did not understand how to react to this, but then she leaned forward a little in a bow and promised that she would not disappoint them. After this, communication with the government was lost and all screens went dark. Immediately after this, Marie turned to her assistant and asked him to give her the coordinates of that hero. The target was immediately located, and the assistant reported that the target would soon be heading for Los Angeles. And if the landing point was not changed, it was expected that no damage would be done until arrival in the city. After listening to him, Marie said that they needed to move faster and told them to find a way. Marie believed that they needed to get to the right place as soon as possible. Meanwhile, drones launched by Gabby were flying in Los Angeles airspace. Having looked through all the buildings, she did not find anyone, and therefore did not understand how to react. At some point, she was surprised that even the mice were not visible, which meant that everyone had run away. But she immediately decided that it made no difference to her, and it was better to destroy the entire continent. Immediately after this, her battle cannons began to prepare to fire. But at that very moment, another robot appeared in front of her, one she didn't know. Gabby was a little surprised when she saw the unfamiliar robot. Having examined his equipment, she immediately decided that it was not bad. But the robot was from the last century. Suddenly, Marie spoke, and said that she knew that Gabby had managed to send many to the next world, and had now arrived here to exterminate innocent people. Gabby was silent for a moment, not knowing how to react, and then asked what the robot meant by that. She asked what answer the stranger wanted to hear, and whether he thought she would begin to repent. And then Marie replied that it was high time for this, because even though Gabby had killed many, there was a chance to correct mistakes. And then Marie said that Gabby could help humanity get back on its feet using her technology. But when Gabby heard this, she only laughed a little. And then she told Marie that she had a malfunction, and it seemed that the contacts in the processor had shorted out. But to this, Marie calmly replied that they used to be people, and people are illogical. Reaching her hand forward, Marie said that as the older hero, she would give Gabby a chance. Now Marie was offering Gabby to surrender and stop this chaos, but Gabby said that she was even confused by such a stupid proposal, because usually it was the strong who gave a chance to the weak. She asked if it was crazy that technology that was relevant 100 years ago thought it could be more powerful than the next generation. Opening up her many other guns, Gabby said she didn't even have words for it. By reducing her power limit by 30%, she launched many missiles at Marie, but the other transformation hero, in turn, continued to hang in place. And then Gabby turned to Marie, calling her a piece of iron, that she should blame this damn world. The next moment after that, there was a big explosion in the air. After the fire died down, ash and sparks began to float in the sky. But it turned out that at the moment of the explosion, a protective barrier formed around Marie, which completely protected her from danger. Seeing this, Gabby was a little surprised that her attack was blocked. She guessed that it was some kind of protection, but she didn't remember such technologies existing in the world. And then Marie said that when she returned home 100 years ago, she did not just waste her time. Based on all the innovations she brought with herself, she created new ones together with the people Gabby hated. And now she had several trump cards to repel the attack of the hero who would appear centuries later. After that, she gave the order to unlock the invisibility mode. And after that, gradually a silhouette began to emerge behind Marie. Soon after, it became clear that behind Marie there was something that resembled a flying city. The final weapon of the transformation hero was created thanks to 1,000 efforts and sacrifices made to science for the benefit of future generations. Angered, Marie turned to Gabby and told her to be more respectful. The Manhattan Project was a United States plan to develop nuclear weapons during World War II. During this period, Marie was able to meet many scientists and saw the potential of humanity. And after the war ended, the minds of humanity met again and began to work together. Many scientists discussed among themselves how they could improve their technologies. But suddenly Marie stepped forward and addressed her friends, the scholars and reformers. Showing the image, the girl said that they had managed to end the war, and Marie assumed that they believed the reason for their meeting was in a seminar or lecture. But Marie wanted to tell everyone that they had to prepare for the future. Otherwise, the price they would have to pay would be too high. Showing a new image with silhouettes of people, Marie said that they needed to prepare for the upcoming fight with other heroes. But surprised by her words, the scientists did not understand how to react until one of them finally spoke and asked Marie to wait a little. He asked Marie why she thought the next generation of heroes, like the current one, would choose the side of evil. When asked if she knew anything, the girl shook her head from side to side. But she immediately responded that backup is never a bad thing, and it is important that the world does not see their weapons. Thus began the project called Silicon Valley. Once all the drawings were confirmed, the welders also began their part of the work. At some point, a military man informed Marie that everyone within 100 kilometers of Los Angeles had been evacuated. Afterwards, he told Marie that she shouldn't worry about anything and to show the hero the full power of America. Placing her hand on her body again, Marie said that by paying respect to the people who had done their duty, she would show the power of truly powerful technology. After this, a hook appeared from the air city and quickly approached Marie. Having stretched forward many meters, he finally managed to grab the robot. After this, the huge hook began to return back, but together with Marie. Once she was inside the structure, a lot of wires immediately started connecting to her. Afterwards, Marie's assistant informed her that the synchronization was complete, and now all control was completely transferred to her. After this, Marie decisively gave the order to begin the battle. Immediately after this, the missile hatch opened, containing several missiles. When the hatch opening was complete, Marie gave the order to launch 12 Leo Szilard missiles. Following the order, 12 missiles immediately headed towards their target. But Gabby just chuckled a little at the fact that she would now be able to see what a machine from the last century could do. At the same time, she reduced the power limit by 70%, and a protective barrier appeared around her. The barrier appeared at the most necessary moment, because the next moment an explosion was heard in the air. After that, ash and smoke obscured all vision, so Marie could not know what happened to Gabby. But suddenly, 2 purple lights appeared, peeking through the cloud of smoke. And the next moment, Gabby launched an attack that was rapidly approaching Marie. Seeing the impending threat, Marie immediately gave the order to activate Niels Bohr's defense system. And then a lot of technologies emerged that emitted a red beam, but almost immediately it changed to green radiation, which was able to create a shield. When Gabby's attack hit the barrier, purple flames appeared in the sky. Gabby's attack was strong enough that after it, small cracks and marks appeared on the barrier. Marie's assistant immediately reported that the drones were damaged by 27%, but the attack was successfully repelled. and after that, the enemy was inactive. Marie then gave the order to prepare Oppenheimer's main weapon. After she ordered to find the enemy's weak spot and burn it with a laser, the assistant began to carry out the order. But as Marie's structures were damaged, the buildings began to collapse. At the same moment, the launch of Oppenheimer's main weapon began. And then, a multitude of shots were heard, directed in different directions. Some of the beams were directed at Gabby, and even caused her some damage. At that moment, Gabby was finally able to become interested in the developments of the last century. Afterwards, she decided to assess her chances of winning, which were currently 30%. However, the chances of winning if they break through will be 83%. Realizing she had no choice, Gabby began to change her routine. Shifting her mode to Jetmaster mode, Gabby headed forward. Seeing Gabby's shape change, Marie was amazed at how far science had come. Marie's assistant also agreed that it was amazing. Meanwhile, Gabby had already flown up to the protective barrier, and immediately she crashed into the barrier with the sharp corner of her plane, which immediately caused some damage. Seeing this, Marie ordered to strengthen the defense, because if Gabby breaks through the barrier, they will not be able to continue the fight. However, Gabby believed that now it was her turn to attack, and she would also put all her strength into it. At that moment, the hero of the Iron Hand suddenly appeared. Looking at Marie, he immediately greeted the transformation hero with a smile and grin. Seeing him, Marie was surprised that there was another hero who rebelled against the world. Corin crossed his arms and grabbed the protective barrier, and then he began to stretch the barrier in different directions, wanting to destroy it. Realizing that they were in a very dangerous situation, Marie immediately ordered that the barrier's power be quickly increased. However, the assistant said that they couldn't do that, because if they did, the drones would explode because there was too much energy, because the drones had a limited capacity. At that moment, the drones started working even harder, but Corin did not give in to technology and tried hard to break the barrier. And the very next moment he spread his hands and broke the protective barrier. After completing the maneuver, Gabby was able to turn around and change direction, and after that she began to fly forward rapidly. At the same moment, Marie's assistant was surprised that the hero's companion was able to pass through the barrier. And at that moment, Gabby began to ridicule the works of human geniuses. Showing all her rockets, she said that their efforts were nothing compared to the power of the heroes. After firing the missiles, Gabby thought it was a shame that Marie had sided with the people who were worthless, and that it had been her undoing. In 1908, a scientist came to one of the clothing factories in England. Accompanied by the plant manager, the man with the monocle walked ahead. When they arrived, the leader pointed his hands forward and told the man to go through. But then there was a door in front of them that they just had to open and go inside. Having opened the door, the manager let the scientist go ahead, and then they moved to the workshop, where there were many workers. The manager scratched his head awkwardly and said that they had tried to fix everything and had already called in repairmen, but it would take some time. Turning to the manager, the man replied that they shouldn't worry, because they had already done everything necessary. The man explained that he had come only to express his gratitude. But suddenly the manager turned sharply to the side and rudely asked which machines were broken. And then another worker said the numbers of the cars that broke down. But the manager was unhappy that his workers were mumbling in front of an important guest, so he scolded the man. The manager then roughly pushed the worker aside and asked Mr. Stevenson to move on. The employee who was treated rudely could only give the manager a displeased look. And when he told them that one of the cars had been repaired that morning, since Marie was a jack of all trades, both men were surprised. When Marie met with the manager, she was immediately grabbed roughly by the clothes. Lifting the girl up, he rudely asked who asked her to climb onto the equipment, and then he threw her on the floor and rolled up his sleeves, preparing to continue the beating. Then he said that she would never earn enough money in her entire life to buy him a new battery. However, after examining the equipment, Mr. Stevenson suddenly asked the man to stop. Turning back, he reported that the equipment had indeed been repaired. When the manager heard about this, he didn't know how to react and just froze. At that moment, Mr. Stevenson asked if he could speak to Marie. When they were alone, after some time the girl fell asleep sitting at the chair. But when suddenly she was touched with a mug and woken up, the girl immediately shuddered and apologized. Taking his seat, Mr. Stevenson reported that the equipment was working, but its efficiency had dropped. However, he was impressed that the girl used only the equipment that was at hand, and then asked if she attended night school. To this, Marie replied that she had 6 sisters and 3 younger brothers, and all the money for her studies went to the brothers. Then the man smiled and asked what was going on. Marie was the same uneducated genius as he was. After looking at the man and being silent for a bit, the girl thanked him for the compliment. Afterwards, the man said that he had a proposal, which was that Marie would work in the workshop and receive a small payment for it. When Marie heard this proposal, she didn't know how to react, and then Mr. Stevenson added that the best engineer in London would teach her mechanical engineering. Thus began Marie's work in Stevenson's workshop. Sometimes they worked so hard and so much that they fell asleep at their workstations, and it seemed as if at that moment, Marie's life became brighter and happier. But this continued until her mentor died in a fire that occurred due to an accident in the workshop. When this happened, Marie could not stop crying and reminded that Stevenson had to leave a mark on history. As Mr. Stevenson lay on his back, dying slowly, he told Marie that he wanted her to be his memory. He said that the laboratory where he invested all his money was his dissertation, and all his property burned down. Therefore, the only thing he could give the girl was his last name. Taking the man's hand and placing it on her face, she said that she would become Marie Stevenson. Afterwards, she had to return to her previous place of work and work there. She understood how people left memories of themselves, so she worked during the day and continued her research at night. The girl exhausts herself so much that her health gradually begins to deteriorate. Marie tried to leave a trace of her mentor until the end of her life, but she overdid it so much that she died of overwork. However, Marie's efforts were not in vain, and after some time she managed to achieve success together with her colleagues. Now she had to fight Gabby. Gabby continued to use the rockets, causing Marie to see all her work go up in flames. Horan also assisted Gabby and destroyed other equipment, and at that moment the man was happy and smiling that he was getting away with everything. And Marie, being inside the structure, only watched through the screen as it collapsed. At that moment, her assistant informed her that Leo Szilard's missiles were not coping with their task. While everything continued to blaze, Marie suddenly remembered how her colleague was working on the project. At that moment, the assistant interrupted the girl and reported that Niels Bohr's protective system was no longer working. Then gradually, the green protective barrier began to fall from the aerial city, and Marie continued to remember her colleagues who worked on the project. It was at this same moment that the assistant also reported that Oppenheimer's weapon had been destroyed, and Marie once again remembered her comrade. Not only her work was being erased, but also that of her colleagues. With each passing second, there was less and less of what she and her colleagues had worked on left. The iron became Marie's skin, and the wires became veins. And although the girl had little humanity to begin with, the heroes, who had lost their humanity, forced her to take extreme measures. Watching all her and her colleagues' work fall apart, she said that it was not the flesh that made man human. Clenching her fists, she asked how they could turn against their brothers. Clenching her fists to the point that the iron began to crack, Marie said that they lacked humanity. She understood that they wanted to destroy the civilization that was built on the bones and blood of people. And at that moment, Marie decided that she would prevent this, even if she died. She then ordered her assistant to give her free rein to run Silicon Valley. Marie wanted to remove all the restrictions that were there. Soon the assistant reported that all restrictions had been lifted and that manual direction could be switched over. At that moment, the hook and all the wires began to come away from Marie's body, and after that she was suddenly carried away back. There the robot was quickly disassembled into separate parts, and then they began to remake Marie's original body. After which the robot's appearance changed and became more frightening. After her death, Marie moved into the world of transformations. There she was immediately met by local residents, who were robots. And in order to survive in this world, one had to give up one's humanity. The same thing happened to Gabby when she came into this world. When the robot brought the girl inside, she was surprised by what she saw. In front of her was a huge laboratory where all the research and changes were carried out. It all started with a modification of the finger, which now shot plasma. Thanks to this, Marie could now fight and kill robots. Afterwards, the girls had their arms replaced, and now they were more powerful in battle. And this amazed the stronger robots. After this, there was an improvement in her legs, and Marie had to learn to walk again. However, at first she was not very good at it and kept falling. Whenever she fell, she always turned around to look at her new legs. And when the girls saw them, she always had strange feelings. But more than that, to avoid injury, Gabby's internal organs were replaced, causing the girl to scream in pain. And the girl's blood was splashed all over the laboratory. They did all this to return to their home world and survive in a foreign one. Marie gradually became strong to the point that she could fight in the air and destroy even more robots. But such fights were too exhausting for the girl. But Gabby's appearance has changed much more than Marie's. Also, her body was much more powerful and could hit more targets. In order to return to their world, they had to become less and less human-like. And looking in the mirror, Marie seemed not to recognize herself, because half of her face was missing. And when Gabby saw herself in the mirror, she couldn't resist and broke it, after which she sat next to it. Marie was soon destroyed by her work in the laboratory. She didn't want to continue this and lose her appearance. Gabby did the same thing in her lab, and as soon as Marie returned to Earth, scientists began to examine the girl. Many of them crowded around the girl and looked at her thoughtfully, and then they discussed how they could help her. However, when Gabby returned to Earth, she had no human form left at all, and when people saw it, they were completely horrified by this fighting machine. Having come to their senses, everyone began to run away from the robot in different directions. Later, the military joined in and tried to shoot at the robot with conventional weapons. Gabby didn't resist, and the bullets didn't do any damage to her. When they returned to Earth, the question was whether they would be seen as a monster or a human being. When Marie's appearance changed, she was tens of times larger than her opponents. When they saw Marie, Horan said that this was her true face. Gabby turned to look at Corin and thought that the lack of a barrier made the need for the iron-fisted hero less necessary. Turning back to face Marie, Gabby assumed that she would be the target. At the same moment, Gabby also began to change her form into a more powerful one. Because she decided to completely remove the power limitation, her entire body immediately changed. In her Buster mode, Gabby was as big as Marie, and thus a more fierce battle was to begin. Gabby decided to attack first and immediately pointed the cannons at Marie. She, in turn, prepared her hand and was ready to attack in response. Thus, two large explosions occurred simultaneously due to the simultaneous attack. After this, smoke and dust rose over the city, obscuring the view. However, Marie didn't care and continued to rush into battle. Gabby didn't want to give in to her in anything, so she was also eager to fight. At the same time, both robots decided to use the accelerators that were on their backs. Because of this, they began to rapidly approach each other. And then they collided, blocking each other's attacks. At the same moment, their collision created an explosion and a shockwave. But despite this, no one wanted to give in to their opponent, and the pressure continued. Horan, who was watching the battle, realized that Marie was distracted by Gabby. At that moment, he thought that if he could create even one good moment for Gabby, it would be their victory. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by an unknown attack, which he managed to dodge. When the man turned around, he saw that there were robots behind him. The robots that appeared, on the orders of Marie's assistant, wanted to shoot Corin. Corin frowned, feeling a little angry that Marie wasn't alone here. Realizing that he couldn't remain idle, he immediately rushed at the robots. Meanwhile, the fight between the two transformation heroes continued. Stepping back a little, Marie put one hand forward. And then she managed to grab Gabby's head with that hand. Then she squeezed her hand tightly, intending to crush or tear off the head. However, Gabby was not going to stand idle and prepared her sword. She then cut off the hand that was holding her head. But without losing her composure, Marie ordered the power hand to be released. At that very moment, the hand was released and fell to the ground at Marie's feet. When she ordered the hammer arm to be opened, an explosion occurred in one of the buildings. It turned out that inside it was that very same hammer hand, and at that very moment, at Marie's command, the hand flew towards her, replacing the severed one. Then Gabby took another swing, saying that she was not a fool who would wait until Marie's appointment was over. However, unexpected missiles appeared and hit Gabby, preventing her attack. And then Marie again reminded that these were the works of many scientists. As ash and smoke filled the air, Harry held one hand out in front of her slightly. Raising her hammer hand up, at that moment Marie said that one must be more respectful towards one's ancestors. And then she was going to deliver a powerful attack to Gabby. After the hammer reached its target, a large explosion was created, blocking all vision. However, it turned out that Gabby had time to react and put both hands in front of her, preventing the blow. Also, two additional arms appeared from the robot's back, which also helped to hold the hammer. However, after the extra hands were formed, they did not touch the hammer. Instead, they reached forward and grabbed Marie's hand. And then Gabby delivered a kick to Marie's body. When this blow was delivered, Gabby was able to penetrate the hull and oil began to flow out. Then Marie decided to give the order to the hammer hand to self-destruct. When Gabby heard about this, she was at a loss because she couldn't do anything to counter it. After the explosion, one of Gabby's arms was torn off, and the robots went their separate ways. Stepping back, Marie immediately managed to find balance under her feet, and Gabby was left standing in the distance amidst the smoke and dust. But soon after, she rushed forward with lightning speed. Running towards Marie, she swung her arms a little, and then she let out a roar and opened her mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. Marie managed to react to this attack and put her only hand in front of her. So when Gabby attacked, she grabbed the limb with her teeth, and then she pulled back and tore off Marie's hand. Immediately after that, she turned away and spat out the alien frame. And the steel hand that flew off to the side was just further proof that they were not people. When Gabby got too close, Mari decided to activate the photon laser. He immediately began his attack, and Gabby didn't have time to dodge. Therefore, because of the laser, the robot was thrown upward and also had a hole in its body. After this, Marie's assistant said that the power was temporarily reduced, and then the power went out due to severe damage to the robots. When Gabby also couldn't move, she suddenly decided to ask Marie a question. She asked Marie, calling her an old woman, why she took the side of the people. As Marie climbed, she listened to Gabby talk about how they were the same monsters who had been rejected. Rising slightly, Gabby replied that they were superior to humans in everything. And then she cried out that she hated Marie with all her heart. After all, Gabby believed that Marie could have changed the world 100 years ago. With her power, she could bend all people before her. Gabby believed that Marie could have become the goddess of that time, and everyone would have trembled at the sight of her. Gabby screamed that then no one would have dared to go against the heroes, and this situation would not have happened. Standing on her feet, Gabby continued to ask why Marie was hiding. Gabby didn't understand why Marie lived happily, pretending to be human. And at that moment, Marie suddenly replied that it was because they were also people, and Marie did not consider herself God, just an ordinary girl. And this girl didn't want to become a god or a monster. And she also didn't want to be a weapon or a hero. And she also didn't want to be seen as just a machine. After this, Marie tried to stand on her feet, and she remembered that she just wanted to be a happy person and live like a human being. She also loved her life and the person who was next to her. Looking at her mentor, she always admired the man, and she dreamed of life with a man, but she was rejected. But Marie understood that it was quite expected that not all people would be able to accept her, but she didn't want that. Marie replied that this pain and thoughts about who she is are only her personal problem. Gabby listened to her words about how in the cycle of time, Mari was chosen as a hero. This is precisely why Marina could allow herself to consider herself a victim. She said that people are not obliged to accept them, and they are not obliged to force them to do so. After her return, Marie took part in the war and rested after the battle. But suddenly one of the soldiers came to her, handing her a chocolate bar. The man said that thanks to Marie, their team was able to survive. When Marie accepted the chocolate, she was surprised by the gratitude and the words that she was the best friend. Marie believed that respect and recognition should be achieved through actions. At some point, Mary was informed that a letter had arrived from the government. She accepted the letter and was told that in gratitude for her efforts and dedication, she was being given the opportunity to emigrate to America. Marie believed that she was the one who determined her own actions, and that they proved that she was human. Soon, some bright event took place where many people gathered. Marie watched the entire procession from the screens. At one point, an elderly man in military uniform appeared and was being escorted. When Marie saw him, she immediately turned all her attention to him. Afterwards, the man put his hand to his chest, where there were many medals. Taking the medal from there, the man turned to Marie and said that her comrades still remembered her. The man said that they were already so old that there were fears that they would not meet next year. And the man said that instead of her braveness, they would receive medals. And after that, the girl put her medal hand to the screen. In conclusion, Marie said that she wanted to die as a human being. She told Gabby that she hated people, but wanted their acceptance and love. When Gabby heard about this, she didn't even have anything to say in response. Suddenly, she remembered how she was very little, and then she grew up and went to school, where she made friends. She also did track and field and achieved good results. At some point, she became close to her friend and fell in love for the first time. However, after that, everything changed and her own parents ran away from her in horror. And the one she was in love with looked at her not as tenderly as she remembered, but on the contrary with wild horror and fear. The military used force and pointed guns at her. Gabby truly believed in people, overcame the monster within herself and returned, but suffered a huge disappointment. She didn't understand what the point of wishing was, because she was just a machine and they called her a monster. After that, her real body appeared from the robot's body, and the girl exclaimed that she simply decided to live up to what she was called. The girl replied with tears that it was not her fault, and then she rushed into battle again, wanting to defeat Marie. Getting back on her feet, Marie replied that she appreciated Gabby's sincerity, but now it was time to end. While Marie was fighting Gabby, her robots continued to do their work as well. However, Corin fought back and tore off the robots' heads with a grin. And then he squeezed the metal with one hand. Throwing his head to the side, he dealt with the very last of the robots. However, one still continued to watch from afar. The robot once told Marie that there were people who killed others in order to prove their humanity. And the actions of such people were monstrous. To live in this world, those people had to destroy everything, especially ordinary people. And one of these people was Mark and all his assistants. But there were also people who sacrificed the interests of others for their own. And some of them even had to walk over heads, sometimes literally killing the weak. All people in the world in different spheres fought and conflicted, shouted and ignored each other. For a while, one robot stood at a distance, not daring to approach Horan. And at that moment, the fierce battle between Gabby and Marie was in full swing. At some point, Horan finally noticed the last robot, standing quietly behind. And at that very moment, the robot decided to touch his hand, after which a laser sword appeared from it. Then Corin chuckled at the fact that one man in the field is not a warrior. After that, he prepared for the fight and told the robot to attack. Soon after, the robot ran up to the man and swung its sword at him. And running up to Horan, the robot lunged, extending his sword forward. At that moment, he was too close, and it was unclear whether Corin would be able to dodge. But after just a few seconds, another robot head was lying on the ground, and Corin could only smile on the sidelines and rejoice at his small victory. Then he said with an angry grin that the robots of human scientists were completely destroyed. The robot did not understand why Marie fought for such imperfect creatures as humans. However, he saw that the eyes of Marie, who was trying to save people from collapse, were always shining. In his last moment, the robot remembered how he first saw Marie in such a state. But at that very moment, Corin approached him and was about to step on him with his foot, and his leg was so strong that it completely destroyed the robot's head. Then Gabby and Marie continued to fight. Stepping back, Gabby braced her feet against the buildings. And then she pushed off with force and quickly approached Marie. Then Marie replied to her robot assistant that the fact that they did not understand her meant that Marie was not just a soulless machine. At the same moment, 2 large explosions were heard behind Marie. When 2 more limbs emerged from the buildings, the girl ordered the hammer arm to be turned on. And soon after that, she had 2 arms again, which gave her an advantage. But at that moment, Gabby was approaching her with a loud roar. However, Marie managed to stop the robot by placing her hands on its body. Innovators and scientists have always dedicated themselves to research. They also gave their lives to fulfill people's desires. They studied things like quantum mechanics, the law of gravity, and black holes. What mattered was what people could leave behind. Due to the great superiority and strength, Gabby was able to knock Marie to the ground. And approaching Marie's head, Gabby wanted to bite it off. At that moment, Marie was finally able to see Gabby. And when she saw her, the girl had mixed feelings. However, Marie thought that Gabby was a reflection of her past self, and the girl needed to be saved. At that moment, she ordered the control panel to be opened. Then Marie believed that there was only one option in which she would save both the world and Gabby. The next moment, the hatch opened and Marie could exit the robot. When Gabby saw this, she was in some confusion and misunderstanding. But Marie realized that when she saw the real Gabby, she realized that she was struggling with her past. And now Marie had her last chance to become human. Suddenly, one of the versions of Marie said that she was the same Marie, only an older version from the future. After this, Marie rushed towards Gabby's real body. At that moment, the girl had enough determination to face her enemy face to face. At that moment, Marie decided for herself that today she would die as a human being. Remembering the death of her mentor, Marie decided that she would leave unfinished business to her followers. And before her death, the girl wanted to become the person who would calm the soul of another and wipe away his tears. As she approached Gabby, the girl pulled out some kind of elongated device from her palm. And immediately after that, she plunged it into Gabby's chest, whose chest immediately cracked from the impact. The girl immediately had tears in her eyes and said that it was painful. Immediately after that, she grabbed Mary with her other hand. Squirming a little, the girl immediately realized that she would not be able to pull it out of herself, and did not understand what kind of weapon it was. She turned angrily to Marie and asked her what she was going to do to her. And then Marie calmly replied that they had been developing something for 10 years to stop the heroes from the future. And thus they succeeded in creating a human body without a brain. Gabby was surprised to hear that it was about a human mannequin. Then the girl calmed down a little and slowly turned her gaze to her chest. Then the device that Marie stuck into her showed 58%. Looking up at Marie, Gabby asked her why she didn't want to take advantage of it herself. But then Marie asked with a sincere smile why she needed this if she had already become human. Not understanding her opponent's behavior, Gabby called her pathetic and asked what the point of all this was. Then Marie repeated again that man was imperfect. And also people were very illogical, more driven by their emotions. And very often they wished for what was impossible. But now Marie felt that she had done everything she could. Moreover, she even risked herself for the sake of an uncertain future. The girl said with a smile that it was her gift. Gabby could only listen in tears as Marie told her that she needed to get out of her iron body. At the moment when the device showed 100%, Marie managed to say one last thing: Gabby should take advantage of the chance that the man gave her. Immediately after this, Gabby's body weakened and fell forward a little. The hands also lost their grip and could no longer hold Marie, so the girl began to fall down. After Marie's body reached the ground, it raised a lot of dust into the air due to its weight upon falling. After hitting the ground, the girl's body shattered into various pieces and oil spread across the ground. Then her assistant approached Marie and asked the girl if she regretted her choice. Then Marie replied that their power was still not enough to fight back, but her method would save everyone at the cost of her own life. And then the girl said that she didn't regret anything, but she was glad that he asked, because only people could regret. Afterwards, Marie said that the hero of the Iron Hand was still alive, so she wanted to give the last order. Marie's final order was for the robot to initiate self-destruction of the main mechanism. After listening to the girl, the robot only silently nodded in agreement with her words. And Marie's last words were that she was leaving this child with her assistant, so that she, having become human, could get everything out of life. After that, under the rays of the rising sun, the girl closed her eyes forever. Soon after, a girl who looked like Marie appeared in the lab. She looked down in surprise and surveyed her human body. and touching the right side of her face, she felt warmth coming from the body. At that moment, a robot appeared in the room and walked towards the girl. Having reached her, he stopped and began to look at the girl. Then Gabby asked why she was saved, because she didn't deserve a new body and a new life. But she was also worried about what she should do now that her life had changed so dramatically in one moment. Having started to answer the girl's question, the robot remembered his mentor. The robot said that he asked Marie to save as many people as possible, and then, raising his hand and pointing forward, the robot said that he now understood that Marie believed in Gabby. The point was that there was always a glimmer of humanity left in Gabby that Marie had chosen to believe in, and Marie herself was finally able to go into the eternal sleep that she had dreamed of for so long. Afterwards, the robot turned to Gabby and said that she was dead to the Allies, and everyone in the world thought that after killing 2 heroes, she was dead. Kneeling before the girl, the robot said that Gabby's life as a human had now begun. And now he asked the girl what her choice was and what she wanted. Gabby couldn't immediately answer these difficult questions for her, so she sat down on the floor and plunged into her thoughts. She kept thinking about what kind of life she should live if other people gave her such a chance. One option was that she could run away and live a normal life. Gabby could hide from others all the time and try to live without remembering her past. But most likely, the girl would constantly wander around the destroyed world. There was also the option to return to his allies and continue to help them and destroy the world and people's lives with them. But she could also become the hope of this world and follow Marie. After such a thought, the girl rose to her feet. Then she looked up and asked the robot if he knew where the spear hero was now. To this question, the robot briefly answered that he knew about it. He then added that he was able to cooperate with the American government, and they had almost determined the hero's location. Passing by the robot and moving forward, she asked for help to get to this hero. Then the girl said that until the moment the guy met the hero of the return, she had something to tell him. Meanwhile, Siren watched everything that was happening from the computer screen. He watched the battles between the heroes of faith and transformation, and knew about their consequences. He also saw that Mark's friends from another world rushed to his aid. Siren had a board which he covered with the faces of the heroes and other notes, and he crossed out some of the heroes because they had been defeated. Having made new notes, Siren began to move away from his board, but did not take his eyes off it. And then the guy plopped down on a chair that stood nearby. As the boy rolled around in his chair, he said that the old man had held up surprisingly well. But Siren also understood that the 2 strongest heroes were eliminated, and he also crossed out the hero with the iron hand. And then the guy stopped on the chair and lowered his gaze to the floor, thinking about something. After that, he reached under his jacket and pulled out a pistol. Opening his eyes and looking at the ceiling, at that moment Siren wondered if it would be better for him to die. Opening his mouth and pointing the gun at it, he wondered if it might be better to stay and lose with the remaining 2. But suddenly the guy's flow of thoughts stopped, and his gaze was directed forward with interest. And in front on the table were 2 monitors, through which Siren was informed about the latest battles and their consequences. Then he suddenly wondered what was going on there and removed the gun from his mouth. Then he suddenly pushed off the floor and rolled forward on his chair, saying that it would be a sin to miss such a spectacle as Mark being saved by his comrades. Meanwhile, Mark was still inside the ice and was unable to move. At the same time, Siren wanted Mark to show the ice hero that Mark was once a worthy man, and the ice hero would have to be forced to fight with his comrades. Siren said that this was only indirectly due to Mark, but it was still a very good deal. At that moment, the priestess was holding her staff, and tears were visible in her eyes. Yvonne was too exhausted after the fight with Mark, and did not have as much strength as before. Mark's other comrades looked at Yvonne with caution and were still slightly confused. Their emotions were also shared by Ivan, who did not understand what he should do, and Mark could only turn his gaze to his comrades. At that moment, Ivan wondered how Mark had managed to summon his comrades at such a moment. He understood that this was hardly possible, and looking at the strangers, he assumed that they could have come themselves. Immediately after this thought, the man turned his calm gaze to the side. Looking at Mark, who was trapped in ice, the man thought that those people had definitely come to save him. After thinking for a moment, the man frowned and did not move anymore. But then he created a weapon out of ice and swung it, saying that he would finish the guy off first. At that moment, he was near Mark and the distance between them was small, so Ivan's axe should soon reach its target. But a sudden arrow pierced the man's hand and weakened his grip on his weapon. Immediately after this, Ivan lost his balance and fell, dropping his ice axe. But he reacted quickly and turned his worried gaze forward. Then he saw that the strangers were already in combat positions, and had even managed to strike. Hardened in battle, they were able to react quickly and assess the situation, so they were now hostile to Ivan. To them, it looked as if their old friend was locked in ice, and some unknown old man was trying to kill Mark. Rising from the ground and clutching his shoulder with his hand, the ice hero said that it was a mistake, and they were deeply mistaken. However, the city was covered with a crust of ice around it, and there were also ice blocks lying around. And also the comrades who came remembered that Mark, who was in their world, They all had warm memories of this guy deep in their souls, so now they wanted to save him. And the old man who tried to convince them looked like an enemy to them. At that moment, Ivan decided to try again to finish off Mark, and again grabbed the axe and ran to the guy, saying that he was no longer the same as they knew him. However, no one wanted to talk, and everyone prepared their weapons for battle. Suddenly, Ivan saw that arrows had hit him right under his feet, but they did not hit the hero. But then the man turned anxiously in the direction from which the arrows were flying. And at that very moment he saw that the elf answered him that there was no need to think. It was obvious to them that the old man wanted to kill Mark, who was trying to save his world. And soon the priestess joined in, asking the others to distract the old man. Hearing this, the dwarf said that the enemy was stronger than even Mark, so he was not sure whether he could hold out for long. But then another warrior began to flex his hands and said firmly that they had to thank the hero who had saved their world. The fairy supported the general mood and encouraged all her comrades that they would succeed. Taking the next arrow from her quiver, the elf informed everyone that it was time to attack. Immediately after this, everyone ran forward, and the priestess remained behind and provided support to everyone. At that time, Ivan only had to take a few steps to be near the helpless Mark. In another world, Mark could sleep at night in comfort and warmth. Then one day a priestess entered his room with her staff. The girl was in her nightgown and calmly approached Mark, trying not to wake him. Approaching the hero's bed, she extended her hand forward a little and slightly lowered the blanket. Then she extended the staff, almost touching the guy's chest. At that moment, the girl thought about the fact that she did not know for sure whether the enchanting magic was preserved when crossing into other worlds. However, she was certain that she wanted to be with the hero in his final hours, so she began to use magic. Then the staff began to glow, and a bright light appeared throughout the room, like the twinkling of stars. This was the magic of Rateri, which showed how much time a person had left to live. Afterwards, a golden mark appeared on Mark's chest and continued to shine. The priestess had exactly the same one on her hand, and she wanted the hero to enjoy life in his world. And then she stepped back a little and pushed her staff aside, saying that she hoped that when the time came, they would be able to meet again. Then she leaned towards Mark and gently kissed the sleeping boy on the forehead. Meanwhile, Mark's old friends were closing the distance with the ice hero in order to fight him off. While the two were running up to the old man, the elf was just pulling the string of her bow, and the priestess and the fairy headed towards Mark, who was imprisoned in ice. Approaching him, the fairy said that she was now preparing for an attack, and that soon the block of ice would melt. The next moment, she immediately summoned the spirit of fire, Ignis. Having appeared, the spirit immediately directed 2 pillars of fire forward with the help of its hands, and soon after that, the fire would envelop the ice and melt it. After the attack was completed, the heroes saw some kind of flickering in the middle of the smoke. However, when the smoke settled on the ground, they saw that Mark was still in the ice, which left the fairy confused. Then the priestess decided to try to melt the ice, and immediately began to call on Seraphim, asking to see Mana with the eyes that the goddess would give. And then the girl opened her eyes, which changed from brown to golden, and then she could see that there were some seals around the ice, and the ice itself was bound with chains. Immediately after that, she said out loud that the ice was unusual. It had restraining seals placed on it. After these words, the girl turned to Belle and said that while she was busy with the seals, the fairy should help the others. Having obeyed her partner, the fairy immediately flew to the rest of her comrades. And Ivan at that moment had absolutely no strength, because he spent everything on the fight with Mark, and on complex spells to defeat the guy. Trying to keep his distance from the warriors, Ivan could only hope that he could defeat them without using complex techniques. Immediately after this, he decided to use an icy stream of water from a flock of seagulls. The blow was supposed to hit the white-haired guy who was closest to the ice hero. Realizing that he had been cornered by the unexpected attack, the guy only frowned and clenched his teeth. However, then he heard someone's voice above him, and looking up, he realized that it was his comrade who wanted to put a shield in front of the guy. When he landed, he immediately stuck his shield into the ground, creating a slight shaking around it. And immediately after that, the man summoned a wall that could not be destroyed. At that very moment, a huge shield appeared in front of the heroes, which held back the flock of seagulls and did not allow them to go further. At that moment, the white-haired guy could only be glad that his comrade Tioman came to the rescue in time. But the man only sternly said that their opponent was able to defeat Mark, which meant they couldn't be careless, to which the guy only nodded. And at that moment, Ivan was able to conclude that the opponents had a well-coordinated teamwork, which indicated that they were not newbies. But at that very moment, the elf was finally able to fire one arrow. The girl immediately apologized for having to figure out how exactly mana flows in this world. After this, a blue seal appeared right above Ivan, which made the man wary. It turns out that the girl was going to rain a steel rain of arrows on the enemy, and as soon as she cast the spell, a steel rain immediately fell on Ivan, from which he had nowhere to hide. Then the man again became outraged that everyone was attacking him and preventing him from dealing with such a monster. Trying to escape the sudden attack, he decided to summon a turtle, and the animal appeared in time, managing to cover the man from the arrows that almost reached him. While in his temporary shelter, Ivan thought that he should hold back, because if he ran out of his remaining mana, he would lose. Having launched an attack on the man, the elf immediately began to breathe heavily due to the energy expended on the attack. Because of this, the rain gradually stopped and the seal in the sky began to dissipate. Still in his hiding place, Ivan thought about something and looked away a little. Taking his axe in his hands, the man thought that among them there was a lack of a close combat warrior. Then he decided to crawl out of his hiding place, but immediately his gaze became alarmed by what he saw. It turned out that the warrior he had lost was in the air and was preparing to strike the old man. Swinging, the white-haired guy told Ivan that it seemed he had miscalculated, and immediately after that, he was about to bring down a fiery fist on his defenseless opponent. Seeing the impending threat, the man immediately became alarmed and called the land turtle to him so that it would cover him. The animal instantly responded and exposed its strong shell to the blow. But at that moment the attacker apologized and said that Ivan made the wrong choice. After that, the fist fell on the ice turtle, which was instantly crushed to the ground. And Ivan, whom the turtle was covering, was also crushed along with the turtle, but in the end he was seriously injured. The ice animal also couldn't withstand the strong blow and simply broke into many pieces under it. Ivan was later seriously injured, and his body was unable to move and was covered in ice fragments that were stained with his blood. And the white-haired warrior landed on the ground with a satisfied, victorious smile. While flexing his hand, he said that although the old man was able to deal with Mark, thanks to their teamwork and a surprise attack, they managed to defeat Ivan. And then the guy said that the old man underestimated his opponent. The guy waved his hand and said with a gloomy look that he would avenge their hero. However, at that very moment, snow fell to the ground, and everything around seemed to freeze. The blue-eyed boy didn't understand what was happening, but now he couldn't move. The same thing happened to Tioman, who was also paralyzed and did not understand what had happened. The elf, who also froze, thought that time seemed to have stopped, but at some point, the fairy, hanging in the air, was able to see someone ahead. The priestess, who was defrosting the ice, also noticed an unfamiliar figure ahead. Soon a girl in a white robe passed by one of the warriors. Afterwards, she jumped down where Ivan was, but her face was not visible. When she stood with both feet on the ground, she turned to Ivan and said that time had flown by too quickly. The man did not respond to this, but he was able to recognize the Snow Witch. The girl in white clothes had pale skin and white hair, and her eyes were the color of ice, and only the gray cloak stood out from the image of the Ice Lady. Coming closer to the old man, the Ice Lady placed her hand on his forehead, and the man followed the girl with his eyes. Then, sitting next to him, the girl said that the former strength was no longer there, and only the old body remained. And then she calmly said that it was very sad. After another short silence, Ivan asked what happened to the last hero. Then the girl replied that the newcomer had lost to the monster and could not become a hero, and that she was the only one left from her entire world. Then Ivan chuckled, calling her a capricious girl, and that was the only reason she came to him. Ivan then asked if she had come to watch his death because her beloved world was no longer there. But then the girl answered with a smile that although his body had aged, his gaze was still just as alive. Looking at Ivan, the Ice Lady asked if it was because he still had something to do. Pointing her finger forward, the girl asked if he wanted to kill the enemy who was in front of him. And then Ivan quietly asked the girl to give him strength so that he could protect his world. The girl, clutching her face with both hands, asked what she would get in exchange. Then Ivan, still quietly and tiredly, answered that his body, or his soul, whatever. At that moment, the man was ready to give everything just so that his world would be saved. Looking at Mark, trapped in ice, he said that he simply wanted to stop the war in his world. From his childhood, he remembered that this was his only desire. Ivan also openly said that everything else no longer mattered to him. Then the girl sadly replied that Ivan would die anyway, and she would not be able to remove his soul. However, despite this, the girl still wanted to get something in return, and leaning over the man, she replied that she wanted to get all his memories and wanted him to give her his story. This meant that the girl would receive memories from the time he was a child until he became a teenager, and then he moved to another world and gained powers, with the help of which he was then able to fight back in his world. And also until the moment when he tried to save the world for the second time and found himself dying. In fact, Ivan never wanted to become a hero, but that's how circumstances worked out. And the man himself always understood that for him, the meaning of life is in one thing. He admitted that he simply wanted to preserve people's humanity and create a world in which they would not kill each other. Hearing this, the girl became emotional and began to cry, saying that he had turned gray and wrinkles were visible on his face. However, she said with a smile that despite all this, the man's determination was still unshakable. And then she gently hugged the man and told him that he was her best hero. After that, she kissed Ivan on the cheek and used her magic. Afterwards, the girl began to slowly dissolve into thin air, simultaneously thinking that it no longer mattered what kind of life Ivan had lived. Now the Ice Lady was going to become a weapon with which Ivan could make his sincere wish come true. Soon after, the white-haired warrior was finally able to breathe air, and then he stood up in a stable position and anxiously put his hand on his chest. Immediately, the guy began to nervously turn around, wondering what had just happened and if his comrades were okay. The rest of our heroes had also just been able to move and were asking the same questions, and realized that the magic was not typical. Frowning, the white-haired boy suggested that it seemed like the girl was an ally of that hero and could heal him. Then he immediately rushed from his place, wanting to check what condition the old man was in, and also to finish him off as quickly as possible. Noticing his comrade's movement, Teoman immediately told everyone to take their positions, and immediately after that, he himself ran to the place where the ice hero was last seen. However, before he could reach the hole, he saw his comrade in front of him, who suddenly jumped up from there. Stopping, out of breath, Teoman asked the guy why he was so reckless at such a crucial moment. However, the guy with an anxious look and face turning around abruptly interrupted the man and told him to step back. Before the guy could finish saying that their opponent had turned into a monster, a large block of ice appeared from the pit in front of him. Then there was a noise everywhere, and the warriors prepared for battle and were on guard. Ivan's face changed into a skull without skin and eyes, and on his head was an icy crown made of ice. Also, the ice hero's clothes changed and looked like royal attire, and Ivan himself sat on an ice throne. When Teoman first saw the new appearance of their enemy, he stood rooted to the spot, and horror was reflected on the man's face. Then he gritted his teeth and thought that that girl was able to turn the old man into a living monster. However, as he continued to examine Ivan's new appearance, Teoman realized that this was not just a corpse. The thoughts that came to the man's mind at that moment only made his face grow paler with horror. Looking at his enemy, the man suddenly thought that even from his stance, it was clear that the old man was now stronger than the demon that Mark had defeated in their world. Suddenly, the white-haired guy turned to his friend and shouted at him to run away, and the guy himself could hold out for 10 minutes. After listening to his comrade, the old man immediately began to run away with the thought that without Mark's help, they would not be able to resist such a monster. Teoman realized that with his strength he could only set up barricades and maintain his position until Mark was ready for battle, and then called out to his comrade. As he ran away, he shouted to Jean that building a barricade would take a minute, and then the guy should run to them. Having listened to his friend, the guy simultaneously decided to take a more stable position. After this, a red trigram appeared under the guy's feet, with the help of which he was going to fight. But without wasting any time, Ivan also raised his hand and pointed his finger forward, directing his power there. After this, all of his ice warriors began to move towards Jin. Gritting his teeth, the boy reasoned that the trigram would increase the speed and power of his technique, and that mana and strength would be consumed 8 times slower. Standing in place with the strongest seal, Jin thought that now all he had to do was hold on. Having started to create streams of fire around himself, the guy continued to convince himself that he could handle it, and after that, all his streams of fire headed towards the enemy skeletons. Before joining the hero's squad as a frontline fighter, Jin had a different life. In his homeworld, the guy was quite a famous person. The boy was famous from birth because his father was the king of beasts, and was not like people, and his mother was a warrior empress, and thanks to his parents, Jin was blessed from the very beginning. When Jin was 3 years old, his father decided to take the boy to a group of pillars of demon resistance that neither warriors nor demons could resist. Their structure was located high in the mountains, and all members of the group had a terrifying appearance. However, despite their appearance, Jin was not at all afraid of the warriors and was calm. After a couple of years of training, the boy had noticeably matured, and his muscles were visible on his body, and his hands were stained with blood and wrapped in bandages, and the boy, who showed great promise, was able to defeat the bear at the age of 6. And then he cut off the head of a demon who came to one of the villages for tribute. And at that time, Jin was already 14 years old when he defeated a 13th rank demon. Afterwards, he grew even older and continued to go through his trials, which became increasingly difficult. By the age of 17, the boy had fought with his 127 mentors and was able to gain the upper hand over them. There were so many people that they all couldn't fit in one place, and lay exhausted even in the corridors where Jin walked calmly. And going through all the tests that were offered to him, the guy soon realized that all this had become boring for him. Jin was so powerful that everyone was afraid to accidentally provoke him, and the demons were obsessed with getting him into their ranks. But the guy was a loner and constantly continued to train, increasing his strength. Around the same time, Mark had already started his journey with his entire team, and was walking with his nose buried in the map. Walking calmly and slowly forward, the guy continued to look at the map, trying to figure out where they should go now. But suddenly he heard some sounds ahead and raised his head. Then the whole team saw in front of them a lonely guy who continued to practice and did not notice their presence yet. Jin continued to practice his punches when he suddenly heard someone's voice. Because of this, the guy turned his cold gaze to the side. Then he saw that Mark was awkwardly and politely asking him if there was a shortest route to Amonheart. Looking at Mark, Jin immediately decided that this warrior was no slouch. Not intending to answer the stranger's question, Jin immediately clenched his hand into a fist. And then he furiously attacked Mark with his fists, who was friendly towards the stranger. At that moment, Jin himself attacked Mark, who didn't even have a weapon in his hands. However, at that moment, the guy found himself on the ground for the first time in his life and suffered a defeat. And then Mark calmly explained his behavior by saying that they ran up to him too quickly. Afterwards, he apologized, and Jin continued to look at Mark with bewilderment and a bit of admiration. And after that, Jin, who was always in search of true power, decided to join Mark's squad because he thought that someday he would find out the source of Mark's power. The priestess interrupted for a while, always showing Mark the path and surroundings on the map, and the guy shyly but attentively listened to the girl. But no matter how closely Jin watched Mark, he could not find the source of the boy's strength. At one point, their team encountered huge monsters that Mark was able to cut in half. And when the monster fell and was dead, Mark was calm, and there weren't even any scratches on him. Meanwhile, Jin was behind the guy, sitting on the ground, continuing to look forward in surprise. Watching Mark, Jin realized that the boy was becoming stronger with each passing day. Because of the resentment and annoyance that filled the guy, Jin could only grit his teeth, because he always remained in Mark's shadow. Soon, Mark turned around and began to approach his comrade, who continued to sit on the ground. And approaching Jin, Mark extended his hand to the guy and asked in a friendly manner if the white-haired man was okay. But when someone else's helping hand appeared nearby, Jin didn't know how to react to it. And at some point, Jin began to feel like Achilles, who was running behind the turtle and could not catch up with it. However, now Jin could finally feel that he had an opportunity to get ahead of Mark. The guy stamped his foot and split the ground below, causing bright sparks and symbols to appear around him. Then, in response to the enemy's strength, many hands appeared in the sky. Now Jin understood what true power was, so his attacks became much more powerful. Fighting off the enemy's onslaught, Jin suddenly realized that his head was empty, and the guy could call it an idol. He was glad that in front of him, Jin saw only his opponent, and it was just the two of them. And the guy realized that somewhere far behind were his comrades, watching him. Then, the guy began to be filled with confidence, and he decided that this time, he could do it. After a long time, he will finally be able to get closer to Mark, whose back he has always seen. And for the first time ever, the hero's silhouette finally became closer. At some point, all that was left for Jin to do was reach out and finally touch Mark. Smiling, Jin thought that just a little more, and he would finally be able to get Mark. But suddenly it turned out that Mark, who always had his back to Jin, suddenly looked back. There was a smile on the guy's face from the thought that he was finally able to reveal the secret of Mark's strength. However, all his thoughts were interrupted by a terrible roar that echoed throughout the area from the monster created by Ivan. And then the unknown creature, opening its mouth wide, rushed forward. And the next second, his fangs clenched the body of the white-haired warrior, who was unable to resist the attack. And the moment Jin's blood was spilled, his hope of surpassing Mark and saving his comrades was destroyed. After its attack, the monster pressed Jin into the ground, finishing off the boy, who was mortally wounded. When all his other comrades saw this, their faces reflected the horror they were filled with at that moment. Mark, who was trapped in ice with 18 minutes left before he would be defrosted, also saw Jin die. On a very ordinary weekday, Teoman was sitting in the middle of the street smoking a pipe. Sitting to the side, the man watched the locals going about their usual routine. At some point, someone started approaching the man. And then the elf girl decided to sit down next to Teoman. At first, the man did not react to her, but then he asked why the girl had a worried look, and asked if she had seen the hero. The girl was so upset that she did not answer, and only nodded in agreement. Then Teoman asked her if the hero was not very good, and the elf immediately agreed. The disappointed girl said that the guy didn't even have muscles on his body, and he was too polite and wasn't ready for fights. Then the girl involuntarily remembered the shy Mark, who awkwardly extended his hand to the girl as a greeting. However, when the elf saw the guy's outstretched hand in front of her, she did not quite understand how to react to it. And about the guy's red eyes, she said that it seemed like he cried for 4 days after he got here. Looking at Teoman, the girl asked if the boy could lift the sword that the man had given him. Looking down, the elf said that their world had come to an end, and the past heroes were not like that. Suddenly Teoman said that, in the current situation, they would look at anyone who even hinted at wanting to join the hero. But the man said that the guy's words about saving their world were very sincere. Mark previously said that he wants to fight as long as he has the strength to do so. Raising his head, he said that he wanted to quickly finish his business in this world and return home. When Teoman heard about this, he was in complete shock and did not know what to answer. Remembering this, the man suddenly turned to the elf and asked if she could risk her life to save another world. But the girl answered doubtfully that she didn't know this, because it was even possible to die, and that was too much. And Teoman confirmed that even a man like him, who had spent his entire life on the battlefield, could not have decided on such a thing. He understood the sense of duty to his homeland, but he wondered when he would be asked to save the world at the cost of his own life. However, that new guy was very determined. Suddenly, Teoman said that he thought this guy would become a worthy hero, and the elf couldn't respond to this. But after thinking for a bit, the girl asked the man in surprise if he was going to help that guy, and Teoman nodded calmly and decisively in response. Standing up from his seat, he said that such a determined boy could not be sent to certain death, and a warrior should try to save as many people as possible. Rising after him, the elf said that she did not expect such fiery speeches from him. Stretching her hand towards him, clenched into a fist, the girl resolutely said that in that case she would join Teoman. Nodding to her in response, the man replied that he had not met elves for a long time with whom he could calmly conduct a dialogue. After this, they bumped fists as a sign of the beginning of their cooperation and helping the hero save the world. However, at that moment, none of them could imagine what a tragedy this would all turn out to be for them. While the enemies were advancing, the priestess thought with tears that she would not be able to defrost the ice anytime soon. The thought that all her comrades could have died during this time made the girl immediately start crying. However, Teoman, who woke up before everyone else, shouted to the others that they needed to cheer up. Then he suddenly reminded everyone that they had come to this world knowing that they would not return to their own, and therefore they had to remember their goal. Just like the priestess, the elf was crying, but lowering her head a little, she also remembered their goal. Beginning to put more effort into her magic, the priestess said that they had come here to save the hero. Gloomy Teoman confirmed that they really did come here just for this reason. Now standing up for Mark, everyone understood that if it weren't for the hero, they would have died long ago in their world. And immediately after this, Teoman raised his shield, intending to quickly and forcefully bring it down. And their goal, according to him, was to save the hero, no matter how difficult it was, and no matter how strong the enemy was. After the signal for everyone to prepare for the attack, the elf immediately took up a new arrow. And at that very moment, Teoman shouted that no one should despair, because they would achieve their goal. When he lowered the shield to the ground, light and wind immediately began to emanate from it. "Hate him!" In a calm voice, the man began to cast a spell for his shield. But while he was reciting a long spell, similar to a prayer, the enemy was approaching him. But soon, a strong structure resembling a tower appeared right out of the ground. As soon as the tower, called the Dwarf Fortress, the Iron Canyon was completely completed, the enemy force instantly enveloped it from all sides. An ice staircase immediately appeared, with the help of which the skeletons climbed the tower. Following the first staircase, others appeared, and the skeletons quickly approached their goal. While some skeletons were climbing up, countless others were gathering below. But suddenly the guns that were on top of the tower were immediately pointed downwards. And then a fiery rain fell on the skeletons from above, which slowed their ascent. Our heroes, who were inside the tower, were safe for some time thanks to the high walls. Seeing that the tower had been erected, the elf thought that it was now her turn to act. The girl ran forward with the thought that she needed to take control of the air and attack the evil spirits from above. Turning around, she shouted to the fairy as she walked that it was time to move on. Hearing this, Belle only nodded briefly in response. Afterwards, she tilted her head forward a little and began to call upon the spirit of the dragon, asking it to incarnate in her body. Immediately after this, the fairy's wings became many times larger and were also brighter, and the next moment she had already transformed into a dragon. The elf continued to run forward, but turned around and saw that the fairy had finished her transformation. She then pushed off the ground and jumped onto the dragon, which gave her an advantage in the air. Taking the arrow and pulling the bowstring, she immediately made the arrow emit a bright light. Only by risking their lives could they have a chance to save the hero. But they were not the only ones who paid a high price. Ivan also gained power in exchange for his life, and proved to be stronger than the elf, whom he was able to freeze to death. There were lonely ladders near the tower and smoke was coming from the cannons, but there were no skeletons visible inside. Inside the tower, Teoman's shield was still there, and all that remained of the man himself were his hands, which continued to hold the sword. The skeletons were able to break through, but none of them were able to get past Teoman. Belle, who had turned into a dragon, was also defeated and bleeding. While in the sky, she became a victim of another enemy dragon, which turned out to be stronger. Only the priestess remained alive, crying but continuing to defrost the ice. Gradually, the chains holding the ice began to break. Since Teoman was already dead, the tower gradually began to crumble into dust and fly away in the wind. The priestess immediately turned back when she saw this. Horror and fear were reflected on the girl's face when she realized that she was no longer under anyone's protection, and Mark was still trapped in ice. But Ivan's gaze was still just as stern and did not change depending on the situation. Meanwhile, small cracks began to appear in the ice. Wanting to end everything, Ivan extended his hand and pointed his finger at the sword hero. At that moment, Ivan set himself the goal of destroying the guy's destructive power. So he sent his dragon forward, which was furiously preparing to crush the enemy. When the dragon approached the destroyed tower, the priestess was in danger because no one could cover the girl. But even though tears were rolling down the girl's cheeks, determination was visible in her eyes. She then raised her staff, from which even more light began to emanate. Then she lowered it down, and a bright mark appeared on the ground. It was Fureri's protective magic. Immediately after this, an orange shield formed around the heroes. Lowering the staff to the ground, the girl placed both hands on the ice and directed all her remaining strength into defrosting it. At that moment, there was very little time left before Mark would be freed again. In fact, the priestess hated the hero even before he came to their world when she was very little. Because the girl was walking in the cold, her cheeks were rosy and she was exhaling steam. The girl had to become a priestess precisely because of the hero who was about to appear in their world. Arriving at a large building, the girl saw many unfamiliar people ahead. In front of everyone stood an elderly, emaciated man holding a staff in his hands. Soon he told the girl that she was to become the priestess of the next hero and go on a journey with him. But when the girl heard about this, she was confused and a little scared about it. The man immediately said that this is why she cannot be anyone's daughter, friend, or lover. Taking the girl by the shoulder, the man told her that she must preserve her life and purity for the hero who would come to save their land. Afterwards, the girl asked why she had been given this mission. With trembling hands and a downcast gaze, the girl admitted that she was already happy with her life. However, not wanting to listen to this, the bishop hit the girl in the face with all his might, thereby interrupting her speech. Having fallen onto the cold floor, the girl immediately grabbed the sore spot with her hand. And then, with an empty look, he told the girl that the lives of 100 million beings were at stake. While he was calling on the girl to know her place, another girl ran up to the girl and was going to help her. And immediately the girl said that if the girl refused, she would be killed, and the task would be given to another child. The girl listened with tears to the request not to refuse the task, because then they would all survive. When the bishop asked the girl again if she could handle it, she only nodded her head silently in agreement. A priest is a person who worships a god, but this was a formality, and everyone knew that the priestesses did not worship God, but a man. Having agreed to the rear, Senia sadly looked at the images that were in the building. In reality, the priestesses were just convenient tools that should always be close to the hero. While the hero's wounds were being healed, he suddenly turned around and calmly looked back. Then his gaze met the gaze of the priestess, who was a little surprised. And then the guy suddenly approached the surprised girl and kissed her on the lips. The priestesses were supposed to help the heroes in everything, even if it concerned false love, and also quenching the hero's thirst. And all this was for the sake of the hero developing feelings for their world. Because of this, the heroes found the strength to fight monsters and save the world. Some were so strong that the priestesses simply stood aside. And after the monster was crushed, the priestesses remained behind their heroes, and Senya was forced to love the hero long before he arrived in their world. Suddenly the girl burst into tears and said that it was a very miserable life. From that moment on, she was not allowed to eat or drink what she wanted. When Senya was offered water to drink, she was very indifferent to it. The girl was forced to study only what was necessary and was taught grace and dexterity. In case of a mistake, the teacher always had a baton at hand, which she was going to use. One evening, Senya was healing her wounds and said to herself that she did not want to be a priestess. And with tears, she said that she hated all the heroes because of this. However, almost immediately after they met, Senya realized that Mark was different. Having found himself in an unfamiliar world, he did not stop crying for several days. Wanting to help him calm down, Senya approached the guy and showed signs of attention. However, Mark moved away from the girl in embarrassment because she was touching his hands. Mark also did not demand anything from anyone, and he did not take what was offered to him. Standing over the grave of her fallen comrade, Senya cried silently and alone. Suddenly Mark came up to her from behind and carefully placed some kind of cloak on the girl's shoulders. Afterwards, he calmly said that the magician died not because of the girl, but because Mark was too weak. Mark put his hand on his heart and said that next time they would not lose anyone, and he would try to keep that promise. Hearing this, Senya smiled at the guy, and inside her soul, hope gradually appeared that he would protect them. They soon reached the main demon, which Mark had to kill before returning home. As the demon launched his attack, Mark held up his sword to protect himself from the enemy's blow. However, he was thrown back with such force that he flew all the way to Senya. But immediately rising to his feet and taking up his sword, he also received support from the priestess. That faith was enough, in the priestess's opinion, to save the world. But Mark gave them much more. After defeating the demon, their entire team was happy, and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone also happily thanked the guy for helping save their world. Soon, the shield that Senya created collided with the enemy force, and upon reaching the priestess's shield, all the skeletons immediately fell, and were destroyed. While the shield held back the enemy, Xenia continued to channel all her remaining strength into melting the ice. In gratitude for Mark's actions, the girl intended to save him and pay any price for it. Almost immediately after this, the chains holding the ice finally broke. After this, cracks appeared all over the ice, and it was only a short time before Mark was freed. Just at that moment, Xenia's shield broke and let the enemy through. But at the moment when this was happening, Mark only watched what was happening in surprise. Xenia spread her arms out to the sides and said that she had something to say to Mark, while skeletons approached her from behind. The girl wanted to say that she loved him, but she didn't finish because at that very moment she was killed by skeletons. After this, only drops of blood remained on the ground, as well as the priestess's clothes, which were torn and stained with her blood. Soon after, the ice cracked and began to fall apart. But when Mark was released, his face was devastated and his eyes were a little crazy. Seeing the scraps of clothing stained with blood in front of him, the guy couldn't hold back his tears. As soon as all the ice melted, the boy immediately dropped the sword he was holding in his mouth. Afterwards, he stretched out his shaking, frozen hand forward and couldn't believe what had just happened. Afterwards, Mark crouched down next to the clothes that had once been on the priestess and clutched them with his one remaining hand. With tears in his eyes, the boy asked why his comrades were killed. On the ground lay the dead body of the fairy, who remained in the form of a dragon, and next to it lay the body of an elf. Turning back and seeing that his other comrades were also dead, Mark began to cry even harder. He was also able to see that Tioman was able to protect everyone with the shield. But he himself died. Having risen to his feet, Mark continued to hold the priestess's clothes in his hand and approached what remained of Tioman. Suddenly, the guy's face filled with horror and froze in that expression. For a while, Mark thought he was in a terrible dream in which he found himself in a strange world. Immediately after appearing in the new world, he was met by a girl in unusual clothes. She soon explained to Mark that he had to defeat the demon in their world in order to return home. After that, the guy trained and fought hard for a whole year, losing his comrades, but eventually achieved what he wanted. All his comrades were tired and wounded, but together they managed to defeat the demon. Mark was confident at that moment and wanted to return home as soon as possible. However, it turned out that after his victory in another world, he returned to his native one, where no one was waiting for him. The family was dead, and friends, relatives, and society did not want to accept the guy who mysteriously disappeared. At that moment, the guy was hurt and offended, and his heart was breaking into many pieces. And the guy's soul suffered, and at some point he thought that he was tearing off his own skin and starting to eat it. After this, Mark wandered the streets aimlessly for some time. Looking at his feet with a completely empty gaze, Mark felt an enormous sense of longing. He remembered those cold evenings when, in another world, he and his comrades would set up camp and warm themselves by the fire under his blanket. In those moments, he always looked at the family photo that came with the documents he had with him when Mark came into this world. Looking at the photograph of his family, the boy just cried silently. He dreamed of returning home, but when he finally achieved what he wanted, he only knew sadness and sorrow. In addition to relatives who were unwilling to help, he immediately came across people who decided to have fun with the guy. However, they had no idea what the joke on the schoolboy would mean for them. Because of this, Mark decided to collect all his sorrow and share it with the world. Swinging his sword, he decided to destroy everything around him. But at the same time, he cried, because all the negative emotions broke out and turned the guy inside out. Soon, a helicopter arrived at the scene and surveyed everything that the suddenly appearing terrorist had done. Soon, a man looked out from there and started filming everything on camera, but Mark didn't pay any attention to it. Soon after, news spread throughout Korea that the Gangseogu area had been destroyed by a terrorist. That day, Mark became an enemy of the world and was called a terrorist. To fight the powerful enemy, military equipment was sent to him. However, those who tried to save the world and stop the boy's sadness were destroyed by his power. People who were once happy also died in the world that Mark tried to create. There were also those who tried to stop Mark, but they too were defeated in battle with him. One of these girls fought to the last, but was wounded. In the end, all that was left of that hero was a shield, which was slightly broken after the battle. After the battle was over, Mark climbed onto this shield and looked down on the entire city from above. At that moment, he only thought that he had nothing left to lose, and he didn't regret anything. However, looking at what he was doing in his country and killing other people's happiness, he forgot about his own pain for a short time. But at some point, Mark was finally able to realize that his actions were wrong. The boy realized that he had become corrupted, but he still continued to fight with other heroes. And eventually he faced Daniel in battle, whom he wanted to let kill him. However, the emptiness and negative emotions that the guy had seemed to only become bigger and darker. Therefore, the overwhelming emotions only continued to drag the guy down. When this happened, the guy didn't even see the point in resisting. He didn't understand what else he should do, and what others expected of him. Before he became the man who instilled fear in everyone, Mark was different. Mark was just an ordinary student who went to school And in his free time, he went to the computer club with his friends, and all he wanted was to live a normal life. The guy also had a loving family who always took care of him. However, Mark did not understand what else he was supposed to do when his usual life was destroyed, and the whole world turned away from him. Mark believed that he became a monster because of the selfishness and indifference of those around him, who did not want to help him, and this all led to the death of his comrades. As he lay over the bodies of his dead comrades, Ivan watched him. Then Ivan, without taking his eyes off the guy, said that this was retribution for everything he had done. But at that moment, the guy was filled with despair and pain that was tearing him apart from the inside. At some point, bloody tears began to flow from the guy's eyes. Remembering his comrades, he did not understand how the price could be the death of those people he tried to save. Mark immediately remembered the death of the white-haired guy, and he also remembered the terrible remains that were left behind by Tioman. And at that moment, Mark was filled with guilt that those people who remembered his former self had died for him. And each of them died in battle in different ways. And the priestess was killed in a brutal manner right before the guy's eyes. There were so many overwhelming emotions that Mark threw his head back and started screaming at the top of his lungs. All this time, Ivan calmly watched the guy and was in no hurry to finish everything. At some point, he finally calmly said that death was not so terrible. Ivan believed that the most terrible person was the one who had nothing left to lose. Having screamed, Mark lowered his head and realized that, unfortunately, what was happening was not a dream for him. Moving his hand towards the boy, Ivan told Mark that if he already felt pain, then it was time to die. After this, all of Ivan's strength was again directed towards Mark, who was now vulnerable. With the thought that the boy's soul was still aching and torn apart by pain, his hair turned white. Immediately after this, a red light began to emit from the guy's weapon. Slowly walking down the stairs and looking at his phone, Siren hummed a song to himself. Continuing to look at the phone, the guy walked forward and entered some rooms. Entering the room that resembled a kitchen, Siren slowed down a little. Afterwards, he walked over to the microwave and, putting the popcorn aside, decided to set up the microwave, still humming the song. When he was done with the setup, he put the popcorn inside. When the popcorn was inside the microwave, which was emitting light, the guy stared at it. Soon after, the popcorn began to pop and make its characteristic popping sounds. A little later, the pack tore and popcorn spilled out of it. Meanwhile, the battle between Mark and Ivan was still not over, and an explosion occurred. From that explosion, the remains of the undead that once obeyed him flew towards Ivan. Looking at the guy, Ivan thought that he was already half dead, and it was unclear why he should try to do anything further. At that moment, Mark was devastated and sat silently on the ground, in no hurry to do anything. The guy's skin was pale and had a blue tint, and there were bloody streaks on his cheeks, and his hair was white. Meanwhile, the swords that were behind the guy's back began to emit red light. Starting to rise and turning his head slightly to the side, Mark suddenly said that it was all over. Having risen to his feet and found support, the guy suddenly said that this was the end, because he had lost everything. Continuing to watch his opponent, Ivan thought that Mark was out of his mind and wondered what the guy was muttering. But raising his index finger up, the guy thought that it didn't matter anymore, because now everything had to end for Mark. After this, the force and undead behind Ivan rushed forward towards their enemy. But when the wind increased, Mark remained calm, and was in no hurry to dodge the enemy attack. Soon a sphere of icy bones formed above Ivan. Then, with a gloomy and cold look, the man pointed his finger forward. Immediately after that, the sphere headed towards the guy who was standing in the middle of the open space. Before he was hit, Mark again expressed sadness that the world could be too cruel to one person. After this, the sphere fell to the ground, destroying the soil of the earth in the area. Ivan's skeletons immediately attacked Mark and began to eat his flesh, and the guy didn't even resist. Crawling towards the guy, many skeletons began to try to break the armor and dug their fingers into the flesh. If there were any open areas of the body, the skeletons would immediately begin to eat the tender flesh. Without resisting the skeletons, Mark said that he did not like the sad world, and suddenly realized that no one would be more unhappy than him. Lying among the undead, Mark suddenly came to the conclusion that it was better to just kill everyone. The guy thought that there would be no one left anyway, and he would be alone again. This is the reason why Mark wanted them all to disappear, and then there would be an empty world without heroes or villains. At that moment, a demon was born, in a world in which one would have to start one's development from scratch. When the boy had no arms or legs left, he suddenly stood up and assumed a sitting position. The boy's eyes turned blood red as he decided to summon Duran's sword to himself. Responding to the owner's command, the sword fell apart into pieces and began to attach itself to the boy's flesh. Gradually, the fragments from the sword began to form into limbs, and soon after, Mark had one arm that he could move well. The next moment, a bright golden beam of light appeared from inside the sphere, and immediately after, the sphere disintegrated into many small fragments, because Mark was able to destroy it with the help of a sword that changed its shape. Seeing this, Ivan was surprised that all the skeletons simply disappeared. At that moment, the undead dragon decided to attack the guy who was sitting quietly on the ground. Approaching the guy, the dragon opened its mouth and wanted to swallow him, and Mark calmly looked at the approaching monster. Raising his head and looking at the undead with a crazy gaze, Mark also raised his hand and moved it to the side. By moving his index finger to the side, the boy was able to easily draw letters in the air. But immediately after this, the dragon was instantly cut into 2 parts. Mark's attack was so destructive that almost nothing remained of the evil spirits. Seeing how devastating the guy's blow was, Ivan immediately frowned and became angry at his opponent. He immediately thought, looking at Mark, that the power of another dimension could not be so strong. In Ivan's opinion, Mark was a hero who had to stop the demon, because that was the law of the universe. Over time, Ivan's bad thoughts only increased, and looking at Mark's legs, which were made of golden inscriptions, he thought that the guy had decided to join the forces of evil. After his blow, the guy began to slowly get to his feet and leaned his entire body forward. Watching him, Ivan suddenly thought that this had already become a catastrophe, not a war. Looking at the guy, who seemed to have nothing human left, Ivan thought that Mark had become a real apocalypse. And Ivan believed that the guy became exactly like this because of him. Ivan immediately spread his hands out to the sides and wanted to cast another spell. By raising his hands and stretching them forward a little, the man managed to create ice spheres. He then held his hands out in front of him, indicating the direction in which the spheres should move. Following his instructions, the spheres immediately moved towards Mark. However, the guy, just like last time, with the same ease ran his hand through the air and destroyed everything that tried to kill him. As the spheres collapsed, it became clear that Ivan was also approaching his opponent. Taking the ice spear, Ivan approached Mark, intending to kill the sword hero. Noticing the approach of the enemy, Mark was indifferent and did not react to it in any way. The next moment, Ivan released his spear, which flew straight at the guy. Because Mark didn't try to dodge the spear, it pierced him through and through, breaking through his armor. Having stuck into the ground, the spear was able to hold up the boy's body, which was hanging. Approaching the enemy sharply, Ivan grabbed the guy's head with his hand. And then he created a new weapon out of ice, which turned out to be an axe, and swung it, ready to kill the guy. Finally, Ivan said that Mark's death would save the whole world. And then, having wished the hero the sword of death, Ivan was going to cut off his head. However, at that very moment the man froze in place, and the axe never reached Mark's neck. Soon after, Ivan disintegrated into many small pieces and was unable to continue the fight. The spear he created also disintegrated into dust, so Mark's body simply fell to the ground. Lying on the ground and looking at the sky, Mark calmly said that there could be no salvation, or rather, there had been none since the very beginning of time. Watching the action on the screen and holding popcorn in his hands, Siren burst into tears and was happy that it had finally happened. Siren understood that this was the first time in 300 million returns, and in 150,000 years, that this had happened. Spilling popcorn on himself, Siren burst into tears and covered his face with his hands, saying that he was finally able to do it. After the death of the ice hero, there were no more heroes of the old generation left, and news of this immediately reached the headquarters in Russia. After this news, they immediately went to report it to the military commander. Standing before the commander, the soldier immediately said that the ice hero had died, and his death had already been confirmed. It was also reported that the sword hero was simply walking forward, but the heavy snowfall slowed his speed. The soldiers believed that the sword hero would soon be able to reach the borders of China. However, upon hearing this, the military leader sternly banged his fist on his desk. Angrily, he asked what the Yankees were doing and whether they really wanted to declare victory after defeating only 2 heroes. The man said it was a disgrace, and that it was impossible to rely on a feeble-minded old man from the very beginning. However, their dialogue was interrupted by the radio, which they had to turn to because someone was trying to communicate something. Immediately, the commander rudely told his soldier to answer. While the soldier was quickly moving towards the radio, the military leader said that the one-eyed people probably wanted to contact them. Approaching the table, the soldier took the headphones and put them on himself. At that time, in another place, there was a hand that was leaking, which was colored red because there were many corpses floating in it. One of the survivors tried to contact everyone by radio while bandaging his hand. After that, he immediately shouted into the radio, calling the people on the other side bastards and asking who they had created. The soldier reported that a border outpost of 200,000 people was destroyed in just 12 seconds, and there were not even any corpses around, only a mess of meat and bones. When Mark came very close to the soldier, he trembled and asked him not to kill him. But Mark, lowering his gaze like a man, said nothing and did not express any feelings. The soldier listening to the message had a look of horror on his face as he heard the sword hero approach the survivor, followed by a sharp sound as the connection was cut off. Taking off his headphones and turning to the commander, the soldier relayed the news that the border garrison had been destroyed. If we leave aside the sword hero, it turned out that the heroes of the old generation made their contribution. Arcadios's faith was able to seal Hannah's despair, turning her into an ally. And Marie's hope was able to stop Gabby, who could have become a weapon of mass destruction. And Ivan's love for humanity sacrificed his memory and life, giving his body and soul to be torn apart. But Ivan's attempt to contain the demon was not successful, because Mark became an even greater evil that sowed chaos on Earth. After that fight, Mark became the new Demon King. Besides Mark, there also remained the hero of the return, Siren, and 2 others. Haris also dealt with his targets and soared through the sky, watching the ships burn. A smug grin appeared on the guy's face, after which he said that he even felt better. At the same time, the long-haired guy was pouring tea, which had been recently prepared, into a mug. Having poured tea into 2 mugs, he calmly moved forward into one of the rooms of his house, where someone was waiting for him. Noticing someone approaching, the grandmother asked if it was her grandson who was coming towards her. Entering the room, the guy calmly replied that it was indeed him. The guy immediately politely informed her that he had prepared some tea, which would be better for Grandma to drink. Smiling, the grandmother sweetly thanked her dear grandson. After that, she started drinking the tea that was brought to her, and the guy just looked at his grandmother and held his cup of tea in his hands. Meanwhile, Daniel was on the islands in Indonesia, and those islands became his refuge. With his new prosthetic arm, Daniel did push-ups, determined to get back into shape as quickly as possible. Approaching Daniel, another hero decided to inquire about the condition of the spear hero's hand. Rising a little, Daniel looked at the other hero, and said that it seemed that the hand had taken root and was stronger than a human one. To this, another hero pointed to his bandaged horn and said that of course the hand was stronger because it was made from his horn. Clenching his hand into a fist, Daniel said that it felt different, but he hoped to get used to it. Sitting down on the sand, Daniel calmly replied that the main problem was that he didn't have a weapon right now, which meant he was powerless against the other heroes. To this, the hero replied to the guy that his spear remained underground near the base of the restored government, and they should think about where to get a weapon. After a short silence, Daniel decided to remind his interlocutor that the sword hero had followers. Daniel knew that they would all protect Mark, and without a weapon, Daniel didn't stand a chance against them. But after listening to him, the green-haired guy calmly replied that Daniel was not going anywhere. While Daniel was surprised by this, the other guy said that Daniel's task was to kill Mark, and there was no need to worry about the other one. Continuing to look at his interlocutor, Daniel did not quite understand how he should react to this. The other hero then responded that Daniel also had other followers and friends who were simply worth trusting. On the wall was a graffiti of a sword hero, fully clad in his armor, raising his sword up to strike. In front of this image, ordinary people gathered and listened to a man who stood in front of them and held a microphone in his hand, and on either side of him were armed men. All the people stood before him and listened attentively to the beginning of the speech about the great sacrifice. The man with a crazy face said that the sword hero was the truth, and only he had the future. The man insisted that since the hero had declared himself, ordinary people had to obey him. His fiery speech encouraged the people when they heard that the hero would make them inhabitants of the new world. 2 girls in black clothes watched everything that was happening from a nearby building. One of them had a sniper rifle through which she could observe, and the other had binoculars. The sniper's scope was aimed at the man, who continued to speak loudly. A girl named Aina, holding a cigarette in her mouth, openly expressed her dissatisfaction with what was happening, calling those people red-headed. The girl, who had binoculars in her hand, asked the commander if they should take out the man who was giving the speech. Lowering her hand and running the cigarette across the surface, the girl said that the hero of the divine horn told them that they could begin. The order was given to blow everyone's brains out, after which the blonde's grip tightened and she took aim at the man. The next second, a loud shot rang out, at which everyone saw how the bullet flew into the man's head and pierced his helmet. The wall where the image of the sword hero was located was immediately stained with the man's blood, which scattered around the area. Immediately, the body fell back limply, and silence reigned in the area. When people realized what had happened, horror immediately appeared on each of their faces. And then they rushed in horror in different directions, wanting to escape as quickly as possible, and some of them tried to cover their heads with their hands. Turning to Aina, the blonde immediately addressed her and reported that the order had been carried out. Taking out the radio, Aina simultaneously said that there was no need to report something like this, because she wouldn't think that the blood on the wall was smeared ketchup. Starting to talk into the radio, the girl addressed all her employees and reported that the operation to return the weapons had begun, and that all the criminals needed to be exterminated. Earlier, a large crowd had gathered at the headquarters of the restored government, including people in formal suits, as well as military personnel who were already in their gear. Soon after all the people had gathered, Aina entered the spacious hall, carrying a folder in her hand. Having climbed onto the stage, the girl continued to walk silently towards the podium. Having reached the right place, the girl casually put her 2 folders there as well as a lighter. Aina immediately began her speech, addressing the people who were present here and who managed to survive. Turning to the last survivors, Aina assumed that they already knew about her, or at least heard of her. Among the listeners were also those people who looked like experienced commanders, and to all of them, Aina presented herself as the former head of the National Intelligence and Counterterrorism Republic. Bowing her head, the girl said that she now took responsibility for the remnants of the restored government forces in the destroyed city. Suddenly, one of the men sharply asked why she had appointed herself as the leader, and was introducing herself as if there was some kind of webinar going on. The soldier, who had scars on his face, told Aina that if she had gathered everyone here, then there was no point in delaying, and it was better to get straight to the point. The girl sighed a little sadly, and said that there would be a lot of deaths soon, so she wanted to cheer everyone up first. But the girl took the remote control and was about to turn on something, saying that since they didn't have a sense of humor, she would get to the point. Afterwards, an image appeared on the screen, which said that there would soon be an operation to return the sword hero's weapon. Aina reported that everyone already knew that there had recently been clashes with heroes with large-scale losses for them. However, despite the terrorists, there were also those heroes who fought on the side of the people. The purpose of their mission was to find the weapons of these heroes. It was also worth finding the weapon of the hero of the rebellion, which the guy accidentally forgot in the dungeon. The problem was that the fanatics were fiercely supportive of the sword hero, and there were two more heroes on Mark's side who continued to be in Korea, Serene and Dejan. But within 5 hours, the restored government had to throw all its efforts into searching for those relics. As soon as she said this, whispers could be heard behind the soldiers. Aina looked down and said that it sounded simple in words, but in reality, most of them would probably die. It turns out that the restored government had about 100 agents at its disposal, and the armed forces numbered less than 1,000. There were also about 300 surviving townspeople who were supposed to help in the guerrilla war. After listening to Aina's words, the same man with scars on his face said that Aina's speech was very ridiculous. He immediately asked the girl if she thought they would tremble because they were afraid of dying, but they were already prepared for death. The man continued to say that he was even ashamed in front of his comrades, because they had already died, and some were still alive. Looking up at Aina, the man asked who would use these relics, even if they were obtained at the cost of ordinary people's lives. Aina listened calmly to the military man's question, but for some reason was in no hurry to answer it. Without paying attention to anything, the man asked if it would be possible to kill the remaining heroes with the help of those relics. Remembering Daniel, the hero of the rebellion, Aina replied that he was the strongest of all the heroes who were on the side of the people. The girl answered with confidence that the guy would definitely be able to cope with the remaining heroes. Leaning on the podium, the girl admitted that Daniel was their last hope, and they were going for broke, so they needed to get the relics. Looking down, the girl said that they were only powerless adults who could rely on a child. As her hands clenched with nerves, the girl said that they needed to at least get him a weapon. Encouraged, Aina said that they, the sinners, should risk their lives so that Daniel would not go into battle empty-handed. Hours later, the people of the restored government tried to fight back, while some tried to find weapons among the scattered debris. The soldier who was operating the excavator believed that he had found one of the necessary relics. He continued to scoop out the debris with his bucket, when suddenly he could see something below. It turned out that the remains of one of the heroes who was killed by Mark finally appeared from the rubble. Other soldiers during the mission were sent to the underground city of the restored government, where the relics were also located. Making their way along the wall, the soldiers followed the place where the battle between Mark and Daniel had taken place. When they arrived at the scene, the squad leader took out his radio and announced that they were now there. They also reported that they found the spear of the hero of the uprising, which was lying below. In another city, they also managed to find a relic, and it seemed that the operation could be considered successful, since the losses were only 500 people. Mounts were lowered from the helicopters, with the help of which they could lift the shield into the air and drag it along. As soon as the fasteners were released, the magnets immediately attached themselves to the metal shield. Following the first military helicopter, all the others also latched onto the shield. When everything was done, one of the soldiers reported that they had managed to secure a secure foothold. One of the pilots heard about this and was ready to take further action. He immediately informed someone on the radio that they had almost completed the task in their city, and all they needed to do was raise the shield into the air. But at that very moment, someone blew up one of the helicopters, and it, engulfed in flames, began to fall down. The pilot's eyes reflected horror when he saw a bright light in the sky in front of him. Immediately after this, Daejun infiltrated their helicopter, creating acid that ate through the metal. Noticing that someone had entered the helicopter, the pilot immediately turned sharply to the side. Then his gaze met Daejun's, which gave off a cold feeling. Seeing that the cultivation hero was so close, the man could only be surprised. After this, their helicopter exploded and bright flames appeared in the sky again. When the man who was giving the speech was shot, all the people ran away and the military prepared their weapons for the attack. A few seconds later, a large stain of blood spread across the ground. But at one unexpected moment, the blood began to constrict upward, and soon almost all the blood returned to the forehead, which was pierced by a bullet. The man began to rise slowly, assuming a sitting position, and the soldier sat down next to him. While all the people were running away, the man was slowly recovering while his subordinate was waiting for instructions. Suddenly, the soldier said that he had heard that a man had received the blood of a blood hero, but admitted that it looked disgusting. Turning to the soldier, the man asked how he could speak about the hero in such a way and show disrespect towards him. The man stood up and brushed off his clothes and asked how long he had been lying there. The soldier, looking at the man, calmly replied that only a little time had passed. However, he immediately reported that the restored government was scouring everywhere and looking for weapons from other heroes. Touching the back of his head, the man said he had not expected this outcome. After thinking about it, the soldier replied that it was reasonable, since the man was simply lying there with a bullet in his forehead. However, the military man admitted that he still assumed that this could happen. Suddenly, the man asked the military man if the hero of cultivation had gone to the place where the government found the shield. Having uttered this question, he suddenly raised his chilling gaze to the side. Then he saw that someone was standing on the very top of one of the nearby buildings. Without taking his eyes off the man asked if there was any news from the hero of the return. Shortly after, the girl who was standing on the roof of the building turned around and quickly began to walk away. In response to the man's question, the soldier said that it was not possible to establish contact with the hero of the return. The man bent down to tie his shoelaces, while the soldier said that Siren was presumably still in the underground city. Tying his laces tighter, the man replied that they should clean up the mess themselves, and then planted his foot on the ground. Having rushed from his place, the man said at last that it was their duty, because they were saved by heroes. Having run up to the building, the man began to easily climb up the walls to the very top using his ability. Claws appeared on the man's feet, with the help of which he could cling to the glass, which immediately crumbled upon impact. After a few seconds, he was able to reach the very top, where there was no one. The man immediately saw that the roof was empty, and there was some object lying below. Only after looking closely did he see that it was a bomb whose timing had expired, but it was too late. At the same moment, an explosion occurred, which hit the man because he did not have time to react and take cover. When the explosion went off, the girls from the government were already hurriedly descending the stairs one after another. Suddenly, someone on the radio that Aina had reported that they had failed to obtain the shield. This message was repeated over the radio, and the girl's face twisted in displeasure and annoyance. Starting to talk into the radio and continuing down the stairs, the girl asked what about the rest of the relics. Then she was informed that the staff had been obtained, and someone had taken the enemy's fire, and whoever was responsible for the hammer, belt, and bow were also in the battle, and Daniel's spear was now moving to Mokpo. It was also reported that based on the reinforcements that had arrived, it was concluded that control over the hero's faction had been restored, so it was unlikely that all the relics would be obtained. While the girls quickly descended the stairs, they continued to tell Aina over the radio that it would be better to retreat, leaving only the spear and calling all the survivors. Hearing that if they lost all their troops, everything would fall, Aina stopped in the middle of the stairs. At that moment, looking ahead, Aina suddenly realized that over all this time, people had become too accustomed to defeat. During this time, they lost all civilians, as well as those child heroes who were on the side of the people. Gritting her teeth, Aina thought that this time everything would be different, and they couldn't run away under the pretext of needing to conserve their remaining strength. Continuing to silently look at the radio, the girl wondered if there was any point in living, since they had already disgraced themselves, but at least they could have finished the last battle with honor. Starting to talk into the radio, Aina asked the police for backup, and asked them to send a man who was called the Living Dead to Changwon. The girl told all her people that there was a war going on now. She reminded them that they had fled and retreated many times before, but now there was nowhere to run, and they had to fight back. During all this time, about tens of millions of civilians were lost. There were also countless soldiers who were filled with a sense of duty, but had long since left the world of the living. But even the country's infrastructure was destroyed by the hands of carefree heroes. One terrible day, Aina found herself under rubble and could not get out on her own, and her eye was injured. But suddenly a new hero appeared, calling Aina's sister, and lifted the debris so that the girl could get out. The girl raised her head and looked in surprise at the guy who was in front of her. Recalling that moment, the girl's hand trembled, and she said that they were always looking for a reason to save their lives, and said that they were retreating to give a future fight. However, now Aina believed that there would be no future battle if they didn't fight back now and get rid of the bastards today. The girl said that even if rivers of blood were spilled, they still had to protect the relic. At that moment, a voice came over the radio saying that they understood everything and would send a helicopter for them, which would take the girls to Changwon. Meanwhile, in one of the medical wards, there was a man who was completely bandaged. Suddenly, footsteps of people were heard in the corridor, quickly approaching. When strangers suddenly entered the room, The doctors immediately looked back at them. Then they saw 4 people enter the room, 2 of whom had weapons and 2 of whom were dressed in military uniform. Seeing them, one of the doctors immediately tried to stop the strangers. Standing in front of the patient's bed, he put his hands out to the sides and said that this patient was not to be approached, regardless of the order that might have been given to these people. The doctor assured that if the patient was disturbed now, he would definitely die, because he needed rest. But the man's speech was abruptly cut off when one of the men who entered pointed a gun at the doctor. Without taking her eyes off the doctor, the girl said briefly that they didn't have time, and they would explain everything on the way. After some time, Aina sat in the helicopter and looked ahead. Opposite her was the very same patient, who was the hero of the transformation, Jason, and Daejin was waiting for them near the relic. The man who was trapped was engulfed in flames after the explosion, but was still alive. Soon after Mark began his rampage, most of Korea's cities were destroyed, and the streets were empty. The surviving walls of the buildings were covered with graffiti that stated that Korea was doomed. Some of the inscriptions also said that a new era had now arrived, and the heroes had become the new law and order. However, the police and weapons were not the solution, because the only thing that could stop a hero was another hero. Shortly after the incident that took place in the Gangseo-gu area, a new hero emerged who declared that he would destroy the terrorist. A photo of the new teenage hero immediately spread across the news. The newly restored government immediately determined that the new hero was a teenager who had gone missing several years ago. And after that, more people became involved and began looking for information about other missing teenagers. Thus, thanks to the joint efforts, it was soon possible to establish the identities of all the other heroes who were on Mark's side. The government managed to find those teenagers who were supposedly heroes. And one day Aina knocked on the door of one of these people. Almost immediately a young girl opened the door, appearing in just a nightgown. The girl politely offered Aina some tea, after which they got down to the very essence of this visit. Like many other heroes, that girl could not stand aside. And squeezing her hands tighter on her mug, she said that she would fight. But looking up at the guest, the girl, frowning, said that she had decided so even before Aina came to her. However, the problem was that the government was not wise in using the heroes on its side. They were not sent to fight Mark at the same time. The first to speak out against Mark was the hero who appeared shortly after the incident in Kansogu. The guy slowly approached Mark, who looked confident and calm, and his sword was stuck in the ground. But when there was not much distance left between them, the magician began to use his magic, and Mark grabbed the hilt of the sword. Taking up their fighting positions, both heroes prepared for a fight in which one of them would die. Having learned about how the government was treating the heroes, Aina was dissatisfied with this arrangement and headed to her superiors. Arriving at the right place, the girl slammed the door hard, causing all the people inside to turn towards the front door. Approaching one man, Aina asked if they were crazy to send the guy out alone. Aina loudly asked why they thought that by fighting Mark alone, other heroes would be able to defeat him. But the man, without looking at Aina, said that such an order was from the leadership in order to eliminate the risk that the other heroes posed. Raising his finger up, the man said that the order was to eliminate not only the one who attacked the civilian population, but also all the others, who, if everything went well, were supposed to kill each other. Looking up at the girl, the man suddenly said that in his opinion, this was the right decision. Aina was surprised to hear that there was no guarantee that in 10 or 20 years these children would not also rebel. But by sending the heroes one by one, the government was guaranteed to get rid of one of the risks. This was the goal of their operation, called Colossus. The man told Aina that they didn't care about her or public condemnation, because they weren't playing games. Unable to stand such an attitude, Aina grabbed the man by the collar and asked how they dared to call themselves people after this, because those children sacrificed themselves to save the country. When the commotion began, 2 other men immediately rushed to the aid of their boss. They forcefully pulled away the girl, who said that those teenagers could have gone abroad, but decided to fight for the air that they could all breathe. After adjusting his clothes, the man immediately said in a cold voice that Aina was being hypocritical. He immediately asked if she wasn't acting like this because her missing brother might come back the same way. When Aina heard those words, she was confused and didn't know what to answer. As he was about to light a cigarette, the man said that he recognized Aina's abilities, so she was sent to a refugee shelter, and she shouldn't think about heroes again. Turning to the window, he said in conclusion that if the management had planned everything correctly, they would get rid of the heroes within a year. The heroes who wished for a peaceful life for everyone died, but at that moment Aina's brother appeared. At their meeting, Aina was wounded and could only look at her brother with one eye. Aina's brother really turned out to be a hero, who also began to participate in battles. Unlike Mark, who still had no injuries and looked calm, Aina's brother was tired. Suddenly the guy pushed off and made a dash forward, which allowed him to move quickly. Pushing off from the destroyed buildings, he rushed into the air, and while in free flight he prepared to strike with his foot. At the moment he wanted to strike, Mark was just as ready to strike with his sword. Their collision created a huge, bright explosion that was visible even from behind the buildings. After that battle, Jason was in a terrible state, but now they wanted to sacrifice him again. Sitting in front of her brother, Ina cried and couldn't stop thinking about how she had become as heartless as the people in the government. When the helicopter approached the desired location, one girl reported that the last relic was here. Turning to Ina, who was still crying, the girl announced that they were there. Finally coming to her senses, Ina was able to stand up and silently, with a gloomy face, approached her brother. The girl immediately saw that the guy's skin was severely burnt, and he was completely bandaged, and his eyes were covered. With hands shaking from nerves, the girl placed Jason's suit belt on his waist. Then the girl fell to her knees and slowly and quietly said that it had to be done one more time. Looking at the floor, the girl looked at the floor and kept repeating that it needed to be done one more time. Giving in to her emotions, Ina began to beg him to fight for them. With difficulty, the boy was able to turn his head to the side and slightly opened one eye, looking at his sister. Looking at her, Jason calmly told her that she shouldn't cry and promised that he would give his life for her. The helicopter's arrival immediately created noise and wind, and Dejan immediately took notice of all of this. Preparing for the enemy's arrival, the boy stood up and held his headdress with one hand. At the same moment, a bright bluish light appeared from the helicopter that was flying up. Noticing this, Dejan immediately realized that someone had arrived and was ready to fight back. When the helicopter door opened and a guy appeared from there, Dejan immediately realized that this opponent was strong. Many years ago, there was a TV series about rangers. Little Jason loved watching them and dreamed of becoming a hero like these rangers. Inspired by their images, the boy got himself a mask, a cape, and a toy sword, and loved to play in the yard, imagining that he was a superhero. The boy brandished his sword and shouted loudly that everyone should move aside because there were rangers in front of them. But at that very moment, through his own carelessness, Jason collided with some man. When Jason looked ahead, he saw 3 disgruntled teenagers standing in front of him, one of whom was the most angry at him. Shortly after, the boy was beaten into tears, and the broken ranger mask was left at his feet. Standing in the middle of the street, the boy continued to cry loudly and wiped away his tears a little with one hand. But at some point, it became clear that another person had approached the boy from behind. Noticing this, he immediately looked up at the newcomer and calmed down a little. It turned out that Ina came to him, who was angry after what she heard, and promised that she would give those teenagers back some revenge. It was precisely by remembering that moment from childhood when his sister stood up for him that Jason now wanted to repay her in kind. Saying that he would fight them, Jason slowly began to rise from his seat, trying to endure the unbearable pain. When Jason stood up, the doctor continued to silently look at the tortured boy with a calm expression on his face. After examining the boy's body, the doctor remembered that there were third-degree burns all over his body, as well as necrosis and blisters. The man's mouth immediately twisted at the thought that every movement was probably difficult for Jason and accompanied by unbearable pain. He immediately reached into his bag, trying to find painkillers for the guy, as well as a muscle stimulant. Having obtained the necessary drugs, the man immediately decided to give them to James, and said that if an ordinary person received such a dose, his liver and kidneys would immediately fail. After receiving medical attention, Jason turned his attention to his belt, which he immediately adjusted. With tears in her eyes, Ina told her brother that a cultivation hero was waiting for him there, and Jason would need to distract the boy from the shield so that the government could take the relic. Listening to his sister, Jason slowly removed the oxygen mask from his face. Then he pressed the button on his belt with his index finger and gave the order for transformation. As soon as the guy said those words, a bright light immediately began to emanate from him, which illuminated everything in the area while other people looked at the guy. A few seconds later, the guy had his armor on, which was still not in the best condition after the last battle with Mark. Walking up to the door, Jason opened it with one hand and looked out of the plane. Sitting down on the very paradise, the guy looked around the city and the view that opened up before him for some time. Because he opened the door, a strong wind entered the plane, from which Ina tried to close herself off. Suddenly, the boy looked back, and turning to his older sister, thanked the girl for waiting for him. Hearing those words, Ina couldn't hold back her tears again and continued to look at her brother, who would soon be fighting. Having said those words, the guy jumped out of the helicopter and quickly rushed down to the ground. Nothing was expected from this transformation hero, who had an outdated suit and injuries. However, when they saw him, ordinary people were amazed. Thanks to his suit, Jason could move very quickly, which made people amazed and children delighted. Jason could move so fast that it was impossible to follow his movements. Only a strip of light remained behind the guy, which showed his movements. Jason was one of 2 heroes who survived the encounter with Mark. Mark swung his sword, ready to deliver a killing blow. And Jason was full of determination and courage, and was ready to fight and protect ordinary people. Jason's abilities and speed were also enough to avoid Mark's sword strikes. Seizing the right moment, the guy pulled his hand back and prepared to hit Mark. Jason hit with all his might, but Mark was not inferior to him and blocked every blow. At some point, due to their fierce battle, a bright light appeared that emanated from the two heroes. However, Jason, despite all his efforts, received serious injuries in that battle. When the restored government found the boy after the battle, they immediately began to put out the fire that engulfed the hero's body. Such a hero, who could no longer fight, should have been left alone and allowed to live out the painful months. Shaking his head, the doctor said in bewilderment that the boy was still alive. Aina was saddened by the words that without a skin graft, it would be more humane to let the boy die. Afterwards, the girl lowered her sad gaze to her younger brother, who lay unconscious. Jason was completely bandaged, leaving only one eye open, and even the skin on his face showed how severe the burns were. Continuing to look at her brother, the girl said that it was not time for that yet, because there was something that Jason still had to do. Jason had to be sent to the battlefield again, because there were no other candidates for this. After the transformation, some image appeared on Jason's belt and began to talk to the guy. When asked if it was really Jason, the guy nodded silently. Then his assistant got angry, asking Jason if he was crazy, because the cooling mechanism was still damaged. The suit malfunctioned right during the battle with Mark. In the middle of the fight, the suit began to overheat and could not cope with cooling. Jason was immediately informed that the high temperature was too much to handle, and that it was better to create distance and transform. However, continuing to fight, Jason said that now was not the time for that. Continuing to attack Mark furiously, suddenly one of the guy's hands was engulfed in flames. Sparks started coming from the suit when the guy said that if he escaped, innocent villagers would die. The assistant was angry that Jason ignored him last time, so he was almost burned to ashes, but still continues to fight, ignoring his condition. As he approached the ground, Jason made several turns in the air, and was then able to land easily. Immediately taking a defensive stance, Jason said that Aina had asked him to fight the last battle. Hearing this, the assistant still did not understand the guy's motivation, but Jason said he was determined to fight for his older sister. As Jason was already on the ground, Daejin made a sharp lunge forward, still holding his hat with one hand. Noticing the enemy approaching, Jason immediately gave the command that he needed acceleration mode. The assistant was unhappy with the guy's decision, but followed his command, after which Jason was ready for battle. Immediately the guy's suit was engulfed in a beautiful glow, and he was completely ready for battle. At that moment, Jason continued to approach his enemy. Running up to Jason and not taking his eyes off him, Daejin wondered if this hero really hoped to win. But suddenly Jason disappeared, and the place where he stood became blurry. But the next moment, everything in the area was filled with light, and small fragments of earth appeared in the air. Jason lunged forward, causing one of the buildings to be destroyed immediately. He attacked Daejin, causing the hat to fly off the guy's head, and he was unable to stop the blow, because he didn't have time to react. However, Daejin managed to grab Jason's leg with his hands, which he used to hit him. Using his strength, Daejin decided to turn his opponent's leg the other way. However, following his movements, Jason began to spin in the same direction. Jason twisted and immediately launched a kick with his second leg, which hit Daejin on the head. The guy's blow was so strong that Daejin was immediately thrown to the ground. Without wasting any time, Jason landed on the ground and immediately ran towards his enemy again. However, Daejin was not visible due to all the destroyed buildings in the area. After the powerful impact, the cultivation hero was still conscious amidst the debris and dust. Touching his mask with his hand, Daejin thought about how the guy had managed to turn around with the same speed with which his leg had been dislocated, and then was able to strike back. Jumping from the rubble of the building, Daejin simultaneously concluded that the fight would not be easy. While Daejin was about to simply land, Jason continued to run towards him. Everything that was happening could also be followed thanks to the camera. One of the cameras installed by the government allowed them to watch the battle and monitor the temperature of Jason's suit. Watching what was happening, Aina also thought about the fact that the temperature was now 44 degrees, and the guy's sweat glands had already melted. Aina was horrified by the thought that if the guy started to put in even more effort, he could actually burn himself. Standing up from her seat, the girl immediately informed everyone that Jason had managed to lead the hero of perfection away from the shield, and asked where all the helicopters were now. Then one of her people reported that the people from the hero faction had placed air defenses on the way to the shield, and at that moment they were already attacking people from the restored government. Missiles were fired at the helicopter, but so far they have been avoided. While flying the helicopter, the pilot was indignant that the route to Changwon should have been cleared. However, the soldiers of the restored government had already been killed by their opponents. Continuing to fire in the same direction, one of the soldiers wondered why he was unable to kill his opponent. But it turned out that he came across the man to whom Haris gave his blood. As the man approached the soldier, he transformed his hand in order to deliver a deadly blow. Having attacked the soldier, he only said that he should have joined their side. Afterwards, the man looked up and said that the restored government must now be cornered. But at that moment, the battle between the hero of transformation and cultivation continued. Approaching each other at high speed, they broke the ground beneath them. Immediately, Daejin used his strength and began to deal many blows to his opponent. But Jason did not lose his head, and was not inferior to his opponent in speed and strength. The confrontation between the two heroes created a bright light in the area. During the fight, the opponents randomly pushed each other away and a distance was created between them. At that moment, Daejin decided to put his hands together, and the next moment, a bright green light formed in his hands. And then a huge green snake appeared from this ball, which furiously approached Jason. Then his assistant said that the double acceleration mode was on. At that moment, the guy's armor became even more illuminated because of this. Noticing this, Daejin assumed that Jason was using the same technique. At that moment, the snake Daejin had already come very close to Jason. But the guy made a dash, and thus was able to disperse the snake that appeared in front of him in the air. Having dispersed the snake, the guy immediately approached Daejin, who was behind it. Jason reached out and grabbed the guy's face, immediately pushing him against the wall. His attack was so powerful that the wall behind Daejin immediately broke. And then he began to carry his opponent through many other pieces of building debris. At that moment, Daejin was still in the enemy's grip and could not escape. Because of this, Jason kept banging the guy's head against the walls. At some point, due to the grip of the hand, Daejin's mask broke and the guy's face became visible. Unwilling to stop, Jason continued to move quickly and maintained an advantage over Daejin. Due to Daejin constantly receiving damage, he was unable to concentrate and break free from the grip. As Jason continued to attack his opponent, he thought that he only had a little more effort left to put in. However, it was at that moment that his suit failed to cope with the overheating, and one of his legs began to burn. Jason sensed it immediately, but in the heat of battle he could do nothing about it. The fire soon reached the boy's torso, causing Jason to fall to the ground and release Daejin, who fell slightly in front of Jason. Immediately, Daejin raised himself up on his hands and looked calmly at his opponent. Then he saw a flame blazing in front of him, and the source of this was Jason, who was burning alive and could not stop the flames. Tears appeared in the boy's eyes due to unbearable pain, and his cries of pain began to echo throughout the area. However, Daejin calmly watched as his opponent burned in the fire, his body melting along with the metal. Watching the boy suffer, Daejin wondered if his techniques were so effective because they involved such risk. Getting to his feet, Daejin continued to calmly watch Jason's suffering and listen to his screams, not wanting to kill the guy. Slowly approaching the enemy, Daejin thought that Jason had most likely been hidden all this time because he was not as strong as the spear hero. Unexpectedly, at that moment, someone shot the cultivation hero in the back. It turned out that people from the restored government opened fire on him. After their attack, Daejin immediately turned to face the people with cold indifference. Suddenly, one guy shouted to the commander that they would gain a little time. Afterwards, he picked up a machine gun and began shooting non-stop at his target. However, Daejin skillfully deflected all the bullets that were aimed at him. While the two men were distracting him, Aina and the doctor approached Jason and wanted to help him. Raising his head to the people who had approached, Jason asked his sister why she had come here. Then Aina calmly replied that Jason shouldn't have died like that. She dropped to one knee and reported that the mission to transport the shield had failed, and now there was only one option. Aina suggested confronting the hero of cultivation together. At that moment, Jason knew that this was his final role. As the doctor approached Jason, he immediately realized that the boy was not just burning. His molten blood and flesh were coagulating. Having taken out one of the necessary drugs, the doctor immediately administered it to Jason. At that moment, the doctor thought that if the guy's armor was removed, he would simply turn into a mess. Aina continued to sit in front of her brother and observe the state he was in now. At that moment, the girl thought that she already knew that she was in an unpayable debt to her brother. Then the two men continued to attack Daejin and used missiles. However, when the projectile was about to reach the cultivation hero, he began to use his powers to deflect the blow. Immediately, Daejin managed to change the direction of the projectile thanks to his strength, and was about to send it in the opposite direction. Soon the projectile was heading towards those who fired it at the hero of perfection. As the rocket approached the guy, a feeling of hopelessness was reflected on his face, and he understood what would happen next. The moment the explosion happened, Ina thought that she knew she was powerless and useless in this battle. Having said that the people were an eyesore, Daejin turned towards where Jason was. Immediately after that, he made a dash towards the guy, near whom other people were standing, and Ina pointed a gun at Daejin. As he approached them, Ina opened fire on the hero of cultivation, wishing for death to befall not only her brother, but herself as well. However, the pistol bullets did not cause any damage to the guy, because he immediately reflected all the shots. But despite the big difference in strength, the girl did not retreat and continued to attack the approaching guy. At that moment, right in front of him, Jason saw Daejin approaching the defenseless Ina, whom he was going to mercilessly kill. Suddenly he remembered again that moment from his childhood when he was beaten by other boys. Jason looked up cautiously at his sister and suddenly asked if everything was okay. Aina was all beaten up. Her clothes were dirty and had shoe marks on them, and her hair was disheveled. Aina didn't answer him. Then Jason began to worry about her, and concern could be heard in his voice. After he asked her again, the girl dryly replied that she was fine. Hearing this, Jason looked at his sister with concern, and tears welled up in his eyes. Suddenly the boy burst into tears and apologized to his sister, saying that she shouldn't have gotten into a fight, and that he was too weak, so he just stood and watched. Hearing this, Aina suddenly stopped abruptly and silently. Turning to face her brother, she crouched down in front of him and looked into his eyes. Wiping her face with her sleeve, the girl said that she had still managed to land one blow, so everything was fine. She said that what was more important was that she fought with them, but whether she won or lost was not so important. Hearing those words, Jason looked at his older sister with genuine admiration in his eyes. Then the girl extended her hand to her brother and extended her little finger, squeezing all the other fingers. And then she asked Jason with a smile if he could promise her that he would eat well and exercise to grow strong. Aina turned around in alarm when she heard a loud voice next to her. It turned out that Jason stepped in front of his sister, shielding her from Daejin, and said that their fight was not over yet. Jason and Mark stood in the middle of the ruined city, looking at each other. Leaning forward slightly from exhaustion, Jason tried to catch his breath while the opportunity presented itself. Mark was also a little tired after the battle, but he looked much more cheerful than his opponent. Suddenly he calmly said that the difference in their strength could be easily determined by just one look at the guy. Upon hearing this, Jason immediately focused and began to listen carefully to Mark. Starting to raise his hand, Mark asked the guy why Jason continued to fight until the end. Raising his hand and pointing a finger at Jason, Mark asked what the reason for this zeal was. Looking up at Mark, he thought for a moment about his opponent's question. Putting one hand to his head, he asked Mark what nonsense he had just said. Pointing his finger at the guy, Jason asked what reason Mark had for his behavior. Silently looking at the guy, Mark listened to him say that he was crazy for asking what the reason for saving the world should be. However, Jason said that if Mark really cared about the reason, he would tell him. And the reason was that Jason now had the power to fight evil, and he also wanted to protect everyone. When Jason rose to his feet again, Aina was surprised by this, and Daejin did not expect the hero to get up and join the fight so quickly. Jason grabbed one of Daejin's hands and covered his older sister with his other hand. Without turning away from Daejin, Jason began to tell Aina that when he was in the other world, the Red Ranger told him something. Turning to his sister, he said the phrase he had been told, that rangers wear silly masks and costumes so that people would not recognize them. Frowning, Daejin was outraged that Jason, who was dying, was treating his opponent with disdain. Taking a step forward, Daejin was about to hit Jason in the face with his other hand. However, Jason managed to react and stop the guy's blow with his hand, squeezing Daejin's fist. Also looking at Aina, Jason continued that if the Rangers lost those who could recognize them, then there would be no point in wearing suits. That's why Jason said he wouldn't take off his mask. The boy's legs trembled as he said he would do anything other than become himself and live alone. Daejin also had a hard time standing on his feet when Jason said that if wearing the mask meant sacrificing his life for Aina, he would do it. Aina was very surprised when she heard this. At that moment, standing with his back to his sister, Jason said that he would rather die in this mask. With a twisted mouth and furrowed brows, Daejin asked how Jason dared to behave like that. Deciding to continue the fight, he clenched his fist tightly, which Jason was holding. Squeezing Jason's thumb slightly, Daejin used the Heavenly Life Energy Absorption technique. At that moment, Daejin chuckled and said that he felt sorry for Jason as he breathed, so he wanted to help him pass on to the next world. Hearing this, Jason's assistant laughed and said that he didn't want to interfere because the atmosphere was serious, but now he couldn't hold back. Then he asked Daejin if he had gone crazy, and if he really thought Jason had any life force left. Hearing this, Daejin's look changed from self-confident to frightened and uncertain. After looking at Jason more closely, he also heard that the guy had been medically dead for a long time, and he was a liquid that kept its shape because of the vessel. At the same moment when Daejin lost his vigilance, Jason smashed his head against his. The blow was so strong that Daejin flew back helplessly several meters. After this, Jason asked his assistant how much time he had left, but the assistant asked if there was any point in finding out about it now. Smiling, the assistant happily said that before he died, they should give Daejin a good beating. At the same moment, Jason's acceleration increased threefold. Because of such power, everything around the guy began to collapse from the shockwave. When this happened, Daejin had just found his balance and stood up on his feet. Taking his hand to the side, the guy began to gain energy and prepare for the blow. The guy also moved his other hand to the side, saying that he did not want to use his true energy. Spreading his arms out to the sides, two different energies formed around Daejin. Preparing to attack, Daejin said that Jason, who was already like a corpse, forced him to use this power. At that moment, Jason's preparation was complete, and he was ready to enter the battle. A second later, he had already made a dash and was immediately next to Daejin, who was ready to attack. He stretched his hand forward, and a small green snake immediately appeared from there. Following one snake, many other exactly the same snakes appeared and rushed towards Jason. However, the guy quickly reacted and began to fight off each snake. However, Daejin did not want to give his opponent a rest, and launched purple snakes into battle. But even then, Jason was able to easily stop the snake threat. Continuing to attack, Daejin quickly put both hands together and prepared for the next attack. Then behind Jason, there was one big snake, which looked very fierce. But Jason noticed it immediately. As if controlling a snake, Daejin slapped his hands sharply. Following his command, the snake immediately pounced on Jason. However, noticing her approach, Jason crossed his arms over his chest, and then he suddenly spread his arms to different sides, which destroyed the snake. But Daejin did not stop attacking, and stretching one hand forward, he directed a blow at his opponent. Jason was facing the enemy, and immediately noticed the approaching threat. Having managed to react, Jason suddenly jumped to the side, causing the blow to miss him. However, it turned out that upon hitting the ground, Daejin's energy immediately followed to Jason, who was in the other direction. Jason noticed the threat, but it was too late, and he didn't have time to react, which is why Daejin's blow caught up with him. However, by hitting the purple stripe with one hand, the guy managed to destroy it. Afterwards, he dropped to the ground and immediately ran towards Daejin, who was also heading towards Jason. A few moments later, the two heroes were once again engaged in a fistfight. Daejin's faulty suit also began to malfunction, making things even more dangerous. Unable to cope with the overheating, one of the guy's hands was engulfed in flames again. Looking at his hand, the guy thought that now was not the time for this. Deciding not to attack with that hand, he kicked Daejin with his foot. He immediately decided to strike with his hand, but Daejin did the same at the same moment. But both guys then got hit in the face. Thinking that there was still a little time left, Daejin clasped his hands again. Immediately after that, a demonic sky appeared, full of eternal spirits. Then Jason's suit overheated even more and the fire began to spread throughout the guy's body. Trying to defend himself from Daejin's attack, Jason merely crossed his arms over his chest. And then behind Daejin there appeared an accumulated energy, which was in the form of daggers. The last thing the guy did was shout at Jason that he was a half-dead bastard. And then he aimed his blow at Jason, who was already engulfed in flames. Aina watched what was happening with tears in her eyes, and her arms folded across her chest. Then suddenly the dark energy in the distance dissipated, and the silhouette of a man appeared. It turned out that everything was on fire, just like that man. He lay on the ground and screamed because his whole body was engulfed in flames. Horror immediately appeared on the girl's face, and she thought that Jason was burning. However, it soon became clear that someone else was emerging from the fiery cloud. Falling to her knees, Aina was surprised when Jason, who had also suffered severe burns, came out to her. Approaching his sister, the guy threw away his belt, which the girl immediately noticed. At the end, the guy managed to quietly say that he kept his promise, and the next moment his ashes flew in the wind before Aina's eyes, and the girl, filled with grief, cried. When darkness was already falling, a man came to a house in the mountains. Daejin was seriously injured after the battle, but was able to reach his home. As he approached his house, the boy wanted to see his grandmother. When the guy entered the house, he immediately saw his dead grandmother lying in bed. Approaching her, the guy hung over the skeleton that remained of his grandmother. All maimed and burned, the boy continued to silently look at the man he loved very much. Leaning over the small table, Daejin asked permission to take care of her and offered her food. Afterwards, he picked up the table and decided to take it out of the room. However, it turned out that a government man with a gun was hiding under the blanket. Having gotten to her feet, the girl immediately pointed the weapon at the guy. Slowly turning back, Daejin only said that it seemed they had guests. And then a shot was fired, from which Daejin immediately lost his balance and began to fall. The shot hit the guy right in the eye, who was already crippled from the previous battle. The guy threw his head back and fell out onto the street. When he was little, he constantly heard screams. For some reason, his parents always argued and the house was always noisy. At some point, the mother took Daejin and went with him somewhere. It turned out that she had brought him to his grandmother, who now had to take care of him. Grandma immediately seemed kind and smiling to him because she greeted them so sweetly. After Daejin's mother took him there, she left in tears. The grandmother tried to take care of her grandson, but the boy was sometimes naughty. But he always followed his grandmother wherever they went. One day they came to town and wanted to buy Daejin new shoes. After that, they also saw that there was delicious food being sold on the street, which the boy was fascinated by. Noticing this, the grandmother decided to buy him corn, which seemed very appetizing to the boy. After that, they happily returned home with several packages. When Daejin grew up, he needed to buy a school uniform. Having chosen the right clothes, the grandmother was ready to pay for everything. But soon after this, Daejin noticed that his grandmother had caught a cold and was coughing. So he went into town and bought some medicine, after which he immediately went home. Unfortunately, however, his foot slipped off the stone path, and the next moment he flew helplessly down the cliff, along with everything he had bought in the city. After Daejun returned from the other world, the first thing he did was run to his home. It was already night when he returned to his house. Breathing heavily, he walked to the door and opened it sharply. And then he sank down next to his dead grandmother, his hands shaking. Starting to cry, he slightly lifted the head of his already dead grandmother. At that very moment, people from the restored government came to his house, looking for heroes. When they looked inside, they were immediately horrified by what they saw. In their hands, they had documents and information about Daejun, who was also in the room. They immediately saw the corpse and the hero who was nearby. Frightened, one guy immediately pulled his gun out from under his jacket. Then Daejun's gaze fell on the weapon that the government man had pulled out. This only made Daejun more angry, and he misunderstood everything. Suddenly he thought that these people had killed his grandmother with a gun. He angrily asked if this was their doing. Soon Daejun dealt with all the people who came to his house, and he himself sat on the porch. And then another man came. Approaching the guy, who was looking at his hands stained with blood, Siren smiled. However, now the end has come for the hero of cultivation. At last, he was able to see the girl with the gun who shot him. Falling to the ground, Daejun thought that now he remembered. In fact, he had always been alone. In the end, the guy only said that his life was very miserable. Afterwards, he died. And the result of the living corpse operation was the death of the hero of perfection. However, the transformation hero also died during the course of his mission. But at the cost of his life, the shield relic was returned. Sitting in the helicopter, Aina looked at the boy's belt and cried, and the doctor grieved with her. Soon after, Harris was flying over the sea. He already knew that all the familiars and blood contractors in Korea had disappeared. He understood that the restored government or the supporters of the hero of the spear were involved. Harris knew he had to stop them, so he sped up. At great speed, he cut through the water and flew with the help of his bloody wings. It was decided to transport the shield relic through the port of Mokpo. When the relic had already been loaded onto the ferry, the girl stood on the shore and thought about something. She looked up and continued to look at the ship. Suddenly, a military man approached her and informed her that all the relics were on board. He also said that they were informed that the blood hero was heading here. Hearing this, Aina just silently lit a cigarette. And then she turned back and said that they had fulfilled their role, and now the rest was on the hero of magic. Approaching the girl, Bella thanked them for their work, and the rest was on her. Soon the ship set off, and Bella was on it as a guard. Holding the phone in her hands, the girl thought for a long time whether she should call. Finally, she dared to dial the right number and waited for an answer. When the call was answered, Bella turned to her mother and said that it was she calling. With a slightly sad look, the girl said that everything was fine with her. She lowered her head and asked how they were doing. After listening to her mother, the girl was happy and glad that people cared about her mother's health. Bella also asked how her sister was doing and if she went to school. While she was talking on the phone, the radar was able to detect someone approaching. When the soldier noticed this, he immediately tensed up. Continuing to talk, Bella replied that her sister was that age, but she would scold her upon her return. When Bella noticed the soldier approaching, she immediately became a little sad. The man raised his hand sharply, which meant that the enemy was already close. When her mother asked when the girl would return, Bella said that, as soon as she finished her business here. While raising her weapon, she simultaneously told her mother that it was not difficult for her to work here. With a sad look, the girl said that it was time for her to go. Finally, the girl said that everything was fine with her here. At the moment when Harris appeared in the distance, Bella also informed her mother that her life was not in danger here. Smiling sweetly, Bella said that she was already an adult, and her mother shouldn't worry about her, and of course, she would call again. After telling her mother that she loved her too, Bella threw away the phone, and immediately the girl prepared for battle with the blood hero. At that moment, Harik had already reached the desired place and was approaching the ship. Suddenly, he shouted at Bella that she was a traitor, but the girl asked if Harris was in a position to call her a traitor, and then she immediately cast a spell, causing a stream of candy to fly into the sky. Seeing this, Harris slowed down a bit and also cast an attack spell. And a few moments after that, the two forces collided in the air. But it turned out that Harris's magic was stronger and suppressed Bella's blow. Noticing this, the girl immediately turned to the cutie and asked her to try harder. Obeying the command, the cutie immediately took a deep breath. And the next moment, he was ready for battle when he built up his muscles. The cutie's new form appeared just as Harris's attack was approaching them. When the blow hit them, the cutie grabbed it with both hands and tried to hold it back. However, the blood hero's attack was too strong, and the cutie couldn't stand still. Deciding to continue the attack, Bella threw her staff into the air. Immediately, it changed its shape slightly and began to resemble a hammer, which the girl was going to strike with. At that moment, she ordered the cutie to step aside. After listening to her, the assistant immediately jumped aside. Taking a step forward, Bella swung her hammer and was about to strike. Frowning, she concentrated and waited for the right moment to strike. When that moment came, she struck with her hammer and threw Harris back a little. Stepping back a little, the guy immediately found his balance. The boy's face showed displeasure as his attack was stopped. As his blood magic dissipated, he saw Bella and her assistant approaching him. Raising his hand, he thought that if Bella thought she had a chance to win, she was wrong. At that moment, demonic animals began to emerge from the blood. Within seconds, many dogs surrounded Harris. Putting his hand to his face, the guy also decided to transform. And the next moment, his entire skin changed its usual shade to blood red. And then he, together with his dogs, also rushed to meet his opponents. Having pounced on the cutie, the dogs immediately began to bite him. While their assistants were fighting among themselves, the heroes began to fight among themselves. As soon as they started fighting, Bella was immediately injured. But without losing her composure, she struck again with the hammer and created distance between herself and her opponent. And immediately after that, she gave a command which meant that the right moment had been seized. Then Harris noticed that everything under his feet was beginning to collapse. And then it turned out that there was lava caramel underneath. When he saw her, he was surprised by such an unexpected attack, but he did not have time to dodge. Then the lava caramel suddenly exploded and hit Harris. He managed to dodge at the last moment, but the caramel still hit him. Brushing off his clothes, the guy said that it seemed like Bella was up to something. However, he angrily said that the girl's abilities were useless because he didn't feel anything. With a calm expression on her face, Bella asked again if it was true that he didn't feel anything. Hearing this, the guy became wary and looked worried. It turned out that his feet were also covered in caramel. Then he thought about how the hot caramel was hardening almost instantly, and his body along with it. Harris guessed that Bella had done all this to stop him with one blow. As she approached Harris, Bella said that his skull was about to shatter into pieces. Approaching the guy, Bella jumped up and swung her hammer. Looking at Bella, the guy was surprised by her plan of action, and at that moment the hammer almost reached its target. And then there was a bang. When the hammer hit the bottom, blood splashed everywhere. Straightening up, Bella looked at the pool of blood that had formed in front of her. Bella wiped her face tiredly and thought that she had managed to deal with Harris. While the girl was trying to rest after the fight, Harris's blood began to slowly rise into the air. Noticing this, Bella immediately became wary and did not understand what was happening. And the next moment, a huge bloody hand grabbed the girl and Bella dropped her hammer. When Bella's hammer fell, there was a loud thud. Immediately the staff acquired its original form and went out. The cutie noticed all this and immediately turned around worriedly. However, the dogs took advantage of this and immediately attacked their opponent at the same time. Unable to defend himself from them, Nyashu could only take the attacks. The dogs knocked him to the ground and started biting him constantly, but he couldn't do anything. Soon their attacks left the cutie wounded. When Bella was captured, the girl did not even try to escape and looked very tired. The staff was lying below, and the cutie also couldn't help the girl. Harris watched all this from above with a calm expression on his face. He chuckled and said that he had no need to trade face in a fight with Small Fry. Then he took the dagger and cut his palm. Afterwards, his blood began to take on the appearance of his double. Then he said that even a rat like Bella could bite painfully if you cornered her. When Harris's double flew up to the girl, Bella looked up at him. Immediately, the girl's face showed displeasure at the sight of her opponent. Mocking the girl, Harris said that she had such a hard time dealing with the double, which only confirmed that she was the weakest of them. Afterwards, the guy said that it was worth ending everything, since she didn't have the strength to fight any further. Interrupting the guy, Bella suddenly admitted that she was weak. But the girl cried out that her conscience was clear, because she had not betrayed anyone, as Harris had done. However, the guy only said with a displeased expression that it was not Bella's place to talk about such things. Pointing at himself, the boy said that it was impossible to be a traitor when you were born the Demon King and the destroyer of humanity. Taking the cross that was around his neck, Horace said that the master exorcist of this body followed his beliefs to the end. When Bella heard about this, she was surprised and didn't know how to react. Then Horace smiled and said that there had never been any betrayal on his part. Some time ago, Horace had to enter into a battle in which he had a hard time surviving. In front of him stood Gabby and Siren, who was suggesting that Harris simply surrender. Pointing at Gabby, Siren said he had the fighting advantage. Siren was pleased with himself for his superiority over his opponent. Shaking his head from side to side, Siren said that the chances of Harris winning were 0, so he had better join them. Pointing at the guy, Siren said that he had never offered this to anyone before, and all because he was an exception. When Harris heard about this, he was not at all impressed. He bowed his head and thought that he had no aces left up his sleeve. Then he suddenly put his hand into his jacket and pulled something out. It turned out that he pulled out 2 syringes with someone's blood. But this blood belonged to the Demon Queen, who was called a vampire. Having defeated her, Harris decided to take some blood from her. The battle was very brutal, and Harris had many wounds after the battle. Looking at the blood, the guy thought that perhaps her personality would take control of him. However, he hoped that he could control himself, so he decided to use her blood. Watching this, Siren thought that the return would work a little differently now. As soon as Harris injected the blood, a lot of blood came out of his neck. The guy looked at his hands with alarm and blood was coming from his eyes, ears, and mouth. Watching this, Siren was somewhat delighted by such a picture. Soon, the boy threw his head back and screamed loudly as he continued to bleed. Suddenly, Gabby said that the interesting thing was that Harris didn't commit suicide. They noticed that the guy was turning into something and that an ominous aura was emanating from him. Then Gabby decided to hit him with her guns. At that moment, they decided that it was better not to tempt fate and finish off the guy right away. At the same moment, a large explosion thundered in the place of Harris. However, when the flames died down and the smoke cleared, Harris appeared from there in a new form. Gabby immediately noticed that the guy's appearance had changed, as if he had not been in battle. The thought that this could be an awakening immediately made the transformation hero wary. However, Harris raised both his hands up and said that he surrendered. The guy chuckled and said that he had no need to fight them. At that moment, Siren stopped Gabby with his hand and said that the energy coming from Harris had changed. It was a different being. Then the guy said that he was the Demon King, a vampire who returned from the last century, not without their help. He suddenly thought that it was a bit wrong to be called a Demon King when he had the body of a hero. But smiling again, the guy wanted to thank the heroes before him. After telling this story to Bella, the boy said that all of Harris's efforts were in vain. After hearing this, Bella didn't know how to react. Then the guy decided to get closer to his opponent and to the staff. Raising his leg and preparing to step on the staff, the boy said that Bella's life was also in vain. With these words, he put his foot on the staff and broke it into many pieces. As soon as this happened, Bella immediately began to lose her hero form. Tired and cornered, Bella couldn't do anything about the fact that she was losing her hero form. When Bella first arrived in the other world, she found it strange that everything around her was pink. Nyash approached the girl and asked her to listen to him carefully. He told the girl that he would teach her to use her powers like a real hero, but Bella was not thrilled. He explained to Bella that she had to transform into her fighting form, and the source of her powers was the staff that the girl held in her hands. Touching the staff, the cutie said that the staff was called a candy prism. Hearing this, the girl frowned and said that the name was disgusting. Having hit her on the head, the cutie was indignant that this was the greatest treasure of their kingdom. Starting to wave his hands, he said that the staff was the girl's main weapon. However, he said that she should under no circumstances expose him to the enemy's attacks. When the staff was broken, Nyash gradually began to return to his original form. And then he asked Bella if she had also been defeated. After trampling the staff, the Demon King only chuckled. Taunting Bella, he asked what she could do without that staff. According to the demon, she could not compare to Harris. After all, he was the worst enemy who went beyond human capabilities. He mockingly said that compared to Harris, Bella was a nobody. He recalled how Bella had spoken so pathetically about saving the world, and the girl had only lowered her head. But it turned out that Bella was not capable of anything without her staff. Gritting her teeth, Bella thought that they were simply trying to bully her. However, she began to cry, because she understood that her opponent was right about everything. She asked herself who she had saved with her power. After all, she couldn't help her father, who was sick. It was several years ago, and the whole family was in mourning. And then she had to go to work for the government, in exchange for protecting her family. Bella just smiled sweetly at them as she said goodbye and waved her hand. When the ship set off, she stood on the shore, and next to her there was another man. Then the man asked the girl not to be upset and promised to provide her family with the best care. But she couldn't save anyone even at the moment when Mark attacked everyone. The other hero did his best to stop Mark's attacks with his shield, and Bella watched everything that was happening from the side and cried, not daring to intervene. All Bella could do was watch and hope for the best. But she also couldn't save Chonky, who believed in her, and everyone could only watch the explosion that the man made. Bella knew she was an immature girl playing adult games, but they were all people, and they all changed. Bella didn't want to live her whole life in the shadow of her own labels. The girl raised her head and screamed loudly, wanting to attract the attention of her assistant. Then she suddenly shouted out that she didn't want to give up. While she was asking for help to end this fight, Harris raised one hand towards the girl in displeasure. His dogs were able to grab the cutie, who did not resist, but heard Bella's words. Hearing this, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Afterwards, he immediately pulled himself out of the dog's mouth, leaving one of his paws in it. Shouting that these were the words of a true hero, he tried to avoid the dogs. After that, he began to take a breath again. But because he had little strength left, he was only able to transform one paw. Noticing the enemy, the guy was surprised that they continued to resist. Swinging, the cutie hit Harris, who didn't have time to react and defend himself. The blow was so strong that the guy flew back and crashed into the wall. But he broke through the stone wall and flew on. Due to the massive damage they received, the bloodhounds immediately lost their form. Bella was also able to free herself after this. The blood lost its shape and Bella landed on her feet. She immediately lowered her sad gaze and remained silent. She looked at the staff, which was completely destroyed. Continuing to look at the shards, She thought that duct tape wouldn't help here. Looking at her hands, the girl wondered what she should do now. After receiving the blow, the guy could not immediately get to his feet and writhed on the ground. When he finally gained some strength, he raised himself up and looked forward. Clutching his head, he said that one shouldn't change one's mood so quickly, and that he himself had become too relaxed. Looking forward, he saw the silhouette of a girl. Not understanding what was happening, the guy decided to rub his eyes. However, he was not imagining things. Bella really did return to half of her form, and the girl was constantly squeezing something in her hands, which is why her hands were covered in blood. Bella only managed to regain half of her hero form, but even so, she could fight. Surprised by this, Harris told her that she had been hit on the head and asked if she had clenched the shards in her fist. But the girl grinned, reminding him of his own words about her being a useless teenager without her trinket. Slowly rising to his feet, Harris cursed the girl again. But the girl did not argue with the last statement that she was crazy. Rushing towards her enemy, she shouted that she would make him eat the candy with his own teeth. Running towards her opponent, Bella swung her hand and was ready to strike, and Harris transformed into another form and looked terrifying. The next moment they entered into a fight, not giving in to each other. The guy thought that he had broken the source of Bella's power, so there was a big difference between them. However, despite this, Bella continued to fight bravely. When the girl dealt another blow, which Harris dodged, he thought that she should have lost consciousness long ago. Frowning, he thought that persistence was just nonsense invented by weaklings. Strengthening his form, the boy broke the ground that was under his feet. Jumping back, Harris hoped to increase the distance, since only the girl's fists posed a threat. Calling Bella a blockhead, the guy asked what she would do while he was in the air. Without reacting to his mockery, the girl simply asked him again. And then she answered that she would lower Harris to the ground, after which the cutie reached out to the guy in the air. He immediately grabbed the guy by the leg and wrapped his paw around it. Grabbing the cutie's paw with her hands, Bella pulled it towards herself. When they started pulling the guy towards them, he just clenched his teeth in displeasure. And then Bella was able to throw him backwards onto the ground. While Harris lay there without strength, Nyash let go of his leg. And the next moment, the guy started shouting angrily and discontentedly. Fidgeting on the floor, he asked with displeasure where Bella got her strength from and why she was still resisting. While he was asking himself these questions, Bella decided not to waste time and attack him again. She crossed her arms in front of her and said that Harris had nothing to fight for. And then she sent a stream of cotton candy at the guy, which Harris would not have been able to dodge. After the blow was dealt, Bella immediately dropped down. The girl was standing on her feet but was breathing heavily after the fight. Suddenly, she even started coughing and felt pain. Then she wondered if she felt so bad because the crystal had entered her bloodstream, and her head was already spinning. Bella knew that the best thing to do was to end the fight now. However, suddenly Harris pulled something out from under his sleeve. Immediately, the bottle with unknown contents began to rise into the air. Then the guy said that if he hadn't spent all his energy in Egypt, Bella wouldn't have caused any problems. Looking at the bottle, he said it was like the squeak of a mosquito next to his ear. Then he slowly opened the contents of the bottle. And he also compared it to drinking blood and realizing that it is not a virgin. The guy's look was very tired at that moment, and wounds were visible on his face. Dropping a drop of blood on himself, he said that Bella could be proud of herself. In fact, Harris was collecting this to get rid of all the other sword heroes. In one moment, Bella saw chaos unfold in front of her. Looking at the whirlwind of blood, the girl wondered what it was. And then the demon replied that it was a fate that Bella had brought upon herself. And then he said that the girl would feel the full weight of her actions. Suddenly, the blood began to change its shape and looked like needles. And the next moment, the needles completely transformed into bloody arrows. And many bloody arrows were directed at Bella, who stood almost without strength. Suddenly, the demon silently extended his hand and pointed at the girl, showing the direction of the arrows. Knowing what was coming next, Bella realized that now was not the time to worry about her own body. Bella crossed her arms in front of her, knowing that if she didn't fight off the attack, she was finished. But with the thought that it was not only her end, but also the end of all the people that this relic was supposed to protect, she fired. The shot was powerful enough to destroy the arrows aimed at Bella. However, the attack was difficult for her, and Bella still continued to hold on with all her might. At some point, her hands started bleeding, and coughing up blood. Bella realized that she was already at her limit. Noticing that Bella was feeling unwell, the nurse asked about her condition. At that moment, Bella's attack lost its power and was almost over. Suddenly, the girl's eyes darkened and they rolled back. As she slowly lost consciousness, Bella wondered if this was the end. At that moment, the bloody arrows were able to pierce the girl's attack. And then the arrows rushed towards Bella, who could no longer stand on her feet. The girl's eyes closed and her legs went limp, causing her to begin to fall backwards. At that moment, someone suddenly grabbed her from behind and prevented her from falling. Sirin chuckled and said that if she died here, it would be a great loss. Looking at the girl, he said that there was still some work for her.